the final day of the LPL Split 3 regular season, and while the standings are already set, there are still 3 more best-of-3s to be played. We're going to be here to cover them, as always, on LPL English. Welcome, everybody, to the caster desk. My name is Grapes, joined alongside Jay Beto for the first time this split. Been a while, Jack, but hey, better late than never, right? Last day of the season. We're going to have fun.
Yeah, it's like an obligatory have to make sure I casted everybody once in the split. And now we're here for probably the most fun day, at least that we're going to have. I'm definitely going to have some fun here. Like you said, these matches have no standing implications, but on a serious note, we'll get to look at some of the form of the teams going towards play-ins and playoffs, and then we also get to have a little bit of fun, watch some League, and have some conversations maybe. But we'll have to see. Yeah, we've got some matches ahead of us, and the first one is a match that could have had some implications with, Thunder Talk and LGD going back and forward over 6th and 7th, but series, I believe last night, ended up locking LGD into 6th.
Yep, there was multiple instances and situations that could have played out that would have had LGD and Thunder Talk be a very closely contested and very important series for seeding implications. Fortunately, none of those scenarios ended up happening. Same with this BLG AL series that'll be happening later today. JDG versus Edward Gaming is your middle match here. We also finalized our group Nirvana standings, and with NIP and IG both moving on, it means that we have our completed playoff bracket ready for everybody to see, and what we're going to be getting into after the games wrap up today. Rarely we get the opportunity, Jay Beto, to go through the playoff bracket a day early, right? It's kind of like getting your Christmas presents a couple days before you actually see the 25th roll across your calendar. So now we get to take a look, take a step back, and get ready for what is going to be an incredible grand finals, and then leading into that for the regional finals to wrap up our coverage here in the LPL.
Yeah, it's been feels like a quick year, to be honest. We were just talking about this, but you can see the play-ins in the bottom right that are looking pretty familiar if you've been watching the LPL this year. Maybe some rematches happening there, but on the top side, I think Top Esports LGD is a fun rematch as well to talk about, having a look at to see how LGD's form is tonight. Because LGD did win against Top Esports recently. LGD are on a bit of a hot streak, and Thunder Talk, they need some catching up to do, I'll say.
Yeah, some funny stuff in the Knights Rivals category, which will be the first matches that we see, I believe, next Wednesday for this upcoming postseason. Thunder Talk against IG and then NIP versus Edward Gaming might sound familiar to you because those were the exact 2 Knights Rivals matchups that we had in split number 2. And both of those went the way of course, our representatives that are now currently sitting in Group Ascend. Jay Beto, I think when you look at how Split 3 played out, you see Thunder Talk and EDG, they very much struggled. IG and NIP, very, very solid in their play. But somehow, they're going to be facing off against each other. I think a lot of us would probably have the Nirvana teams as the favorite. But just remember, last time these happened, it was the quote-unquote underdogs here that ended up winning.
I think this is a really interesting rematch, and like you said, the Nirvana teams on paper should be favorites, but that was the case in Split 2, and then we all know what happened with that. It's been an interesting set of occurrences to watch happen with Thunder Talk and EDG coming into Group Ascend and really not finding their groove at all. Who knows, maybe we'll get a WE situation where these teams did not look as bad as WE did in Split 2, and then WE came alive in play-ins playoffs, and now have blossomed into a team that a lot of people are excited about. But yeah, it feels like LGD is the top of these 3 that were introduced to Group Ascend for this split.
Yeah, so we'll see these matchups in just a couple of days. We'll be seeing Thunder Talk and Edward Gaming both play today as a little bit of a tune-up before they head over to that Knights Rivals competition. But before we dive into this specific matchup that they have against LGD, we wanted to do a little bit of a playoff preview here on the broadcast during our pre-show. So, Jay Beto, each of us are going to give one hot take, one playoff prediction, a premonition even, that you might say, that we have going into the postseason, our final playoff bracket of the LPL season. Do you want to go first?
Sure, I'm happy to go first. So my hot take or prediction is that I think LGD will be able to upset a top 4 team. That doesn't mean knocking out, but I think that it's possible. LGD against Top Esports in the first round, they beat them just recently. I think LGD are looking quite good. Definitely could have won that series against BLG if you take the third game out of the equation. That didn't look super great for them, but I think game 1 and game 2, LGD showed a lot of finesse in the way they played the early game. Some mistakes in there, but I really think it's a possibility.
You know what's crazy, JDG, is that we submitted these takes anonymously.
Did you have the exact same one?
Very similar. It's a little bit maybe more ambitious. I have LGD making it to the top 4. In all 3 of our splits, we've had a team maybe unexpectedly make that rise into the top 3 or 4. It was Weibo in Split 1. It was WE in Split 2. I think LGD can do it here in Split 3. They're 4-1 in their last 5 series. If they beat ThunderTalk, that'll be 5-1. That's like one of the better records in the second round robin of any team that we have here in Group Ascend. So they're running really hot right now and have a matchup again against Top Esports, who has been a familiar opponent to them. So yeah, maybe we've cursed them by doing this, which would be
this is actually
a really
bad,
sad way for them to go out. But they do need to make top 4 or at least top 6 in order to qualify into the regional finals at the end of the season to get a chance to play for Worlds. So that certainly will be a goal, not only for us, for our takes, but also for LGD for their personal stakes.
That is, yeah, again, this was anonymous. You asked if we could do this recently, today. That was cool. I'm glad we're both on the same page about this team. It looks exciting. It would be really awesome to see LGD do really well, have a WE kind of run, make it to regional finals, and then who knows after that. But obviously, we've got to get there first, see what kind of form LGD is tonight, and going into play-ins, I think playoffs is really important. I think some of the form of the top teams is kind of wavering, AL and Top Esports. There's some things going on with these top teams, so it's going to be an interesting playoffs.
Definitely so. Time to dive into our matchup, though, starting off with ThunderTalk. This is not the team that has been on a hot streak. They are actually on a big cold streak. 5 straight series losses. That is the longest active streak of anybody in Group Ascend. Obviously, LNG have lost 6 straight. This was a team, JDG, that I think a lot of us were very excited about. Through the first half of the round robin, they were taking games against top teams, but it just hasn't been the same over these last couple weeks.
Yeah, like you mentioned, on a cold streak, and that's such an important thing to mention going into play-ins and playoffs. Your form going into the tournament is super important, and yeah, like we were talking about earlier, these teams not doing as hot as maybe they would have hoped coming into Group Ascend. I think LGD doing the best by far. There's potential there for LGD to take some spots off of JDG or WE if a couple of series have gone differently. But ThunderTalk and EDG definitely not living up to what they probably would have hoped coming into Group Ascend for Split 3.
Yeah, I mean, Edward Gaming actually kind of surging, funnily enough, right at the very end here, winning 2 straight series and looking to make it a 3rd in our next matchup against JDG. But ThunderTalk certainly have fallen a little bit by the wayside. A lot of us were excited, seeing them at this like 3-5 standings, maybe having the potential to go a little bit higher, but actually ended up being LGD, who kind of rose above that pack to qualify for that 6th seed. And so for ThunderTalk, a lot of it goes down to the early game. It feels like they were kind of jumping their opponents in some of these early games, getting out to early leads with Junhao because the enemy team wasn't really taking them seriously. Seems like in the second half, they're taking them a little bit more seriously, and that's why they've been losing more.
Yeah, I think that also, you were talking before we went live about some of the ThunderTalk early games were looking good in the first half of the split, and now not so much. And that can definitely be an attribute like you mentioned. These teams aren't getting caught off guard anymore, but I think that ThunderTalk's mid to late game decision making just really hasn't been there. I think that's true of all of the Group Ascend teams that qualified for this split, so LGD, ThunderTalk, and EDG. And I think that it's something they really need to work on going into playoffs because it's such an important part of the game. The comeback mechanics, you really need to be staying on the ball for the entire game.
Yep, they'll be having a matchup against Invictus Gaming on Wednesday. Their opponents today, though, in LGD. Didn't make too many changes here, except for Crisp down in that support role, and it seems like this veteran presence here really has brought some new life to this team. And when we talk about some of the shining lights on this team, and also talking about All-Pro voting, which ends tomorrow, by the way. Not a ton of turnaround from the end of the regular season, so make sure you get those ballots in. I think the mid lane is where we really have to turn our eyes to, Jay Beto, in Tangyeon, because he has been on another level, especially in these last couple of weeks. And the stats honestly look pretty good. Like, normally you try to have to skew these numbers when you're talking about some of these teams towards the bottom half of the standings. Tangyeon has just been a good mid laner, rivaling the likes of Shanks, Cream, Knight, all of these statistics.
Just looking at the recent series against BLG, even a solo kill against Knight while playing Akali, a massive team fight win at the end to secure his team the victory, picked up the Rumble mid and looked super good on it despite his team not winning. I think the third game was a bit rough for everyone on LGD. They kind of got walked over. I don't think the game plan really came to fruition there, but I think this is a really exciting player. I think that it's kind of bloomed over the year. We saw hints of it even in Demacia Cup with Tangyeon playing some Akali, and he's continued to grow as a player. And you were talking about Chris before. Chris Rel has been unbelievable. Some of his engages that he's been able to find have been next level, and obviously Hung winning player of the week. I believe it was this week actually, or last week. Yep. Sorry,
week 4. Yeah.
So this whole team is looking pretty good. Again, form is super important in this week and going into next week, and they're looking like they're peaking.
And it would have been even more of a hot streak if they did end up taking that series against BLG. It was oh so close in that 2-1 loss. But if you see some of the ways that they were playing in that series, and you turn the nameplates off, you'd think that this LGD roster really is just a top team here in the LPL, which definitely wasn't the expectation that many of us had going into the start of the season. So I think a lot to look forward to, especially as we wait for their eventual best of 5 matchup rematch against Top Esports, team that beat them pretty easily in the playoffs just a split ago.
And I think it's an interesting discussion to see where this team does end up going. We both were talking about top 4 or beating top 4 teams, and I think that there is a possibility because not only we saw what happened in Split 2 with these upsets, but going towards international, this is where the stress is the highest. LGD don't really have a lot to lose here. They are more pushing forwards and making a name for themselves and these players, and I think it's the top teams that should be really scared of them. I want to leave Thunder Talk out of the conversation. There is a potential for them to, go through play-ins into playoffs and look good through there, but they don't have a lot of chances. If they lose in play-ins, they're out. I believe that looking at the way that the bracket was set up, if they lose there, they're also out. There's no second chances for them either. So, yeah, we backs against the wall from here on out. This is their last final relaxing moment before they get into dire territory.
Yeah, I think the right way that we can describe today for all of our teams is a tune-up, right? You get an opportunity against a team that, you theoretically should be close to in the standings here for TT and LGD. To just get a free pass to see where exactly your skills are at going into the playoffs. Likely not going to be facing off against each other in that playoff bracket until much later on. And both TT and LGD definitely need to make it far into the playoff bracket in order to have a chance to qualify for the World Championships happening in a couple of months. But as we head towards our final day here in the Xi'an Arena, it's time to meet our teams, of course, starting off with LGD. A little bit of that higher momentum coming into this one, whereas on the other side for Thunder Talk, they want to try to end that bad momentum on the other side before they head into that series against Invictus Gaming.
Yeah, if they can jump onto some good momentum of themselves, they can use that to hopefully rocket through the play-ins and have an easy time there, go towards playoffs and see how they can do in that. But let's get the player walkouts here. We're still on this new patch that's only been out for this week, so it's going to continue to evolve over today and then into the finals, as it takes some time for the full info of the patch to come through for these players as they test things out. And I think the Camille changes are really interesting. We've seen for the most part the complete removal of Shen as well, as that was a very standard answer to the Camille. I'm really interested, though. We haven't really seen the Runan's AD carries take over, and I was expecting to see that. The solo queue win rate out of the, some of these AD carries, Jinx, Zeri, Tristana even as well, looking really, really high and completely pushing out the majors as well. And we haven't really seen that come through in the LPL at all. There's been no prioritization towards any of those, none of the Jinx, none of the Zeri. It can be hard, and maybe it's going to take a best of 5 in Fearless to really bring that out. But right now it's been a lot of Jhin, a lot of Lucian Milio, a lot of Ezreal, and teams not really willing to diverge from that too much.
Yeah, it feels like the teams just feel more practiced on the things that have been more powerful over the last few weeks versus trying to play things that maybe are stronger in a vacuum, but they don't have as much experience on. I'd say for these two teams specifically, in my head, they're much more topside focused, so I'd be pretty surprised to see things like a hyper carry bot laner get locked in. That might be a story for a little bit later on in the day when we have players like Viper taken to the Rift as BLG wrap up our regular season with our final matchup of the day. You see our teams taking to the stage. I want to see top lane explosivity here, Jay Beto. I know that Keshi has had some very high highs and very low lows. He's going to have to just really slam down this top lane, I think, if they want to be able to win.
I think that Birtles also had some of a similar vibe to him as well. I mean, even looking at the BLG series, played the Olaf blind that's been kind of taking over globally. Looked really good on that. Got a solo kill against Ben, which is really important. And then played the Yone, looked really uncomfortable. A lot of missed abilities, a lot of lacking impact in team fights that really could have turned those team fights. So I think looking at our top laners, see how they're doing, and whether they're willing to pick some of those carries like you were talking about, and look for some carry potential, link up with their jungler, fight some 2v2s around the grubs maybe, could be something to look for. I think the Olaf is really exciting to watch. It's got a ton of good matchups, and for the most part, it doesn't feel like the LPL is willing to play some of the counters. Over in the LCK, a lot of Vayne and Kled that gets picked into the Olaf, even some Jax, and it feels like over here in the LPL, really haven't caught on to these counters just of yet, not even really getting banned away. The Olaf is just kind of getting picked up and doing really well.
Looking forward to seeing what exactly the fun lock-ins are here. We were talking a little bit before the show ended up kicking off about just the nature of today, in that all 3 of our series have 0 stakes for anything, seeding, playoffs, points, otherwise. And back in the day, we would always see kind of the random stuff get picked in some of these games. I always cast my mind back to, I think it was 2018 LCS. It was the last day of the regular season between TSM and Team Liquid, and it was right when TFT came out, and Team Liquid just picked an entire Freylord comp, right? They played like Anivia, Ashe, Olaf, and just like all the ice champions, and then they beat TSM, who was actually trying to win. That was just how dominant TL was at the time. So maybe we see some stuff like that, or maybe these teams actually are going to try to take these games seriously because they like want to win or whatever. I don't.
These
really
NA unks telling us stories of the old days. Get off
definitely.
it. Now, Olaf ban here. Was just talking about that. Cass open. In my mind, strongest pick up available. You could go towards a Vi, but it is going to be the Cass. Anivia's been an answer to this. As of recent times. If not that, you go towards the Akali for Tongyuan, which is a bit of a tough matchup and has found success in the past this year. I think taking the Ezreal Karma, though, that it seems like LGD are looking towards, is a really smart choice. Probably the most dominant bot lane available. If you don't even want to go towards the Ezreal this early, you can leave that and go Sivir on 3, and I still think that's a great matchup into the Ezreal.
Yeah, we've seen a little bit of the split between the Ezreal and the Karma, just with things like Seraphine kind of popping in there, the Sivir and Jhin, as you're mentioning as well. But would just be a pretty easy selection for Xiaoya and Crisp if they want it here, and that is what they're going to do. So just a very classic poke-oriented, lane-dominant 2v2 that On and Feather are going to have to answer in some way.
Definitely could be the Ashe Seraphine you were mentioning, just into the bot lane, but instead looks like Thundertalk opting to go their entire top side here. The Vi picked up, or the Nefiri. Both have the ults that can land onto Ezreal pretty easily. Picking on 3 here for top lane is a bit rough because you want something that's blindable, but you're likely to be counterpicked if that's the case. So maybe a Jace could go well here. Cassante, Sion, also an option, because Ezreal, bit tough into dealing with that, but it looks like it will just be the Jace hovered up here. Typical answers into the Jace is the Yorick, and to be honest, I'm not the biggest fan of it. I much prefer the team fighting style. But the lock hovered by Tangyuan, I haven't personally seen a lot of this into the cast, but I would imagine it functions similarly to the Akali. Just try to find her in that side lane and look for a 1v1.
And it's weird to say because it's still like the newest champion in League of Legends. Doesn't it kind of feel like a specialty pick for Tangyuan at this point?
I
even
agree.
On the lock, it's 3-0 on the pick. Just played it yesterday. Went 11-1-5. So the KDAs, by the way, 11-2-5 against Top Esports, 7-1-5 against EDG, and then 11-1-5 against Team WE. A total combined KDA of over 9 on this lock pick specifically. None of them have been into Cassiopeia though, so we'll see how that matchup does work out as we head into our second phase of the bans. Yorick taken away. That is that Jace counter, like you said. Wonder if anything like, Malphite or something like that, Sion, things that traditionally answer well into it, are also potentially on the table.
I don't know if you know this, know this reference, but when you said over 9, I got the Vegeta from Dragon Ball, over 9,000.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I thought of.
I know what you're I feel like I never watched the show. It would be kind of sacrilege to not know that reference.
Yeah.
Right? So I'm halfway there at the very least.
Halfway there? That's alright. It just kind of hit me when you said it. I was like, But yeah, interested to see how this mid lane matchup goes. What's the answer going to be in top lane now that the Yorick's gone? Nasus would be funny. I said this last time the Jace was picked up. Some pros in solo queue are picking the Nasus into Jace specifically. I imagine that would be a pretty decent matchup, but LGD going for a lot of flair here with double assassin, the lock, and the Kiana. So virtually no frontline, virtually no CC at all, unless Bertle is going to pick something, maybe even like a Malphite that just allows you to have a bit of an easier time finding these engages. Thundertalk with their bot lane. I think there's a ton of things open. They shouldn't have to stress too much here. The Ashe Seraphine's good. Jin Leona is probably pretty good here too. If you do want to go towards even like a scaling lane with Milio backing that up, could be nice. But this is interesting. Not going to go for an engaged support. It seems the Seraphine is the option here. Maybe this Bard into the Karma. I think there's so much mobility. I'm not a huge fan of this, to be honest.
Yeah, not super easy to hit that crowd control with Bard onto an Ezreal, a Locke, or a Kiana. Something with a little bit more point and click. Could have been better just with the slippery composition, but it looks like Feather is just going to try to play towards these roams, allow for On to just farm up on his own, try to impact the top side of the map in his own way. We said that LGD desperately need some frontline, and Cassante certainly would match that mold, and that will be the final pickup here for Bertle as we wrap up our first draft.
It still makes the draft quite difficult to execute on. It's going to be very mechanically intensive, this draft from LGD. Thundertalk, it is a similar look. They do have more CC, Bard, Jin, Cass, and then obviously the point and click engage from Nefiri, but it's still very similar in the sense of there is a lot of damage, no frontline for the Thundertalk comp, and very little point and click CC or engage at all. It's going to come down to a lot of how these comps get executed by the players mechanically, where they take their fights. There's a ton of early damage with the multiple assassins in this game, and a decent amount of late game damage too. Probably top lane going to be the most stable with this Cassante, but other than that, a lot of kill potential across the board.
Seems like everybody kind of was like, I want to play the carry, guys. It's the last day of the season. Like, I want to play my champion that does a lot of damage. And then they got to Bertle, and he's like, you guys left me with no other choice. I gotta play the Cassante. I gotta play something that has a little bit of tankiness here. Try to round this composition all together. Again, no playoff stakes here today, but still a chance to tune up and make sure that you are at your peak going into the postseason. Both of these teams will be there. All 6 of the teams that we'll be seeing today still have way more League of Legends still ahead of them, whether it's Knights Rivals, playoffs, regional finals, or all 3. It's our final day of the regular season here in Seattle, and it's game number 1 between LGD and Thundertalk.
Fleet footwork here, picked up by Arn. After the new changes, feels pretty good. Double heal expended as well early in this lane, but even though the Bard into the Karma does feel good, I feel like probably the best matchup for the Bard this game is the Karma. But not really going to help in the early game against the Ezreal Karma. Very dominant lane duo, has been for a while, and it really feels as though we got the mages, we got some fun, and, you know, they're still getting picked around the world, some places, but not as much here at all. And Ezreal Karma feels like the lane that has truly taken over. It does similar things, as Tang Yuan taken very low in the mid lane.
Oh, got a little Scorch proc there at the very end. Haru almost taking him down. However, Tang Yuan maybe playing bait a bit, as Hung also around near that bot side river. Haru's going to try to crash this wave in. We'll see if the Kiana decides to strike. Tang Yuan dings level 3, and here comes the cavalry. Ritual Nails comes out in the Ashen Pursuit. No more mana onto Haru, and that means that it's LGD to pick up first blood.
Yeah, the volatility of these comps. And Cass will become tanky with the rower build, but not quite yet, so doesn't even opt to use the flash. Just takes the death. Very nice pathing from Hung there. And we were saying that LGD's early games have been really impressive. I thought they looked pretty good against BLG with their early games, and continuing to do so in this first game as maybe Junhao going something, but he's going to be spotted on this ward.
Junhao doing every full clear except for the blue buff, which means you hit your Scuttle Crab level 4. Pongton taking that one down, so has a little bit of that advantage in the clear speed because Hung stayed so long in that bottom side rush to wait for that gank. Top side, Shock Blast does not connect onto Bertle, but you can see kind of the differences across the lanes. It's going to be top side push for Keshi, it's going to be bot side push for Xiaoya and Crisp, and it's up to the junglers on opposite sides to decide how exactly they want to utilize that.
The roaming support has been a little different, but it is interesting that despite the fact that you're getting less XP until level 5, supports are still willing to go towards looking for, you know, potential invade on Thunder Talk side, and Crisp is there to cover for the Raptors invade because, you know, Junhao got the double scuttle, he's got that extra XP. Neither jungler has reset for their, you know, first item or base yet. Hung potentially looking for these Raptors, trying to dodge some vision out, and I believe will do so. Should be able to get these as Junhao's on the Krugs instead.
Yep, should just be able to clear this one out. It feels like these second spawns Raptors are always, you know, something that people can test over. It seems like Junhao didn't want to do that. Now that Tang Yuan was also able to pick up, you know, that extra little bit of gold by getting at least the assist for first blood. Kind of a game of inches right down there in the mid lane. Almost was able to pick up the solo kill for Haru. Instead, he ends up dying by just trying to crash that wave. Unfortunate situation, but it now means that LGD are up ahead, and it kind of feels like the same story here for TT, where they just haven't had anything go their way over the past 2 weeks.
Yeah, getting anything in this game would be quite nice. We were talking in draft about how LGD might struggle to find some engages. They don't have any CC basically at all. Any point and click CC. They don't have a Leona, a Nautilus, an Alice, even a Rakan. But what they do have is 3 immobile carries that they can go on, and Cass will be tankier and very fast, but Jace, Jhin, Cass all have no way of getting out other than their flash. If that's burned, and with the assassin-like comp that LGD have, can be a bit easier to find damage onto these carries. And Thunder Talk's comp is all carries. It's 4 carries and a Bard. They do have more CC, or easier to hit CC, I guess, than LGD do, but still a very volatile comp that the Assassins from LGD might be able to take advantage of pretty easily. This Scuttle Crab will give Hung 6. So despite the invade, Junhao hit 6 off of his camps, and Hung's going to hit 6 off of the Scuttle, and maybe look towards this Raptors invade again.
Right back to the scene of the first crime, unless we catch Junhao out here in a bush. Has supreme display of talent, does not throw it out. Junhao angling himself nicely to make sure that he is not lined up against a wall. But now Hung can run over to this second spawn of the red buff, at least place a ward on it to know exactly where the Thundertalk jungler is going to be. Throws out the Darkened Dagger, and it looks like he might have a bit of a contest here.
Yeah, even Birdle potentially rotating over, but instead just going to the top side. Hung sneaking around the back with the ult still available.
Over. Oh, he flashes in for the ulti and forces Feather to take the magical journey back out. Ends up being a whole lot of nothing here for LGD, but you can see Hung trying to be aggressive at the very least.
Yeah, trying to look for some kind of engage there. If maybe he caught Junhao, the damage could have been really nice. Tong Yuan, ult's Feather.
He'll have a flash on the Bard. He's going to try to get over the wall, and does so before the Purgatory pops.
Is this
now
good?
Junhao going to be able to run down Tong Yuan, who no longer has a lot of abilities at his disposal. Use the Ashen Pursuit and the Flash to get away, but here comes that Petrifying Gaze. Haru chasing him down with the Twin Fangs, and gets Thundertalk onto the board. Second proc of the Hound's Pursuit comes forward from Junhao, and he's looking to dive crisp underneath the mid lane turret. It'll be Hung to force him away, but it is 1 kill going into Haru's hands.
I like the force from Tong Yuan onto Bard, but I think he just overchases it. Goes into the Raptors and then has to go up, and he's stuck. Uses the flash and the heal out of Crisp. Still ends up dying. Not what LGD were looking for. This is what I would describe as the most LPL jungle matchup you could possibly find. I like this. Now it's too far. Going for the kill now, too far. Once you force out a little bit from Feather, it can be a good look, but Tong Yuan goes way too far in. Then has to go upwards. Nearly gets out, but flash from Junhao, the Petrifying Gaze slow from Haru, and then the double ult. I saw this tech from I think it was a Twitter video, where if you ult as the Nefiri, as you're getting an assist, you get a second ult onto the same person. Junhao used that there. Very nice, but yeah, this is what, in my eyes, is like the most LPL jungle matchup you can get. Kiana versus Nefiri, and so far Hung doing well in the matchup, but a bit of an overextend there from Tong Yuan.
And it does feel like both these junglers have really taken in that mantle of being the true LPL jungler during their first splits in Group Ascend. Both Hung and Junhao have had moments where they have looked really good, playing these assassins, playing these really aggressive champions. To me, it was Junhao in the first 2 weeks. He was like the best jungler in the league, like kind of bar none, which was a surprising thing to say because Thundertalk weren't winning a lot of games, but the way he was playing those early games, just incredible. And now it feels like Hung is kind of taking that mantle in his own right. Speaking of being in a little bit of trouble, that's going to be Tong Yuan here in the mid lane. Haru's just going to solo kill him. The burn not going to take him down. He pops his potion at the right time and still is able to pick up the kill. Tempered Fate goes forward from Feather, but there's nobody to try to finish off the kill on the Hung. Finally, the curtain calls second shot from On, able to take down the lock. So an extended 1-for-1, but Tong Yuan lived for way too long in that one.
Yeah, playing so on the edge there. I want to say well played, but to be honest, it feels like a little bit lucky, to be completely honest. The Tong Yuan was able to live on such low HP, and would have been a LGD positive play had Arn not been there with the curtain call. Silently, Keshi has built up a 1,000 gold lead off of CS and plates alone. This is a contentious pick, I think. Around the world as well, I've seen positive, negative things about the J, similarly to the Jhin. And Arn is going lethality, something that not a lot of people at the LPL have been very happy with. I saw I think his Shynock is the name, a video about it as well. And he wasn't very happy about this build. I can very much say I love Jhin when it's full crit Jhin. Also not a fan of this lethality build, but we'll see how it does go. I always understand the idea behind going like the Ghost Blade, Storm Razor build. You're against assassins, you're against people that are running you down. You want that movement speed to survive. And I think this might be a game that it's okay because you have so much damage other places in your comp. But we'll have to see how it does go for Junhao building the new changed Eclipse. A little bit more damage, less shielding on that. But if Keishi can impact the game on this Jace, it can be pretty tough for LGD's lack of engage to deal with him. Dragon started up.
Thundertalk going to stall this one out a little bit. Feather throws out the ultimate, waiting for Junhao to try to get into the pit, but Hung's able to take it down with his smite. However, on the other side, it is Xiaoya who instantly gets deleted as Thundertalk looking for the engage. 1-for-1 for now. Tongyang with Purgatory, able to get one. Finds the Ashen Pursuit forward onto Junhao, takes him down. That's a double kill. One going over to the Kiana as well. It is bodies flying across the bottom lane. Ends up being a 3-for-2 in favor of TT, but Bertle's trying to equalize on the other side of the map. Q3 ends up not connecting, but Keshi's still in a little bit of trouble. Bertle going to dash forward? No. Opts instead to back away with his ult expiring, and Keshi lives to tell the tale.
So close there from Bertle. Gets the flash out, chases with his own, but just can't connect the slow. We'll take a look back at this Drake. Secured by Hung very early, even after the Tempered Fate here. And it feels like LGD are a bit out of position. Xiaoya dies quite early in this fight. But there's just so much damage from this double assassin comp that they tear through Thundertalk. Crisp lives long enough to provide some shielding, and even though he does go down to the flash from Arn, they're able to get even more kills here and make this fight more favor towards LGD. Flash being down from Arn as well, a bit scary for this Jhin as he is immobile. He does have a pretty decent gold lead. Overall for Thundertalk, the gold lead is positive. They've got the lead on the Jace. So it's like a 1k to Jace, 1k to this Kiana, and 1k to this Jhin as well. And with so much damage and so little frontline, can imagine that the fights are going to get even more bloody from here.
Yeah, I was going to say, the lethality for the Jhin. This is like the one composition where it definitely makes sense into 4 squishies. As speaking of squishy, that might be where Feather is in this fight. To pop the Tempered Fate and the Locket to try to stay alive. But Tongyuan certainly going to be able to finish that one off. That's another kill going into the Lock's hands. Supreme display of talent thrown into the wall to try to slow down Hera, but he pops the Miasma and hits all 3. So he's going to survive for now. However, here come the reinforcements for TT. Talon's Pursuit connects onto Hung, and the curtain call has been opened up. Crisp gets hit by the third shot, tries to flash away from fourth preemptively, but Hera is still going to be able to take him down. Tongyuan dashes forward to get a trade onto the Snake Lady, and now it's a 2v3, but the health bars are on Thundertalk's side still. On has full HP, waiting to maybe get over the wall, but opts instead to back away. As Thundertalk able to get a couple of kills back before taking the Void Gates, or the Hex Gates, over into the enemy jungle. Seems like they're not maybe done with this one just yet. See Junhao running into the enemy jungle, gonna at least take away this Gromp, and it looks like that's all he's gonna get.
What's the kill score, the high kill score for LPL this split? I feel like we might be headed there just seeing how this game is going.
I think it was like 2 combined per minute. That was like week 1 of like WE against Top Esports, if you remember.
Maybe that's the goal here. We're going for the most kills in either game or a series, but there's a lot of damage, and again, not a lot of tank. It wasn't the Ghost Blade Storm Razor build. He's actually, Arn is going the Hubris Phantom Dancer build. I was mistaken, which I do like better. Already getting a stack early in this game feels pretty good too. Big lead on this Jhin. As even up a little bit, Xiaoya completes his quest. Can Bertle find an all-in here?
Goes all out on to Keshi. Hung a little bit delayed to joining the fight. Keshi throws out the Thundering Blow to make sure that Sante cannot chase forward, and now, who guessed it, it's Junhao and Feather running in as well. The top side, we see our mid laners going at it. Heru already chunked down to half with Purgatory, all leashed. Looks like Tongyuan unable to find enough kills. J-Beto, it feels like these teams are also aware that it's the last game of the regular season because they're playing very fast and loose right now.
See, where do you, for Tongyuan here, on this lock, do you want to conserve your lock KDA over the split? Be like, look at how good my lock was. Or do you want to try to make it better with another crazy pop-off performance? He doesn't have a ton of gold compared to somebody like Keshi or Arn here, but he has 4 kills already. Doing a ton of damage, linking up with Hung pretty nicely. Tempered Fate will catch.
And the Deadly Flourish connects right on top of it. True Shot Barrage makes the curtain call go away as the Accelerated Shot Blast comes through from Keshi, and Thunder Talk are just stronger in the river. It's a 4v3, so LGD have to back out. We have this Dragon spawning in 20 seconds on the Hexatech Rift.
Is it going to be the Rift Herald trade for Dragon in 10 seconds maybe? Or are we going to get a fight around either of these objectives? I think the Dragon is the one that's worth more. Teams have tended to go towards the Dragon, but just for right now, a little bit of a relax. As Tangyuan and Hung's gold is getting up there. Feels like the tale of the carry duos, Keshi and Arn versus Hung and Tangyuan here in this first game. Not that Xiaoya is in a bad spot at all, has that Trinity Force completed, and until this Phantom Dancer is done for Arn, I think that Xiaoya in a pretty nice spot. Oh, okay. Look, I'm getting caught off guard with the Jin build.
You're 0 for 2.
I'm 0 for 2. I'm not a fan of this one. This is really not a fan of the the Rapid Fire Cannon second. I get the idea. There's multiple assassins that are very short range. You want the extra RFC auto to get some damage off, like maybe get a 4th shot. For Jin specifically, if you can get a 4th shot with the extra range, I just don't love this item in general. I think it's really overrated. I'd much prefer the consistent damage that other items might bring. Looks like Hung gets the Dragon, and LGD are fighting Thunder Talk off of the Herald.
The Herald. Okay, so it's going to be tough for Jin now to take this one. I think LGD just might get both. All right, nice job for them to zone TT away from that. They should be able to control both neutral objectives, but looks like a fight will be breaking out instead, because that's what these two teams have wanted to do every single time in this game. Haru getting bursted down. Oh, it's the Herald secured by Tangyuan, and he also gets kill number 5 and 6 with a double kill into the enemy mid-jungle. Teleport from Keshi is going to be too late unless he can find this snipe onto Hung. Waits for it, throws it out. And not connecting on the Kiana. So 2 for nothing for LGD. They're looking to make it a little bit more, though. Tangyuan dashing forward onto unofficial triple kill. And Feather might be the unofficial quad. Still on the hunt here. Tangyuan has the resets. He saw the blast cone over, but actually maybe he didn't. Waiting for the Bard. He should be able to find this one. Ash in pursuit. And Tangyuan is just patting that KDA, baby.
Yep. What I was talking about a bit earlier. But you were saying maybe this is becoming the Tangyuan pick, and I think you're totally right. He looks unbelievable on this pick. The deny of the Herald from Thunder Talk. LGD let Hung do the Drake and then push Thunder Talk off of the Herald. This Tempered Fate just doesn't find anything. Again, it's so hard onto these mobile assassins and this Ezreal, and so much damage. With Tangyuan and Hung together, Xiaoya is impossible to catch. Feels like LGD just team fighting so much better in this first game.
Been a sight to behold these last few minutes. Tangyuan still is top lane for some reason.
Oh, wow.
He's going to jump in the Herald to stay alive. Oh, no. Oh, no, he didn't. Okay. Thought he was going to maybe charge into the tower instead. He's going to use it defensively. And Haru goes way too far forward to get taken down by an Intopa strike of Bertle. Things have fallen apart here for TTJ Beto as Hung looks to join the party with a supreme display of talent. Finds a smite onto Keshi, who's down to 40% HP. There's not enough damage just yet. Tangyuan. Oh, Tangyuan, what are you doing, bud? Okay, he jumps back in. He actually regenerates enough to be able to rejoin this fight. His double cosmic binding connects on to both Bertle and himself. And that'll be 2 towers taken down, and this gold leap balloon to 3.5k.
Yep, almost the entire lead that Keshi had gotten is gone. Arn is just going to die. He's going to explode here. Yep, so much damage in this game. The Kiana lock pairing is unbelievable. And I was talking about Keshi's gold lead evaporating. Now Arn's is the same 3,500 gold lead for Tangyuan. Picks up the little ult stack there. Wish we had a counter. I know it doesn't really matter for his kit, but that would be kind of cool. Massive heal from the W in the top lane. Gets in the Herald. Finds the knock-up as well onto Haru. LGD are kind of styling on Thunder Talk here.
I mean, it's been a clinic these last like 6 minutes. It's been just LGD picking up every single kill. Tangyuan is 9-2-3. He was 2-2 like 2 minutes ago. I swear. He now has 9 kills.
This is a pretty ridiculous performance from Tangyuan. I would too. Something's got to not be right, guys. That's too much damage.
Ref, I'd like to FF. Don't know how. Don't know how to do that one. That's definitely not what's happening. But we do have a pause. We'll try to get that back in. Get back in the game as soon as
Grapes,
possible.
why'd you pause? Why did you do this?
Just too much disgusting lock gameplay happening on my screen. Sorry, couldn't take it anymore.
Realized he didn't have the Dark Seal maybe and was like, oh, can we go?
Can we remake? Guys? Can we remake? I'd
like to do this again. I want 10 stacks Dark Seal at this point. I want to upgrade Magi's. No, yeah, LGD look ridiculously good. I think ThunderTalk's early game, not the worst. At least in the start of the lanes, no solo kills really coming out, and then it's happened here. You know, yes, there was a first blood that was given to the lock because of a nice gang from Hung, but I really don't think that broke open the game. Keshi had a big lead, Arn had a big lead, and it's kind of all fallen away. I think Hung and Tangyuan playing together so well, and even though it's really hard to see value of a Karma, it's not a rel, it's not an engaged support. I think Crisp's positioning is the important part here. He's always with this assassin duo, providing them with this enchanter presence. We're straight back in. I think Crisp has had a bit of an underrated performance. At least he's always where he needs to be is what I'll say. But I mean, Tangyuan is making a very convincing argument for MVP already.
And not only of this game, but when you take a look at the... Keshi's fine. When you take a look at the All-Pro voting, that closes tomorrow, by the way. Make sure you do that on LPL English.
Don't even worry about it.
Might be a part of that. All of a sudden. I know there's a lot of great mid laners in the league. Knight, Hongq, Shanks, Cream, Tangyuan. I mean, he's got to fit himself into that mold right now. He's just been on an absolute tear these last 2 weeks.
Continues to do so. I mean, if LGD can bring this forward into playoffs, we were talking about LGD making top 4, beating a top 4 team, having a performance like this, pocket picks like the lock, these assassin performances that Tangyuan can continue to put on. As Akali looks great against BLG, the lock continues to look amazing. Makes that all a whole lot more likely. I don't think ThunderTalk are contesting this. I think if they do, the game is just over, but they are trying.
They do have 2 items on Casio and Jin. This might be one of the better chances they get with the gold lead at only 5,000 before that snowball continues to grow. Dragon reset here by LGD as the battle lines have been drawn. Keeping an eye on seeing when exactly he throws that curtain call out. Tangyuan is level 14, asserting his dominance around the Dragons at 3,000. Hung in the pit, but he gets hit by the Tempered Fate. ThunderTalk might try to just burst this down to secure it. There it is. Smite secured by Junhao. What will the fight look like in the other side? It's the curtain call coming through from On, not finding any meaningful damage just yet. Hung looking to get over the wall potentially, but it's going to actually just be LGD backing away.
Well, Dragon secured by ThunderTalk. I was really expecting LGD to pull the trigger a bit harder there and ThunderTalk kind of get ran over, but wasn't the case. This is a huge lead, 5.5k. I guess LGD very aware that they have a lot of shutdowns and not wanting to give that over. Baron a potential. Ping's coming out. I think LGD... Well, there is Magi's. Alright, so he did have Dark Seal. I was wrong. I thought...
He's got 10 stacks.
Maybe he didn't have it. He does have it. That is pretty terrifying.
Also, just a shout out to everybody who has stopped building rocket belts on walk. That really sucks. Looks like Colin's going to flash away. You got to go full
I like
damage
this damage more.
Yeah, you have to.
He doesn't need more mobility, guys, alright?
Yeah. Missing all out here on to Keshi. Be able to run underneath this tower. LGD kind of holding the gold lead around 5,000, but they really have all the cards at this point. Beto, it doesn't really feel like ThunderTalk have been able to proactively start a fight. It's really been LGD doing whatever they want over these last 10 minutes. Say that though. Anyone dashes away through the miasma somehow.
Does he just heal that all back up?
Yeah, because he's
I think
locked.
he does, because it's W. Yeah. Don't know how interactive this ability is, but hey, it's an ability. Now, you might be saying, this is a prime Jin slander game. And I know the Jin slander crew is jumping for joy about this game. I'm going to be Jin's lawyer, not the build. All right? I don't like it. I like the hubris, not bad. We got an early stack. I think that the way we played around the Jin, also not great. It is a tough game. There's a lot of damage threat, but I truly do believe Jin can be really good. It's not like this.
Can I be your assistant lawyer?
Yes.
I have a secondary argument. Your Honor, my mid jungle is 6,000 gold down. There's nothing I can do about this one. I feel like he could be playing, On could be playing any champion, and the game would probably be in a similar state.
I'm liking this. Promotion to assistant lawyer here.
Thank you. Thank you.
Aaron's getting started up. I don't think we're allowed to walk in at all.
Oh, Hung throws out the ulti. A lot of ultis being thrown out, making 4 as the Temper Fate is used. Oh no! What did a sabotage? Haru's able to get away and start throwing these Twin Fangs out. It is the Baron reset. The curtain call comes out right now for On. Feather running away from Bertle as the Hound's pursuit comes forward, and Chris goes down. First kill going over to Thundertalk. Xiaoya now has to run away from the might of the Nefiri, but Junhao is unrelenting. He flashes forward for a double kill, but Tong Yuan now gets on the board. He has his resets, and he has vengeance in his eyes. It's a triple kill for the Lock. Hung makes it so the Penta is not possible, but Tong Yuan's gonna try to finish off the ace all the same. Junhao, the last remaining survivor, gets taken down by a Q, and LGD go 5 for 2 on the fight around the Nash.
Not the prettiest turn off of Baron. One of the fights that LGD had against BLG, a similar thing happened where Tong Yuan goes over the wall on a Kali, looks for a turn, and they lose the game, nearly lose the game, sorry, off of it. Only saved by a miraculous fight at the end. This is a similar vibe. Nothing really hitting. Hung and Tong Yuan together that completely got off the Baron here. And they're saved due to some heroics from Hong and Tong Yuan yet again. Ends up being 25 stack Majais, nearly the pentakill. To be honest, just so much damage is what's happening here in this fight. Tong Yuan plays it well. Goes and fights these low health targets first before linking back up with his team to take down the higher health members, and that is an absurd amount of damage. Hung, did you really need to... Maybe? I don't know. Lock's becoming...
Looks like Hung said, you only get one.
That's what he said in comms right there? You're going to get one. Alright? Come on, buddy. You got to work a little hard for it. A little harder.
Yeah, you're playing Thundertalk. It's too easy.
Oh, some fighting words.
That it seems. Maybe it'll come. Maybe it'll come in playoffs. Maybe it'll come in Worlds. Let's get crazy.
Tong Yuan, Lock, Worlds, Pentakill into World Skin for the new champion. Is that the route we're going?
Be good for the marketing team. I'd say that.
It would be. It would be. That's good for the LPL as well.
Hey, it's been a while.
It has been a while. Don't remind me.
I think we're feeling. I'm as an LPL caster and somebody who follows the league. I'm feeling pretty good about our chances. Maybe LGD will be in there. It feels like the 4th seed is really up in the air at this point. So JDG have been up and down. WE, who knows what. LGD have been the most consistent team in the league of the past 2 weeks, but they started the season 1-7. So
if LGD win,
exactly is going to be able to make it.
Is it as big as the DRX win as Magical Journey?
It definitely would. We're a lot of steps away from that, as we've seen in the team fight breakout. Hung gets the kill onto Feather. Tong Yuan dashes over the wall. We still have the Baron power play for another minute and 10 seconds, by the way, as LGD looking to put the finishing touches on this first game. The first of many steps to potentially qualifying to Worlds. And it's going to come here in this opening game. Tong Yuan heals up for 1,000 gray health and should be able to finish off this game. Bertle in a 1v3. Purgatory comes out for good measure. And Tong Yuan is hunting into the enemy base. It's the Nexus Towers going down. And in 29 minutes, LGD dominate Thundertalk to take our opening game of the night.
Yep. Unfortunately for us, Grapes, LGD making it look like it's not going to be a long one. Although they're making this go on a little longer than they should and get a little nervous, and they will end the game there. But yeah, I don't think we'll get to spend a whole lot of time together if LGD keep playing like this. The early game was a little slow, and then it wasn't very, very quickly. A lot of fighting. There was, 12 kills in, like 10 minutes or so. And then it was close. LGD kind of took over. Hung and Tong Yuan playing together with Chris, looking really good in this first game.
That was a 15-kill lock game for Tong Yuan. And
disgusting.
Ended with way more than even the entirety of TT on the other side. Not a pretty showing for Thunder Talk. Definitely felt like we were playing a little fast and loose there in that game. So well done over to LGD. They continue to look incredibly solid as we look forward to them in the postseason and their matchup against Top Esports. I'm doing some digging here right now, Jay Beto. I'm on Leaguepedia. I looked up every lock play that has been recorded in their system. Now, I think the match history here is slightly out of date because it says Tong Yuan only has 2 lock games where he actually had 3. But the most kills in a Tier 1 game on lock, basically ever, right? That has been recorded is Care with 12. And Tong Yuan just got 15. So we've made some history here with that one.
That was a pretty good lock performance. That is an absurd amount of damage for an assassin as well. Constantly fighting, constantly finding these kills. And you can see in the gold, Thunder Talk were up, what is it, 1,800 at the most. So not a big lead, but they were in the lead. They had a 1k lead Kashi, 1k lead for Arn, and yeah, weren't able to transition that into anything. Tong Yuan and Hung together just took over the game. It's definitely Tong Yuan MVP for me. That's where my vote would be going. I know Hung had some really good ults, but 95% kill participation on an assassin mid laner, and all of those kills being yours. The reason he had so much kill participation no one else did is he's just solo killing everybody. No one else needed to be there.
It's ridiculous gameplay coming out from Tong Yuan, who... Is he the best lock player in the world? Can we say that? Is that crazy? Can we get a little crazy here?
That's my kind of sample size. What, 4 games?
4 game sample size, 100% win rate? That's my case. We're just playing lawyer today for everybody. I like it. These narratives, twisting them in every single way to make all of our points correct. This was a ridiculous sequence.
But Your Honor, look at this Herald escape. Big heal, goes forward under the tower into the come on, this guy's good. And I mean, he's making an all-pro consideration vote possible.
Okay, yeah. Where would you place him right now? Obviously, we haven't submitted our ballots yet. There's still time.
I think third is he probably... I think second is... I need to see more in playoffs. I feel like if I could go back after playoffs when the stakes are the heaviest and then make it happen there, maybe. But I know that the point is about regular season, so maybe he is second. I think Knight is by far and above the best player in the league. So he can't be first. And I don't think Tong Yuan is better than Knight or has been performing better than Knight. But I think that he's looking pretty consistently good, at least in this week, to make a really solid argument for 2 or 3.
I think I have Cream and Shanks in that mix. I'm still deciding who exactly I want to play second and third behind Knight with those 2, and then also Tong Yuan. It is such a drastic shift from what we have seen from this player throughout his career. You may remember, if you're a longtime LPL fan, Tong Yuan was like the young gun, this young rookie to replace Xiaohu once he ended up leaving RNG to go to Weibo. He was kind of labeled as their franchise star, but you might not remember him as being the franchise star for RNG because RNG didn't do a lot of winning. In fact, they were relegated out of the league when he was last with that team. So fresh change of scenery for this guy, going over to LGD this year. And this is the best League of Legends that he has ever played. So it's a cool redemption story for somebody who seemed like kind of this, I don't want to say failed project because it's such a small portion of this guy's career, but definitely didn't look like he was going many places until he joined this new team.
It's like the LPL Hyperbolic Time Chamber group ascend, which you actually might not get that. I don't know if you know that one.
These are just words that kind of you hear it enough and then you get it.
Okay.
I think. I again didn't watch the show, but
Split 2 was WE, right? They were in the training for a while, and it only took them until the playoffs and then this season, and obviously this split, and then they look good. Maybe LGD have hit their stride a little bit earlier, really coming alive and looking in great form at the end of this split. I think if they continue to look like this going into playoffs, there is a real argument to be made about that, our hot takes being a little less hot. 15-2 is really, really good. And you might say, ThunderTalk's not the strongest opponent. And you would be correct, but I need a tie. Maybe I'll borrow one of Quax's suits for my lawyering. And I will say, it doesn't matter because this is how you need to look against the teams that you're supposed to beat. If you're looking this good, you've already been on a hot streak, taking games off of BLG, you beat top esports, what more do you really need to say to be convinced?
I mean, you know who else took, you know who ThunderTalk didn't get destroyed by? Like BLG and like top esports early in the season, right? So like that's the peaks that this team can hit, and LGD kind of able to take care of business a little bit more efficiently, at least in this first game. Obviously, there's still the rest of a series to play, but definitely seems like LGD are locked in and ThunderTalk are scrambling as they get ready for their eventual matchup against IG down in Knights Rivals. That's it for our coverage of game number 1. Before we go, I want to give a big shout out to all of our members watching here on YouTube and Twitch, especially our Elite Coffee supporters. And if you are watching, you should try to consider, I got the read open now, consider becoming a coffee member. It's the best way to support the LPL English project, with the vast majority of your contributions going directly to the show. A lot of the initial payments go into upgrading the broadcast, but a huge bulk of it also pays us on-air talent and content creators. So you can subscribe to that coffee. It is linked in the chat right now by one of our lovely moderators to unlock perks like early access to content and the ability to ask interview questions for our unique on-site interviews, maybe even at that World Championship happening in North America in just under 2 months. Game number 1 went LGD's way in under 30 minutes. We'll see if ThunderTalk can come back once we're back from this short break on LPL English. Welcome back, everybody, to LPL English. If you are watching Thunder Talk and LGD instead of T1 and HLE, something might be wrong with you. But also, thank you. It's Grapes and J Veto here on the caster desk. Sorry, we got Quacks up next. This is my last series, but the last series it's just been deep breath. J Veto, it's our first cast together in like what, 6 months?
I'll take it as a compliment. Quack stresses way better than I do on 99.9% of casts until the finals day, and his hair's cool, and his room is cooler than mine too, so I'll take it.
You have the cooler accent, though.
That is very true.
Yes.
And I'm standing on that one.
Don't think, I think Australia beats Minnesota basically any day.
Don't even know.
In that category.
It's not even a. It's all just America. Minnesota. Yeah. Is there even a Minnesota accent? It's just American.
There is. He doesn't have it.
Okay.
But there is. I'm not gonna do it right now. I don't want to like I don't want to like be on someone's Twitter at some point for any reason. So we got game 2 coming up between LGD and Thunder Talk. It was a pretty dominant game 1 for LGD. I think Tong Yuan really stole the show. And for TT, like there wasn't really much to say. So if you have anything to say about this team right now, this might be your chance to do it.
What I have to say about that game is that in Thunder Talk, no one can pick Lock again, so it's okay. Tong Yuan won't do that again, at least on Lock. Will he do that again on Akali or some other assassin that he can pull out? Maybe. To be seen. Thunder Talk are going to hope not, but yeah, LGD looking really good. Thunder Talk, at least they fought back in the early game. They had some lane leads. That's a positive, but they really didn't get to do a whole lot in the game after that. But we can put those woes behind us. We're into draft for game number 2. I expect very similar bans. Could be a Vi priority here. Get to see, we've got, hang on, LGD on first pick and blue side. So I assume that means Thunder Talk opted for either the counter pick, which would make sense, or that red side selection.
Yeah, I think they opted for second pick in this draft. So we'll see what exactly that means. Maybe it means that Haru can be a little bit more comfortable in that mid lane because he gets the opportunity to counter as we head into this one. I think the one thing that you could say about Thunder Talk, they did not roll over and die. They very actively ran into fights to die, which I think is something that you can praise them for in a way. The fearlessness to just continue to look for plays regardless of the situation. We'll see if they continue to have that level of volatility here in game number 2. As you see the Rise locked in first.
Could be an Anivia instantly here, or just this Ashe Seraphine. We didn't get to see this in game number 1 with the Olaf band. Very strong. Wouldn't even be surprised to see LGD go towards something like a Lee Sin. I'm a big fan of Lee Sin Rise. Or locking away their bot lane. Lucian Milio still up and would make a ton of sense into the Ashe Seraphine instead. Potentially a Jarvan. Going to be the look here. I think Lucian Milio probably the best answer. Get your bot lane locked up. There are jungle options. Yes, Lee Sin is really good with the Rise, but I think Jarvan is good. Like we just saw, you can still go things like the Xin Zhao. And for Thunder Talk here, you could take a jungler like this Vi with the Poppy band away, or you could go towards a mid lane answer, but I think the Vi is good with Poppy band away. Have been some Poppy changes. Didn't see a ton of success when I believe Hung played it, but still getting some bans and Vi better because the Poppy is banned away.
There's some other junglers that you can ban out to try to protect the Vi as well. I know things that are more heavy carry in the jungle can be pretty good against this champ, because you're able to outfarm and eventually outdamage her. Things like the Lee Sin also are very good for Hung, so it looks like Thunder Talk gonna ban that away as well. Soul Lane Focus will be the name of the game here for LGD though. In their ban phase, they take away Haru's Ahri. You either go towards, a carry like the Gnar for Keshi, or maybe another thing towards the TT mid laner, these rookies that have been with Thunder Talk for the entire year.
Could even see a Rumble ban potentially, but opt for just the double mid laner. So, Vi Ahri not there. Talia could be an option. Don't think it's too bad into the Rise. Used to be a pretty favorable counter or answer, I guess, because you can match the roam, and I think works pretty well with the Vi. Would like to see that. Also can help against the Lucian. Can't dash as aggressively into it. Could also go towards this Rumble here and just pick that blind. Might have to go against the Yorick again, but I think it works well with the Vi. Instead, it's going to be the Syndra here into the Ryze. Favorable matchup. Outrange him. You don't out-rotate him, though, and late game, the Ryze has a ton of damage. The thing with this LGD draft, though, Grapes, is it's very short-ranged. They might need some kind of engage or something that's going to help that range advantage that ThunderTalk have currently.
Not entirely sure what that will be, though, as we see the Jarvan get locked in for Hung, waiting for Bertle to get his pick of the litter. I feel like when TT have looked at their best, it's when Keshi has been able to get counter pick and, you know, get like a 2,000 gold lead or so. See if he's able to do it against the Mbessa. The Renekton's taken away. That's the most traditional counter pick, but still a lot of things on the board. You could just trade the Gnar as well if we just want a little bit of a handshake.
Yeah, that would make a ton of sense. So
or you can get crazy.
Yeah, this is like technically got buffed, the Camille top. Yeah. And has been getting picked up. I think Bin played it recently. Looked pretty good on it. Removed the Camille out of the support role, but now it's getting picked up a little bit in the top side. So, to be completely honest, I think ThunderTalk's draft is significantly better. I think they have a ton of range. They have great engage, great lockdown that can't be stopped. Milio is not good into Camille or Vi. And because LGD's draft is so low range, they have to engage. Well, you're engaging into a Syndra. If Heru can have a really good game here, we need to swap jungle and AD carry, please.
Nope.
Guys.
They're going to play Jarvan bot lane. Oh, hold on, guys. Oh, the clock is definitely below 20.
Ticking down.
No. Okay, the draft went down, which sometimes means the game's about to start, but we might be going through a redraft. I don't know exactly. Are we going to see a Jarvan AD carry? No. Okay, no. It's fixed up there.
Bug.
Okay.
It's just a bug.
Oh, no, it's not fixed up there. No, it's not.
It's not fixed. Okay, I'm going to go with the fact that it's probably a bug until we get there because the coaches are happy with it. Must be some kind of bug and they actually swapped. But I think the Syndra can do so much in this game, Grab. So much engage, low range. We have to play into Ashe Seraphine and the Syndra. I think it's going to be a tough game for LGD if we do get to team fights at parity.
Yeah, I think the problem for ThunderTalk is they have a lot of early game playmaking, right, with the Vi and the Syndra. They have the Ashe Seraphine. They have a lot of late game damage once you get to that stage in the game as well, with the Camille and Vi being just like really great dive threats. The mid game is where that power trough maybe starts to lie a little bit. And I think with TT having the Lucian, or sorry, with LGD having the Lucian Milio lane, having this Jarvan that can really spike upon completing something like the Thunder Sky, that is where they're going to have to strike, right? In that mid game with Ryze having, you know, finishing up 2 items, things like that. I feel like that is kind of the push and pull dynamics of this second game. It's going to be ThunderTalk that are stronger early and late, and then LGD, that 15 to 30 minute mark, that's where they can try to get back into the game a bit more.
Looks like they realized after, oh, actually, we didn't mean to play Jarvan. Can we swap back? Hopefully they'll be able to, or we might be getting one of those 2018 games like you're talking about where we have to play Lucian jungle and Jarvan in the mid lane.
Jarvan in the bot lane, actually. So.
Oh, sorry, yes, in the bot lane. So for the most part, it looks like hands are off keyboard, so working on fixing it. I get to ask this question. I was going to ask you this in the break, and then I decided that it would be more fun to ask you on air.
Yeah.
Recently, the Caps Hall of Legends thing is going on, right? And there's a discussion that can be had about that, but I'm not going to have that discussion. What I am going to say is, so far we've had one from each region. If you had to pick an NA player, because I have no history of NA League of Legends, who do you think it would be and why?
I think it's pretty easily Doublelift. He's got the most domestic titles, and he also was a part of the team that made it the farthest internationally, kind of in this recent era, which was the MSI finals. I don't know if there's really an argument for anyone else. Funnily enough, I was always a big Bjergsen Glazer over Doublelift because I was a TSM fan growing up. But Doublelift's run with TL just kind of catapulted him over. I do think they're not going to pick an NA player next year, though. That's my hot take. I think they'll go back to a different region, like Korea or something like that. But If I had to
I mean,
pick, it'd be double lift.
Korea does have a few good players.
Yeah, they have a few players
couple to
probably
pick
better
from.
legacies than double lift. Yeah, no, I agree. Is that kind of along the lines of what you would think, or
Yeah,
are you
I was
not even
expecting.
sure?
I saw something about double lift getting a hair transplant so that when they pick him, they don't have to use a photo like they did of Cavs really long ago. That's what made me think about it. Yeah, I don't know if they are going to. It could be.
That's really funny.
Yeah.
Hall of Legends Teal Dardoch. Thank
can
you,
his
producer
base
All.
say "lose in peace" on it?
So me and my friend were talking about what like cap skins we're gonna get. Obviously, like the rumor is Tristana, right? Because of the way the map looks and things like that. My friend's suggestion, shout out to Jordan, was that we should have a Caps Vayne skin, and as he's heading back to base, he turns around and he says, "Dylan, we have to go base," and then he goes back into base.
That's cool. I like that.
I don't think that's happening, but I feel like it's pretty iconic. We also just got a Vayne skin for Uzi, so
that is true. That might not happen. Who knows? But yeah, I think it's an interesting discussion because having the third one be EU I'm not going to give my opinion. I don't think I'm qualified. I didn't start watching League until like 2022, so which is super late, but I don't really have an opinion about what qualifies for it. But yeah, having it's been 3 regions so far. Maybe we go back. I know that there's a lot of selections for the other regions, so it is easier to do that.
I think okay. Do you want to do it? Do you want to vote?
Yeah,
right
I'll
now?
vote. I'll give a vote.
Who's your pick for next year?
I think
I have an answer for me, but I'm curious what you also have.
I think Deft is a great pick, to be honest. I'm a huge fan of that selection. I know some people want to go really far back. I think Mad Life is a popular one for that.
Yeah, I think my vote is Mad Life.
Okay, so you're on the. That's good. So you're on the.
For
going
multiple
like
reasons.
all the way back.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
Yep.
I guess the problem is he never really like won anything internationally.
Anything.
He had like a World's Finals in season 2, but
He didn't even win a championship, so it's pretty hard to.
Yeah, actually, you're right. But skins wise, you're telling me people wouldn't buy a Mad Life Thresh skin? That would go crazy.
Yes. I was talking with Cubby about this actually, and he was showing me some old videos of some crazy Thresh mechanics, and I think that it is awesome, and he is up there for sure. And I think it might have been Dom who was saying Mad Life, but it's really hard considering the criteria that they've obviously put in. I think Def could
if
be
it's
a good
not him,
one.
then I would go Mata instead.
Yeah. I think Mata is
also
another one. Cubby was talking about Mata, some Mata votes, and that's who he would select personally. Definitely a good one. Let's go another LPL one. Now, my LPL history knowledge is nowhere near as good.
Who's the next LPL one? Yeah, that's a good question.
If you could pick, I want to try to steer away from people who are still playing if we can. That's my opinion. I know that that's not what they're doing, but I'm not gonna say, someone who's still playing.
Honestly, I think other than Uzi though, like, it's probably someone still playing. Like, it's probably
the
Xiaohu, the Shy.
Xiaohu's definitely a better vote.
Unless you, like, again, like, you could go way, way back. Like, you could find people. Producer actual Hell of Legends 27 Xiaohu. Yeah, I mean,
see, but
I think legacy-wise, that makes a lot of sense.
There's this vibe about that Xiaohu is actually the biggest fraud ever because he didn't win Worlds, but he has a ton of success in MSI and was a really good player.
Thank you for clarifying.
He didn't make play-ins. I'm not on that right now. Tough 2026.
Yeah, I think it's Xiaohu out of any LPL player other than Uzi.
It's a tough conversation as well because whenever you're talking about how good a player is, any player now is better than those players were. So you've got to have it in context.
True. me, Platinum League of Legends player, I could win Season 1 Worlds.
You probably diff Fnatic, like hardcore.
It's definitely not true, but
Reasonably.
it's close. It's closer than you might think.
I don't know. I think that it's possible. Maybe Hardstock Castelo gets that.
It's like
dub.
yeah, it's like going back in time, not to like, you know, not to alter any, you know, certain histories or anything, but just to win worlds, so you can
Scrim
go back
Fnatic
and
and X.
it just have your legacy that way. Yeah.
Yeah,
Hey.
I think it's an interesting one because I was thinking about talking about this with you if we got the chance. You're a baseball guy, right?
I am, yes.
So I don't know anything about it.
Okay,
but I
was
have been
wondering.
getting a lot of, I hope I pronounce it, Shohei Ohtani clips
Ohtani,
on
yeah,
my
yeah.
feed. And he's like, currently maybe, you can tell me if I'm wrong, like the best player in the world or one of the most exciting players in the world. And people are saying that he might even, you know, be more exciting than Babe Ruth was, which I also have no context to.
Okay. You want me to
What are your
break? You want me to
thoughts
break
on
this
this?
down for you? I can.
I do. I do.
It looks like we have time. Draft issue waiting on resolution. So, the thing that is very cool about Babe Ruth and Shohei Ohtani is that not only were they historically good hitters, but they also were very good pitchers. So they could play both sides. I know the Aussie side, if you think of cricket, like everyone does that.
Yeah.
So it's like, what's even the big deal? But in baseball, that's very important.
Yeah.
Or that's like a very unique case that like doesn't happen. The reason I think Ohtani is crazier is because Babe Ruth pitched X number of seasons, like 7 seasons, and then kind of gave up pitching to just only be a hitter. And it was only after he exclusively like swapped to be a hitter that he actually became like the really good hitter.
Sure.
Shohei is putting up 50 homer seasons and then also like still pitching. So that's the difference, I think, a little bit. It's really hard to do both. Obviously, Shohei still isn't really doing both a lot of the time. And then there's also the conversation of like the 100 years ago thing, like Babe Ruth played before integration.
Yeah.
So like
it's
there's like
janitors.
so there's the whole question with that.
Yeah.
So that's where the debate I think lies.
Yeah, I think I went to one game in LA when I was like 15. Didn't even really watch it. But I've been getting a lot of it on my you know, Instagram, whatever, and it's actually quite interesting. The thing that gets me the most though is how good the pitchers are at making the ball do stuff. That's unbelievable.
Yeah.
I don't even know how that's possible. I was watching an interview with a player and he was like, yeah, this is my this grip, and then this is my this grip, and then I move my finger slightly here, and then that's this one. How do you even get there? How do you do that?
It's pretty insane. And I mean, half the pitchers like in MLB get like surgery on their elbow at least once in their careers that like takes them out for a whole year. So definitely not great for you, but it does do crazy stuff. Like the way that you calculate like really good pitchers, like with like the super highly analytical stuff, is spin rate, which is like how many times the ball revolves around per second, and it gets to like the thousands of times per second of like just the amount of stuff that they're spinning with it, or RPM, I guess, revolutions per minute, I think is what it is.
Yeah.
And then you'll see like overlays of the 3 pitches that get thrown by the same pitcher. So it looks the same until the ball gets released. Halfway through, it looks exactly the same too, and then like right in the last second, it just like they both deviate off. And it's like, I played baseball until high school. Once they started throwing curveballs, like I was out. It was too hard. I just became bad.
I like worked for this cricket company, so I got to speak to like some of the professional players and talk about. There's only really like a couple of balls you can bowl in cricket: a fastball, or like pace or spin. That's it. That's all you really do. I guess it's a little different because it needs to be very accurate. You need to be aiming for the stumps as opposed to like the zone in baseball, and you don't want to miss in cricket at all. But in baseball, like getting it slightly off, getting a batter to swing is a good thing. Which is surprising.
It's a very different game. Kind of like I think baseball originally, like you weren't supposed to do all this crazy stuff, but then they were like the rules have kind of split off. Cricket, I haven't watched too much cricket. I've watched a little bit of it, like the test, not the test, but like the really short version.
Like a T20?
That World Cup, the T20 World Cup was in the US last 2 years ago, I think, and I watched some of that. It was pretty fun.
I will say, baseball highlights are way cooler. Way cooler.
They just got some aura about them, right? Like
they
the
do.
uniforms, and then like some of the players,
oof.
yeah.
And then
Like
watching
the backflips and everything.
they'll like throw the ball to this one, and then that base, and then that base, and then all three get out. It's like, how does this even happen? I know. I love America for the sport. Like, you guys take it so seriously, and all this. You've got your sports, and you're great at them.
And then we don't let anyone else play them, or
yeah,
or not. That's not true, but we're the best at them, at those specific ones. And the ones that everyone else plays, we're like,
nah,
I'm good actually. We actually don't want to play
the
soccer.
most popular sport in the entire world. Yeah. I don't really care about that.
Yeah, I'm good.
But like lacrosse, like that's kind of cool.
That's yeah, we are good at lacrosse. That is true. Lacrosse going to the Olympics in 28. Oh, okay. We're about to get into Olympics talk, and I think the game's about to start. So, thank you, producer Alec is thankful, and so are we because we got game 2 coming up between LGD and Thunder Talk. And hey, look, Jarvan's in the jungle.
There was a lot less Thunder Talk there than LGD. Fans, don't give up, all right?
It is, yeah. It's interesting to kind of think about, but I mean, LGD, this is like a legacy org in the LPL, right? Like they've been bad for a long time, but they had Imp in like 2015. They've made worlds multiple times. Thunder Talk you can't really say the same about. So I'm honestly not too surprised about the fan base differences. As we see our 2 junglers duking it out a bit at level 2. Junhao was able to take that red buff away after Hung stole away the Raptors. And he's still looking for something.
Wow. Is this going to work?
Oh my God, he got in.
Does have red buff, but Hung has a pot ticking.
And a smite. Just trying to delay the taking of this. We have push up in the mid lane too for Tangyuan, so he should be able to join sooner. And Hung should be able to just smite this one away. And get most of the little babies. Oh, he sniped another one with the flag. That was fancy.
That was MLG, little trick shot action with the flag. Not bad.
Fade away.
True. That's a basketball
We're
thing,
just going to
guys.
keep using sports terms to piss off our producer. That's going to be our goal this that's going to be our goal this game.
See, the problem is with the American ones, I will run out pretty quickly of knowledge. I know very surface level things about these sports. I did go see a hockey game when I was in LA when I was a teenager, and that was the coolest thing I've ever seen in my life.
We'll get into that in a second, because right now we might see some action here in the mid lane. There's the flag and drag on to Haru, and he's not even going to have to flash away because he knows he's down. That's Hung coming right in and picking up first blood.
It's like the same thing as last game. Really didn't expect that to happen the same way. I mean, first time, okay, you weren't expecting it. Second time, it's a little less excusable here as Junhao tries to go for red buff.
Oh, he smites it. Doesn't smite it. He smites it and he still auto-attacks it. Okay, so that's a victory here for the Vi. Now has his Conqueror fully stacked. Flashes onto Hung, but does not use the Vault Breaker. Instead, going to maybe wait to use it towards Chris, but he gets blocked away by the Ultra Mega Fire Kick. Now in the top lane, we see some skirmishing. Squirtle and Keshi duking it out. Keshi at less than 100 mana. And now we see Junhao continuing his counter-jungling journey. He's able to pick up most of the Krugs and actually ends up with a net advantage in the camps.
Surprised that Hung didn't even base. He's just like, I need to continue invading. This is now the game. It's which jungler can take more camps from the other.
Done his entire top side, and he's taking his second Raptors.
Yeah. The jungle starts in both of these games have been very unique, I'll say. Neither jungler really wants to just do the full clear.
Okay, back to hockey. That sport, insane to watch in person. I haven't been since I was maybe like 6 years old, but I remember it being electric back when I was that age. And also, more sports should just allow fighting. It makes it way more cool. It makes it way more fun. Like, Keshi and Bertle have some issues. Get up from the PC. Start swinging. Get a 5-minute penalty. Maybe a hot take.
Yeah, I went when I had no idea of the rules, and I didn't know that you could just have a fight. And then they did it, and I was like, oh my god, like, what's happening? Everyone around was just cheering. And then they just kept doing it again and again, and they had like 3 or 4 fights, and it was just normal. I was very confused, and eventually I just got to the point where I was thinking, this is so cool. It was very fast-paced.
It's funny. Yeah. No, it's funny to see the referees like transform from like hockey referees to then like boxing refs basically instantly.
Yeah.
Like you see like the little shift in their mental as they like walk back away. Because normally like if you're a ref, you're like, trying to break. Okay, sorry. Break up a fight. We're seeing some fighting here. Bertle picks up the solo kill on to Keshi, and now in the bottom lane, On's going to be in some trouble. Chris flashes forward, allows for Xiaoya to pick up that kill. Feather's going to go down as well. It is not looking good for TT fans as LGD are up 4-0 in this game.
Yeah, Bertle with the slam dunk in the top lane, and then Xiaoya and Chris exchanging blows with a little left-right action. Xiaoya gets in there with the liver shot and ends up taking down the bot lane of Thunder Talk, who are really not having a great time in this second game. Thunder Talk in general, in game 1 at least, the lanes were more even. This game, not so much.
Imagine this, but in real life.
Is this is a hockey fight right here? Procs the grasp.
They don't have grasp procs in real life.
That is sad. I would like to take some runes. Although summoner spells in real life would probably be a little cooler. You could take flash. TP
Flash
maybe.
Awesome. Yeah.
But like I don't know how to put down wards. So in real life, I don't know what I could TP to. Just
like your local skyscraper, I guess. Like a turret.
As long as it's at the bottom. I don't want to TP anywhere else.
That's true. Realm Orb coming down here for Tongyuan. Alongside Hung, he brought a friend. That guy's dead. It's 5-0. Make it 6. Yeah, double kill. Our Thunder Talk. What's going on here, guys? What's going on here, J-Beta?
I wish I could tell you. I really do. Nice Realm Warp from Tongyuan. And like you said, he brought a friend. I think Thunder Talk need a friend. They need to phone a friend right here. They also, if we're going with the sports stuff, they need a timeout. And
true.
Well, I don't know what American sports have timeouts, but you know, maybe like an NFL, they need the coach to bring out the whiteboard and do the play stuff. I'm losing it a little bit.
Nice.
Here,
that was real good. That was really do the sports stuff. That's what should happen here. Might see some more sports stuff happening here. As there's a Cataclysm on to Feather. On goes down, kind of just in transition. 7-0 for LGD, as they might start up this dragon. A reminder to everybody, no playoff stakes, kind of for any of our series here today. That's why we're kind of being a little more fast and loose. LGD are locked in 6th. Thunder Talk locked into 7th place and outside of the playoff bracket for now. And Bertle's going to show why with this public execution. Never mind. Oh, he outplays him. Oh, you can see him in the player cam. He's not happy about that one. Keshi able to win the 1v1.
I think Bertle knows definitely didn't need to go for that at all. But did. And didn't work out the way he wanted. And Thunder Talk got a Drake. So the back-to-back deny of the perfect game happening pretty early in this game. That's pretty big for Thunder Talk.
Hey. You'll take whatever you can get at this point. Let's take another look at this one.
The flash at the end, I didn't exactly see what the Bertle flash was for. So he ults and then goes down to the right so that he tries to avoid the tower because he knows Camille's going to ult him. Makes sense, but he doesn't quite get out before the ult gets off.
Oh, and then tries to flash over the hook shot.
Yeah, but actually just gets hit by it and gets stunned. Very quick timing. I didn't quite see the hook shot go off the first time, but I mean, well played from Keshi, to be honest. Didn't need to happen, though.
No, it was self-inflicted. But that's the only kills that LGD are going to be giving up are ones that they decide that they want to give up.
They call it
seemingly.
unforced error. I know more about that sport. I got that one down.
Yeah. Hey, they got that happening once a year down there, right?
They do.
Some more skirmishing here in the mid lane. Flag and drag. Cataclysm comes out, forces the flash from Harrow. It's Brazil v Germany. Right now in this game, it's 7-1 in favor of LGD.
Wow.
They're looking very good.
We've got CB LOL watchers and casters on the team. You can't be... Is it too soon? I don't know. It's been a while.
It's not too soon. It's been years. It's been a long time. If somebody says too soon to that, not buying it. Maybe too soon for Keshi. He's not scaled up just yet. He's got to flash away from the rune prison. Still gets hit by it and knocked up. Tangyuan goes on a killing spree. And it's 8-1 now for LGD. They're picking up any kill that they so please, it seems.
Yeah, really conservative play here from the bot lane of LGD too. Making sure they don't get hit by this dive. They'll lose some. I mean, actually, maybe Shoya didn't get the message. He is under the tower by himself.
Oh my, 3 ultimates? Okay, hey, you know what, Thundertalk? They got what they wanted, and that was a kill. Might come at the cost of a little bit more, though, as they don't have a lot of cooldowns left available for Bertle, who has teleported down here for a little bit of revenge. Ultra Mega Fire Kick just barely tagging Haru, and that'll be enough for Tangyuan to go on a rampage. Public execution underneath the tier 1 for Bertle. Maybe just trying to close the distance onto On. It looks like they're going to instead leave Feather in underneath his own tower. They're going to dive him even without a wave. Oh, it's disrespectful here for LGD as they're racking up kills left, right, and center.
Yeah, I was going to say, oh, that could have gone worse for Thunder Talk. I mean, it's a 1-for-1, and they managed to survive, and then they didn't. They all died. So definitely not what they wanted.
That play would have been good if they didn't die. If the whole team didn't die.
I know. Thank you, Mr. Colorcaster. If they didn't die and actually got the kills, it would have been a good play. I think Shoya didn't need to die, genuinely. Maybe the idea is that he wants to stay and try to bait in Thunder Talk, but ends up falling down. Team kind of bails him out there. Rise Realm Warp not available. So can't go for this full roam, although Tangyuan is moving up to the top side. Keshi has stayed.
Not a good day to be Keshi up here. He gets knocked up again. Hookshots forward, but doesn't find the member who is tanking tower aggro, so doesn't decide to throw the ulti out. Does have some friends alongside him now, though. Try to defend this top lane tier 1 turret. Actually, it's all 5 members. Now make it 4 with the reset. Going forward, Enchanted Crystal Arrow not connecting, but Thundertalk could still try to find Xiaoya here. Junhao does not have the ultimate available, but still looks for the Vault Breaker. Nice root connects from Feather. And finally, TT get a little get back.
That was a good predict there. The Seraphine beat drop, I believe is the E?
Yep.
I think so. Nice. Yeah, well, looks pretty good. Nice predict. Caught out Xiaoya, who's the only person who's died more than once in this game so far, Bertle the only one else who has a death. LGD keeping it fairly clean, but having a lot of fighting. Not a lot of macro going on. The lane top is nice to, you know, look for that dive in top or look for the, you know, the fighting. But for the most part, a lot of mechanical showcasing here from LGD in this series as a whole. And Tangyuan is putting up more all-pro arguments on this rise now. 5-0-2.
And TT gonna look for another play. Oh, that's a one-shot. Nicely done. On to Crisp. He goes down. Thundertalk not out of it just yet. We've been talking about LGD racking up these kills here, Jay Beto, but it's only a 1,000 gold lead for now. A lot of that, though, belongs on the top side of the map. And Bertle is the beneficiary. Looks like TT going to try to shut that down. They're sending 4 members down here, and Hung is sprinting to try to defend his top laner with another wave about to crash underneath the tier 1 down bottom. Who will pull the trigger first? Vault Breaker forward, gets buffered here by the public execution, and in come the reinforcements. Hung has arrived, makes it a 1-for-1, but the Ranger's focus has been unlocked. Crisp going to save the Jarvan. And so it will only be that trade of kills with the top lane tower going for Tong Yuan.
I'm really surprised Hung didn't pull the Cataclysm there. Might have just been on cooldown and came off. I didn't quite get to see. But it's actually crazy. LGD have 12 to 5 in kills and they're up only 1,500 gold. And if Tong Yuan dies, the gold lead is basically gone because he already has such a humongous shutdown. Nice flag here. We'll spot out Heru on the pink ward that he was on. But yeah, Tong Yuan's going to give over like 900 gold nearly if he dies. And that'll make the game significantly more even. Does also have the biggest lead on his team, so it does make sense. Already stacking towards that rower. And LGD getting the Drake, most likely. Oh, no, sorry, they're fighting.
And now the Hung will use the Cataclysm on to 2 flashless targets, and that will mean 2 easy kills. It seems like every time a fight breaks out, there's 4 or 5 members just waiting on either side. See if Keshi can do anything about this one as he TPs in just a flash away. Tong Yuan is going to flash forward himself, find the Rune Prison onto Heru, only for the slow, but the knockup connects from Hung, who gets another one into his pocket. LGD end up winning out 3 kills, and we'll go right back to the Dragon to even up that count.
Yeah, the third wasn't as easy as I thought. I thought Keshi was just going to die instantly, but had a big shield and was able to flash over the wall, but then Heru caught and does end up dying. Very aggressive game from LGD. They're just happy to continue to take these fights. Feather doesn't get to flash out of the Cataclysm, and Culling does so much damage here. Not the best TP from Keshi is what I'll say there. Does cost his mid laner's life, and 1,500 lead is how far Tong Yuan is ahead. Nice little disengage there from Birdall. I mean, ThunderTalk are finding some value in their fights. They have 5 kills, but for the most part, LGD are just running this game.
Yeah, I mean, we did say the scaling will eventually go towards ThunderTalk. When you have Syndra with max stacks, you have Camille with like 3 or 4 items, and then Ashe, of course, is a champion that really can carry. Also could benefit from some of the Runon's crit stuff that was changed in this recent patch. We're very far away from that happening, though, and LGD currently are off and running like basically as dominant as you could be. And it seems like any kills that they give up are just going to be traded for more on the other side, as we see another play towards Keshi here. Tong Yuan playing very aggressively here in this game, and I love to see it. It's going to be a knock-up here for Hung as well. This mid-jungle have been working beautifully for LGD all series long as they get another kill onto the Camille. And that gold lead up to 4K now.
And Tong Yuan's KD for the series also going to be getting better and better if they do end up winning this game, which it looks like they're going to. That's the direction this is going. Mid tower's going to crumble. Actually, TP in from Heru to defend. I think you're pretty happy with that if you're LGD. Not a whole lot you even really needed to do to get that. Take a base, go towards the Herald, break it open, go to the next Dragon. It feels like the game plan very simply in front of LGD. But they could also just continue to realm warp on top of people's heads and look for fights that way.
It's more fun. And again, like we mentioned, not really a ton of playoff stakes here. And it feels like both teams, maybe this is just us, like kind of putting different perspectives in just based on our expectations, but definitely a little more wild of a playstyle from both squads, it seems. It's going to be the Herald secured here for LGD, so they at least control this objective. And we'll see how crazy they continue to be. It would be like a very LPL English thing to happen for this to be our 9-game day. I think our producer Alk was saying that we haven't had one all regular season. If somehow ThunderTalk win this one, I think that means that we're cursed.
That is extremely LPL as well. I want to see that gold graph. I want it to be like 25 minutes, Elder fight for some reason, ThunderTalk get it and get an ace, and win the game off of that completely. The gold graph just to be the most crazy thing you've ever seen is also pretty LPL, but we saw some LGD throws in the BLG series. We saw like a hint of it in game 1 with some oversteps, but for the most part, LGD have kept the game relatively clean so far. The series relatively clean. Tong Yuan is just so fed right now. He's level 13, nearly a full level up before Roa procs. Already has Seraphs finished as well, so he's a full item up. Has the arm guard, doesn't even feel the need to go towards Actualizer just yet. It is the Runins though, so good shout. on this Ashe.
Here we go.
Normally like the Phantom Dancer. But going this Runins, I don't know if the buffs are going to eclipse 4,000 gold worth of advantage that LGD have, but it's cool.
Yeah, if it did, probably something wrong with the item, I would say. As On still actually does have a gold lead over Xiaoya. He's been farming a lot better than the Lucian, who has been kind of forced to pick up the scraps of waves with Tong Yuan and Bertle kind of running around wherever they feel like. Speaking of, that's where everyone's going to decide to go now is to bot lane to try to pick on Keshi once again. Sport Camille hasn't had a time in a 1v1 situation basically all game. Able to do some flashy stuff like use the hook shot to dodge the EQ. Doesn't matter. Still dies for the 4th time.
Juno should be able to get out here. Realm Warp actually, maybe not.
Tong Yuan and Hung. Once again the dive buddies here. The last Essence Flux will send Tong Yuan to legendary status, 8-0-5, a combined 23-2 across our best of 3 so far today. What a way to wrap up LGD's regular season.
Yeah, they're hunting for playoffs and to take games off of teams like Top Esports, take a series and look like they're poised to do so. They're looking really good. I really don't see a weak link in this game so far, in this game plan. And the team comp, how they're drafting, how they're playing. Jungle's dead, so this Baron is a free take, but can they fight after?
Ooh, the Encore finds both bottom laners, and in goes Keshi onto the back line, finds the ultimatum onto Chris, picks up that first kill, and now it is Thunder talking a 4v4 with the jungler on the way. Junhao uses that Hex Gate to get over. EQ from Hung gonna get followed up by that cease and desist, and a 1k shutdown goes the way of Keshi. Bertle dashes onto Haru but won't be able to finish it off, and now it's Tong Yuan flashing forward, finding an overload, but the heal comes through from Feather. Bertle jumping in to try to finish the deal. Xiaoya getting very dangerously low though as Bertle ends up taking the kill, and Tong Yuan gets his opposing mid laner on the other side. It's a 4-kill fight for LGD, but they lose 2 members after getting the Baron.
Yep. LGD with these Barons, it feels like a pattern now that I'm not quite sure I'm super happy about. Bit of an awkward Baron, not the best setup. They all get chased out. Down on. Able to take that. Died to catch. That is impactful. Loved it on Harry, but I feel like even though you're trading enough, you don't get enough. There's Dragon stacking is good for LGD, and they're going to be able to use this Baron to expand this gold lead even more.
Yeah, they're going to get that Dragon. They're going to maybe look for this tower, maybe even look for a fight. Hung decided to go on a one-way journey, and he did not have any friends alongside him, so he will go down. His jungler's being traded, though. Xiaoya dies under the tower. Okay, LGD, we got to calm down a little bit here, guys, as we lost 3 members for that play for just Junhao. But they got the mid-tier 2, so maybe worth.
We've been goofing off a little bit, so I want to talk about something genuinely serious for a minute here. LGD are showing a lot of signs in recent series of having very poor late game decision making, where they'll have a lead, a significant lead, and then Chris probably just gets one shot there. Yep. And they'll lose the entire fight with Baron, with a big gold lead. It's happened multiple games in a row now, and this feels like the most egregious one where they're just going too far. They're going too fast. They're not playing the macro game. LGD individually are good. The players are good, very talented, but there's just no need to go for this kill when you can instead get the turret, get the bot tier 2, get the top tier 2, expand the gold lead. Instead, Hung just going too far for no reason. Then he can't protect his team. Xiaoya gets taken down as well. These mistakes will cost you entire games, entire series even, against better teams. They need to be tightening up these Baron macro sequences because, to be honest, LGD's macro hasn't looked the strongest. They haven't really needed to show off that in this series at all because how individually dominant they are. And Tang Yuan hasn't given over his gold and still is 3.5k up. But again, against a better team, this isn't going to work.
That's a fair point. How seriously are LGD treating this? And should they be treating it a little bit more like a game that they want to work on the fundamentals of, right? The late game sequences, ending things quickly, utilizing their Baron buffs to the utmost effectiveness. Hasn't necessarily been the case here. It was a 6,000 gold lead, basically cut in half, and now players like Keshi are very strong, and there is this late game fantasy that exists, Jay Beto, on the side of Thunder Talk. If you can get this 4-item Camille, if you can get 3 or 4 items onto Syndra and Ashe, we'll see if Thunder Talk can get to that off of the errors that LGD have given. Speaking of, might see another one as Crisp has been caught out, but so has Keshi. But this Camille is now very tanky, and Hung gets hit by the Scatter of the Week and taken down by Haru. It's a 2-for-1 in favor of Thunder Talk, or 2-for-0, I should say. And that's just a team fight that they won.
Again, happening over and over again. Even if you do kill Keshi, what does that give you? Nothing really, other than the satisfaction of the kill and more gold. I know that this series doesn't particularly matter at all, but this isn't something that I wish that I could say, oh, it's just LGD having fun. This has been a pattern that is really showing its head in this second game here. We need to take fights a little bit more intelligently, with reason. No real reason to force anything out of Keshi, even if you get his ult and his flash and he dies. It's not that impactful. Your team comp is so low range that Camille doesn't really need flash. He'll get his ult back up for the next fight. And then the risk is that you're giving significant amounts of gold over to this Camille that now has 3 items. A GA is going to be very important to this fight, this next fight. Ashe has 3 items. Tang Yuan the only person with a lead anymore. And if he dies, that's 1,000 gold over to Thunder Talk. There won't be a lead for LGD anymore. The good news for Tang Yuan is he has 4 completed items, Actualizer and Zhonya's. He should be able to do enough to pull his team over in this next fight, be it this sole point fight or if LGD want to take this Baron.
LGD felt like they were going to run away with this 2-0. All of a sudden, have a lot of threats that they find themselves facing. Like this Camille, who dives in onto Bertle, is in a 1v4, but should be able to survive with the help of that Guardian Angel. And now the rest of his team has arrived. Target going to be Tang Yuan. He's forced to go golden, but the public execution on the backside for Bertle is going to delay a little bit. Tang Yuan gets the first kill, and Hung dives onto the backline, but it's going to be the Bertle who dies first. Tang Yuan in with the Realm Warp, able to assassinate one, pick up a double kill, but eventually gets taken down. It's still a 3v2. Keshi has his Guardian Angel, finally will get that procced, and Junhao, the only remaining player that has the ability to fight back for now. Hook shot forward, double kill over to Xiaoya, and they ended up getting Tang Yuan, but they don't get the rest of the team. It's a triple kill for the Lucian, and LGD able to hang on.
It's another 1,000 gold for Keshi, but LGD win the fight. They haven't quite won the game yet, though. The importance is, what are they going to be able to do with this Baron and with this soul point that they might not even get with the respawn timers coming out from Thunder Talk? As we take a look back here, Bertle caught by Keshi. This arrow comes in and goes wide. LGD actually link up together and they're able to take a coordinated fight. Nice Zhonya's to immune, and now Junhao's too far forward. Even though Bertle dies, having Xiaoya together with Tang Yuan and Hung leading the front line is how we want to see LGD take their fights. Tang Yuan does end up going down, but it is a 1 fight, and you will take that as LGD with the Baron and potentially Soul Point. But I want to see what can LGD do with this Baron now. Haven't been super convinced with their Baron macro thus far. It's a lot of damage out of the carries from LGD.
Yeah, so maybe the first Baron we had some fun. LGD, I would love to see them lock in, try to close this series out. If they want to prove that they are going to be a tough matchup for top esports next weekend, that is what they're going to have to do. Take this a little bit more seriously, play the macro outright. They have the Baron power play for the next 2 minutes and change. And Tang Yuan is still very strong despite going down for the first time in that last fight.
So with the range disadvantage that LGD have, or at, I should say, it's actually quite tough to look for a siege here. They're going to have to rely on cannons for the most part. Is if you walk up too far, the Syndra's, engaged, the Ash Seraphine. It's going to take most of this Baron to fully get through and actually break the base. This is an issue with this comp. It's great at engaging, at running at you, but we've seen that LGD haven't been able to find the best timings for that, so instead they'll opt to go to the tier 2 in top, which is the smarter decision. Now Keshi in a pretty decent position, will be spotted out on this pink ward, and LGD might be able to get sandwiched. The tier 2 in top does break, but a minute left on this Baron. How much more can they really get from this Baron?
How much are ThunderTalk willing to give up? As it seems like LGD is shifting their focus to mid and top, now sending the cavalry into this mid wave after ThunderTalk tried to defend the top side. Xiaoya gets hit by the arrow, but the Breath of Life from Crisp, able to get himself away from that one as the inhibitor finally will get taken down. We'll have super minions pushing into the mid lane for the next 5 minutes, but with LGD only having 30 seconds left on this Baron power play, gonna actually turn around and look for the fight. But it's Junhao who already has his Guardian Angel procced, and Xiaoya and Tangyuan are a little too far from the rest of their team. Guardian Angel will keep Junhao alive for a little bit, as it is Xiaoya who picks up the kill. A big scatter of the weak connects, but Xiaoya does not get hit by the preceding Dark Sphere. 2 for 1 in favor of ThunderTalk. They can look to chase down a little bit more. There's the scatter. Goes wide. But Keshi is still looking. Does not channel the hook shot forward. And so ThunderTalk do not have the ability to continue the chase.
Yeah, ThunderTalk aren't winning this game, but they're also not... They haven't lost it just yet. Another engage from LGD that is just way too far for this range comp that ThunderTalk have. I think it's a really smart Realm Warp. That was some decent macro, Get a top tier 2, pull up ThunderTalk to the top side Realm Warp to get the turret and then the inhibitor. And then Hung just says, go! And no one can follow.
That's crazy. That is what happens to my jungler in solo queue after we take the inhibitor. That's not what should be happening in a competitive League of Legends match. Maybe these guys are playing a little bit like solo queue, and that could be the excuse. But it can't be the excuse once we get to playoffs. So this is the last time, LGD, that you're going to be allowed to do this. Yeah.
And I'm casting LGD against Top Esports. So I will be very critical if they continue to have these mistakes. So it just feels like a disconnect from the front line and the back line. Mostly Hung, to be honest, is doing that in both of the last 2 times. And the tier 2 we saw earlier, he dives in way too far for his team. This time again, the same thing. Yes, Birdle can follow. And theoretically, Xiaoya should be able to dash in, but not against a Vi, not against a Syndra. You can't do that in a comp like this. It's going to become very difficult for LGD to win the game. I mean, eventually, Baron, Elder, Soul, it'll happen, but they need to not make any more mistakes and give over any more gold. Tangyuan has another 1,000 plus gold bounty. Xiaoya's built up about a 850, 900 gold, gold bounty for himself as well. So, and Xiaoya's only that much gold ahead.
What a weird game. Somehow, we find ourselves at the 32, about to be 33-minute mark. LGD have the opportunity to play for that Hextech Soul in 45 seconds, so they're going to try to push down the mid lane to establish dominance, at least in one part of the map. Xiaoya dashing forward, finds the culling. On to On, only chunks him down to about 60%, but just once again using that Lucian priority. Try to shove this wave of super minions as far into ThunderTalk space as they can. But TT looking to try to answer here. Keshi has that Guardian Angel back up. He will be a very big tool for his team if they want to try to stop this Soul from going over.
Tough to walk in. Here's the Realm Warp.
The Realm Warp. 3 members going immediately onto On. Finds the stun onto Tangyuan, but that won't stop the Jarvan. It will be that 1 kill going over, but Birdle dies on the backside. So no AD carry here for Thunder Talk, no top laner for TT, and they're going to have
Hold
their
on.
Keshi going in with the Hextech ultimatum. Teru goes down to the backside, but LGD still will stand strong. Tong Yuan will survive the attack from the Camille. They will give a double kill over to Xiaoya, and only Feather remains. It took a little bit longer than we may have thought, Jay Beto, but LGD still able to dominate this game number 2 by their own playbook. They will break open the base, pick up the 2-0 win, and will prepare themselves for their first playoff matchup against Top Esports next week.
Not the cleanest second half to this game by any means. Definitely some concerns if LGD continue to show up and look like this in playoffs, like you just mentioned, against Top Esports, but for the most part, individually looking really good. I think the lanes look good. These players look very much in form. It's just some of these macro decisions and how they look to end the game is a bit of a concern. Thunder Talk going into play-ins, it is a very dire position to be in because now any of these losses are the end of your year, and I believe will not have a chance at all of making regional finals, not even remotely, unless they can do significantly well in the playoffs. So they need to basically go lossless here on out if they want to make a chance of going as far through playoffs as they can. But for LGD, they're looking really good individually again. Maybe happy gaming. We could just put it up to that.
Yeah, both Thunder Talk and LGD in the same position championship points-wise, where they got 0 in Split 1. They each got 10, I believe it was, in Split 2 for finishing bottom 2 in the 7th, 8th, I should say. So the way that they are able to get into the regional finals, Weibo is currently at 40. So you at least need 30 points. You can get that from winning a playoff series. So at least 6th place will get them there. But they're probably going to end up needing a little bit more. So for LGD, for Thunder Talk, if you want to get to the regional finals, top 4 is probably your lofty goal, and then you kind of got to work from there. But for these teams, right? If you want to make worlds, you're going to have to, beat those good teams anyway. So that's kind of the double-edged sword there. I think LGD definitely look a little bit more confident in themselves, and they also will get the free bye, having locked up that 6th seed.
I get to have a look and see how the play-ins matches go. They've got plenty of time here to prep for Top Esports as well, and look towards that match next weekend. Match is on Saturday, so yeah, for LGD, they've got their work cut out for them, for sure. They've got tough matches ahead of them. If they do beat Top Esports, I believe the next series is against AL, so by no means an easy bracket for them, even though they are in playoffs, but like we've been saying, Top Esports look mortal. LGD did beat them. Top Esports going from arguably, could beat best team in the LPL to now 3rd. Their form hasn't looked good, and that's the most important thing coming into this playoffs.
Yeah, it's Top Esports who have lost, I think, 3 of their final 4 series of the season against LGD, who have won 5 of their last 6. All of a sudden, the momentum looking very good if you are an LGD fan going into that matchup despite the differences in record. For LGD, they started the season 1-7. They were basically lined up with EDG to be knocked out, especially after they lost to Thunder Talk at the end of the first round robin a couple of weeks ago, right? It was once that happened, I think a lot of us were saying, okay, Thunder Talk with their 3rd win, they're going to look like they're going to be in a great position to lock up that playoff spot. And then LGD just decided to actually be a really good team in the second round robin. They went 5-2 total, putting them towards that top echelon, and suddenly sets up a really interesting matchup against Top. Where on the other side, Thunder Talk have lost 6 straight matches, and now will have to play against Invictus Gaming, the team that everybody is hyping up. All the fans are going to be behind. And that obviously went Thunder Talk's way. They 3-0'd IG last time, but they didn't have the shy last time. And so we'll see if that ends up mattering a little bit more this time around.
Exactly. They didn't have the shy. I mean, I remember running a graphic about Thunder Talk potentially being the most successful of the 3 new additions to Group Ascend, and then immediately after that, it just turned on its head. LGD look on fire recently. I don't think this is exactly the same as the WE run because we're not in playoffs yet, but we definitely could be in a similar situation. The one good news for Thunder Talk playing up against IG is that NIP did just dismantle them, and you've got a lot to look at for that. You've got some decent tape to say, okay, how did NIP do that? We beat them before. I don't think the Shires looked the best, so maybe there's some good opportunities there, but definitely gonna need to come out with a little bit more fire than they did in this series. I don't even mind I like the comp. I think Heru, the Syndra looks great, but didn't end up getting it done. Just the pure dominance through the mid game, and you can see big mistakes from LGD gold wise in this graph. It didn't quite go all the way down, but yeah, LGD definitely going to need to tighten up their gameplay if they want to progress through the playoffs.
Take a look at our post-game screenshots and the like. Again, for LGD, just really on another level over these last couple of weeks. I got the full numbers here in a second, but they end the regular season at 17 and 18 in game score, which is better than WE, even though they had more series wins, right? They had one more series win. That's pretty impressive stuff. Like, to be compared alongside the team that literally went top 3 just last split. And again, we had my hot take that they were going to be top 4. Your hot take they were going to be a team that was in the top 4. Pretty cool. These last 2 weeks here, J Beto, LGD are 5-1 in series score and 11-3 in game score. That's something that you would put up with any of these top teams as being a successful last couple of weeks.
And again, those matches weren't all bottom of the table. Looked good against BLG even though they lost. Beat top esports convincingly, I have to say. And it's an interesting story to follow going into playoffs, and having those makes playoffs so much more exciting. And now I want to talk about MVP for the series. It's either Tangyuan or it's Xiaoya, because Xiaoya could have got MVP this game.
No, it's
but I feel like it's Tangyuan.
We can cope a little bit. And Xiaoya did have a good game on Lucian. After the laning phase, I should add. But it's got to go towards Tangyuan. I mean, this guy has been on fire these last couple weeks. Been just really solid all split, I would say. I mean, he was good back in Group Nirvana in split number 2. But it seems like ever since he has gotten the opportunity to play against some of these higher level teams, maybe get some, better scrims over the last few weeks, get higher level opponents, Tangyuan has been a really solid player here in the league. And again, somebody that really should be in consideration for many people's all-pro ballots. A reminder to everybody as well, still time to submit those. You got, I think it's 15 and a half hours from right now to lock that in. So there's still time to think. But I would hope you should consider thinking about Tangyuan on your ballot.
Yeah, I've got to keep reminding myself as well, because I keep forgetting. I need to do it as well. And Tangyuan will be in my mind. This LGD team is going to be in my mind, in fact, just overall for potential votes. I think Crisp has looked really good. Genuinely made a big impact on this team. Not really felt as much in this game, in this series. He's playing Karma, he's playing Milio. But I think that these are the important games for supports to have. These games where you don't look like you're carrying every fight. Whereas on Rel and Alistar, you look like that. On this Milio, on the Karma, it's just positioning. Positioning, making sure that your ults are well timed, making sure that your shielding is correct, and playing with your team. And I think Crisp did that really well. I've been super excited to see him back in the league, and I think he looks great on LGD. I think he's leveled up this team as well. And bringing some real veteranship to this roster, a very successful player in terms of placings at least. And yeah, whatever's happened to this team, it's very exciting to watch. And it's going to be player of the series, player of the game to Tangyuan.
Okay, one sec. So remember at the top of the show we had... okay, never mind. We had Tangyuan having the 3rd most pogs of any mid laner in Group Ascend with 4. He now has 6. Still 3rd because Shanks has 7 and Knight has 8. So those guys a little bit more on the winning end of things. They've had more games to win, so more opportunities to be pog as well. But Tangyuan picks up 2 more to wrap up his season. He's going to be your player of the match as well. That is the 4th time that he has won player of the match. Pretty good stuff.
Regardless of how the end of the split goes as well, I think these players have just done such a great job of showing off what they can do. And maybe it takes, let's say the issues continue happening, maybe it takes a couple of stops, maybe some coaching coming in and helping them out. But yeah, they've really impressed me, and I think a lot of us at the LPL English here, and obviously the official broadcast too, because he's getting these player of the games pretty consistently. 3rd is shocking. I'm actually really surprised, because the beginning didn't look like this of the split, and now every game it feels like Tang Yuan, I can believe he can carry.
He's been just on another level over these last 2 weeks. Again, such a difference from that young kid that got promoted to replace Xiaohu on RNG. It was a rough couple of years to begin Tang Yuan's career, but it really feels like he has hit a new stride. And will have the chance to prove it alongside his team when we get to the postseason, which will be starting next week. But that's going to do it for our first series of the evening. JVedo, a pleasure. Hopefully we'll be again with each other again sometime soon. Words are hard. It's 2 in the morning. But thank you very much to everybody. My name is Crepes. That is it for us here on the caster desk, but we still have more LPL coming your way. Up next, it is JD Gaming with a new jungler taking on the surging Edward Gaming, who are looking for their 3rd straight series win. We'll be back with Slayer and Quacks on the call for that one once we return from this short break.
Welcome everybody back to LPL English as we once again dive into the second of 3 series, but this time for the final time, not just this regular split, but all darn year, the final 3 series day of the whole year. Second series is JD Gaming taking on EDG, and like you heard with our former caster pairing, Grapes and J Beto, only stakes here, folks, is momentum and bragging rights. But that doesn't mean we're not going to be here to bring all the energy into this series, and a big reason I mentioned energy because I got my good boy Quacks next to me. That once again, my friend, exciting. I'm glad that we're going in together into the postseason fun and get to see how JDG and EDG get to do the same thing as well.
Yeah, it feels like kind of the last day for school, Slayer, where everyone is watching a movie in class, or they're playing like Twister, or they're just having a good time. There's no more homework. There's no really any more stakes at this point. It's the penultimate best of 3 before, like you said, we're done for the entire year. And you mentioned momentum really being on the line for these teams, and I absolutely agree. I think for JD Gaming, it is about not only momentum going into the playoffs, but also showing us that they can be, once again, a top contender, because I think over the course of Split 3, they've sort of phased out of the top 4, and a lot of people have been waiting for their return, pending their return, and I do think a series win here to end off the regular season would get some people behind that notion. Meanwhile, EDG locked into having to play the play-ins, and I think you need all the momentum you can get for the Knights Rivals tournament, just given how the track record of those series can really go anyway.
Yeah, especially after what we saw in Split 2 with that play-in tournament. But you mentioned them. Let's take a look at Edward Gaming as we start talking about a team that, you know, I find it a bit funny, Quacks. We're going to talk a lot about momentum this entire series. JDG versus EDG. You could technically argue that the momentum is a bit better with EDG. If you look at their record, sure, doesn't look great, but when you think about when these series wins have come, they've been more recent versus JDG, so if we're playing on the momentum heartstrings and, you know, bringing that into just a really important best of 5, this series does leave some importance for this squad.
It does, and I did also notice while I was watching EDG tape that we have the only 2 color casters that have ever covered EDG's wins, not even just series, but just games in general, because they took a game off AL and BLG, were Bloxer and Ulk. So I am not Bloxer or Ulk, unfortunately.
True.
And that means they are just doomed to lose. Anyway, we are seeing also just some general clips from EDG. I feel like their best hits throughout the entire split have been around a lot of these team fights where usually you'll see Leave being given the room to free fire, which has been kind of a criticism we've levied against him. It's become somewhat of a meme here at the LPL. Leaves positioning has been the butt of many a jokes here on the production and broadcast team. But I do think when he is actually able to be unlocked, that is partially when EDG actually looked their best. It's just if we can capture that lightning in a bottle a little bit more consistently, Slayer, just like slam it shut with a jar, I think we don't have to worry about momentum. We can just watch a beautiful hands checking from Leave.
Yeah, we'll see if they can capture that lightning in a bottle into this series.
Hey, look,
but
right there.
Yeah, just like right there. And, you know, repeat some history from some of the lesson we're getting. But speaking on the history ahead for EDG, you mentioned it, locked into that play-in tournament, obviously looking to play the 1 seed from Group Nirvana. But if we look at actually how our play-ins shake out for Split 3, I know our first series kind of touched on a bit, Quacks, but things are looking a little bit a little similar, one would say, for our matchups ahead for that play-in series. And, well, if you're EDG, it's very funny, right? Because while this on paper looks the exact same, EDG versus NIP, of course, Quacks, the form that the players and these teams are in compared to the last time these two matched up versus now could not be more stark. And I'm mostly talking about the fact that NIP is basically rocking an all Nirvana team within their team heading into this play-in matchup.
Hey, man, you know how much of an NIP fanboy I am, despite not having
too,
cast them since Split number 1. I was telling, I was telling everybody else at the story meeting that we needed to write a better script, one that wasn't a literal rehash of the previous split. I told them the fans will notice. They'll know that it's scripted if we keep on having the exact same matches in the Knights Rivals. They didn't listen to me, so naturally here we are.
Yeah, here we are. When do you think the fans are going to figure out that we always write a deep Team WE playoff run in Split 2. How many years do you think it's going to take? Because, I
Ooh,
don't know, they're starting to catch on. 2 in a row? Risky.
Yeah, I think once WE end up getting second place in the playoffs, this split, that might be when it's revealed. But we're not there yet. We'll have to wait and see.
Well, one of the challengers to your proverbial Team WE second place finish will, of course, be JDG, which is important to remember. This team did represent the LPL at International, but that feels so far and long ago by this point. And now in the present day, of course, we know that JDG in their struggles are trying out some roster tweaks to try and find some momentum. We did get to see Xiaofeng play a bit for JDG this split, but this Quacks will be the first time he is starting for Jindong Gaming in their final regular season series.
And I felt like the game we actually got to see from Xiaofeng wasn't necessarily his fault. That draft was really abysmal. This was something that Dimitri and I talked about on the podcast last time we recorded and got to watch the game back after the podcast was done. Absolutely agree with the man. So I hope that Xiaofeng is set up for a little bit more success going into this series because, like we've said, there are no stakes when it comes to the standings. So I feel like this could be an opportunity for JD Gaming to test out this player as somewhat of an X factor going into the playoffs because maybe it hasn't necessarily been a super wide, unique variety of champions for JDG, but all of that has culminated in us literally having another player to make up for that lack of other champions for our 5 players. We just have this X factor in the additional roster.
There you go. Well, you know, a lot of the big buzzwords I heard you throw out there to be Quacks. Draft gap, not going JDG's way. You wanted variety. Another way people like to use the word variety is, you know, spiciness. And that seems to be lacking from this JDG team. And the worst part is, the head coach is Tabe. This is is the inverse of what we should be expecting from him. Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. And I feel like in previous splits, we've seen things like the Tristana top a little bit more frequently. We saw Olaf when he wasn't necessarily meta. Split number 2, Honkyu was a Twisted Fate one trick. We have seen so many different angles that Tabe has been willing to approach drafts and I think has played into the strengths of his players. But this split, it's been very watered down. We haven't seen very many unique picks. In fact, I would say the most uniqueness consistently we've seen out of JD Gaming's drafts has been Vampire. Your most played is Seraphine in a meta that was, until recently, of course, dominated by the Shens, by the Camille's, by the Leonas, etc. Being willing to put him on his really comfortable Enchanter that he always seems to perform very well on. So I want to see Tabe cook it up a little bit, kick it up a notch, because once we get to the best of 5s, that's when a lot of those unique picks that he's famous for really start to leave a big impact.
And that's why I do want to, you know, at least give Tabe a little bit extra time, because there is always the angle of there are some picks that we're scrimming with and we're looking to use purely for those best of 5 squacks, purely for the playoffs. Every team likes to do that. So I'll give a bit of a pass till then, but what I will say for this series in particular is, you know, maybe you can start throwing a wrench into some other team's game plans by picking some crazy stuff here that you'll never use again, because, again, the series does not change JDG's trajectory in the postseason at all, so we'll see if Tabe is going to let these guys have some fun, including, of course, the guy you mentioned when we were talking about the spiciness of these drafts, Vampire, who we would like to remind everybody, once again, and alarm bells are ringing here, folks, our All-Pro voting is going to close in, I'm just less than 24 hours at this point. Like, you have a very finite amount of time to get in the Discord, throw your All-Pro ballots down, and tell everybody how you feel about the 3 All-Pro teams for Group Ascend. Vampire should be in your consideration in Quacks. I don't know about you, but filling out all the support teams, all 3 teams, has definitely been a pretty tough one for me. And part of it was because of where I felt like Vampire should land on that list.
I felt like support was unironically the hardest to place. I was going back and forth on it for the longest time. I feel like other roles, it's pretty easy. I would say jungle. Well, I was having a discussion, or I commented on a Nymeria post earlier
I know
guess
exactly what you're
yesterday,
talking about, yeah.
and I felt like there's been a lot of undervalued junglers like Hung. I feel we just saw a really good series from him, and then we have also seen some good stuff from Junhao. So I think that there have been a lot of underrated players, and Vampire definitely fits into that category. So give the man his flowers if you think he deserves it. I do think in, like we said, a meta where engage supports have been really popular, him being able to say, whatever, just give me an enchanter and look good on it all the same has been something that really impressed me, and especially just given the trajectory of this player, right? I feel like going into the year, you have to remember this was a big project for JDG for 2026, and Vampire was one of the pieces people were really unsure about. And I feel like through the ups and downs that JD Gaming have had throughout 2026 and just throughout the competitive year, Vampire has been arguably the most consistent player across all 3 splits. I do think there's a discussion to be had in that regard, so have to give him his respect. And I do think going up against Perukia, a player who has had his own ups and downs this year, Slayer, that'll be a really fun matchup to watch.
It's always fun when these, proverbial next up supports get to clash. Perukia, you got to remember in 2025, a lot of calls for him to be in that conversation with Vampire, with Arha. That was like the big 3 trinity that I always like to think of for those next up guys. Is we're going to see Perukia take the stage here with EDG. Going to be a fun matchup. Of course, you also got to see Xiaofeng take the stage for the first time at the start. Get the whole, fan interaction, all the high fives. I'm just happy to see this guy getting more playing time because I remember 2025, those god-awful LNG teams. They tried to plug and play this guy to fix something, and he showed some really good flashes. So I know I was pretty vocal the moment we saw this addition come in with him and Junja that he could, maybe add an extra element to this team. And hey, in those big best of fives, we're talking about Quacks in a double elimination bracket. For Xiaofeng, if he can show out here in this series, might tell Tabe that, hey, listen, if you need me in a single game scenario to try and bounce back, give me the shot. You know what I mean?
Right. And I do think that having it be in a series where, like we said, the stakes quite literally could not be lower, this is the best environment to put a rookie in my opinion. So I feel like for Xiaofeng, there's not a ton of pressure. He can just do him. And I mean, we saw that in Game 3 against LGD when they did play him. And like we said, wasn't really his fault. The draft was a little bit difficult, but there were flashes of mechanical brilliance from him on the Lee Sin. So I do want to give him a little bit of credit for that game. And I hope that JD Gaming play toward him and let him shine. On the other hand, though, I wouldn't be surprised if they just try and kind of plug him in and say, all right, you're going to be playing stylistically exactly like Junja, because they want to make sure that they have all their ducks in a row when they go into those best of fives.
Yeah, that's a fair shout. And we'll have to see what that game plan is. But you alluded to my favorite point about Xiaofeng getting back onto the LPL stage. When he was playing Lee Sin for that, he was doing it for the LNG teams in 2025. That felt like a whoa. We're getting Lee Sin. Like this is not a jungler, a meta jungler that we see in the LPL. Now it is. So I hope we actually get him to see the Lee Sin in this series in particular as well. But as we get ready and get set for our Game 1 draft, Quacks, I want to give us a moment to try and maybe pat ourselves on the back in the future. So knowing that there are no stakes, knowing that there's a higher chance we get a little more creative with our champion pools, is there any champion that you'd like to call your shot now that might be a surprise that we could see in this series with everything everyone playing a bit more loose?
I wouldn't be surprised if we see... I mean, it depends. Are you asking me in the context of game number 1, or if this goes to like game number 3?
I'm giving you the whole series to just,
Okay, if we were to go to game number 3, I would really like to see some dark technology be brought out here, specifically by Bulldog. I feel like if we're talking about the momentum that EDG have cultivated over their last 2 series, beating Thunder Talk, beating WE, a lot of that proponency has come through the mid lane. I think that Bulldog has been a massive contributor to that. I'll think back to that Yone game where he absolutely smurfed it. And I feel like there is a bit of an X Factor element to this guy recently, and I feel the magic of EDG largely rests on him. A lot of people like to think back to the magic of WE in split number 2. We think back fondly on it, Slayer, and I think Monkey was the keeper of that magic for the most part. So maybe Bulldog can be the Monkey for EDG.
We'll have to see. We're getting into that Game 1 draft, so we'll start testing your takes already, Quacks. Edward Gaming, of course, will have that first selection on your red side. And seeing some obvious staples come off the board here. Jarvan, Cassiopeia, Akali Ezreal is an interesting double pairing of bans. The Pantheon going to signify 3 jungle bans, so your carry junglers are still left up, and of course that Lee Sin up and available as well, but it's going to be a more stock standard choice here for JDG. He's going to rock the Vi.
Vi locked in here. A big follow-up has been the Equalizer. I think that Rumble has been a really good pairing with the Vi, so I wonder if JDG are going to try and steal that one away automatically. I think Neferi has also been a pretty stock standard counter, just because you can buffer the ultimate if ever you get focused down by it. But Orianna was actually left open. I completely missed that. It's going to be locked in for JD Gaming. Yeah, this champ's been permabanned. I just kind of feel like at this point in the season, Slayer, we assume it's not going to be available.
Well, a champion that's feeling like it might have to start getting permabanned as well, at least if you're watching Dongguan play this darn thing, is going to be this lock. We'll see if Bulldog... I would classify this as some dark technology from Bulldog to go for this pick, even if it is somewhat a meteoric rise in the meta. And the lock will come through here. So pretty high win rate, at least so far in today's series, 1-0. Lock versus Orianna is definitely an intriguing matchup to dissect as well, Quacks.
It is, and I feel that Locke wins out on it early just because he's able to match or exceed the wave clear of Orianna. Before she gets Lost Chapter, it's very difficult for her to one-shot the wave. Locke, on the other hand, with his nails, is going to be able to do that and roam around the map, and especially when you have a champion like Vi, that'll be really good, especially when she dings level 6. It just gives you the lockdown plus the damage to look for some of these kills. Olaf versus Jack's going to be the matchup in the top lane, and I do think Olaf is probably the best choice EDG could have gone for here. Jungle already was revealed, so there's no threat of a Trundle, and I think that Jack's, although a good matchup into Olaf, it is winnable for him. So this will be a pretty volatile 1v1 lane for the top laners, and I wouldn't be surprised if it just calls a lot of attention over to the junglers and that lock with his wave clear like we talked about.
Also got to add the extra anecdote that for Xiaosu, this is a staple champion of his. He is definitely one of our more proficient Jax players. You think about the LPL Jax players, Bin, Xiaosu are two that immediately come to mind here. So definitely a champion he is very comfortable on, though our bottom lanes are getting pretty uncomfortable now. Quacks, as the second ban phase is going to be fully focused in on them. Double 80 carry ban coming through here, JDG, Ashe and Lucian. So I feel like that signals that Gala might be wanting to look for a hyperscaler or maybe a bit of a weaker lane, getting rid of two pretty good lane bullies, and of course their duos as well, Seraphine and Lucian, kind of off the table now as well for EDG. At least the pairing synergy is.
Both of these top sides have really high volatility going into the draft, so I think bot lane is going to be mostly weak side oriented. I think Bard has a lot of priority here whenever you've got volatile top sides. Sivir as well is another champion that comes to mind, especially if you're JD Gaming. I think that being able to cease and desist or spell shield the cease and desist actually has a lot of value. And then just being even able to spell shield one nail, if this lock isn't able to get ahead, that could be the difference between life and death.
Lulu is the hover here. This, to me, makes me think we're going to get the Yunara as the response here from Gala. If people can remember, when Yunara, of course, dropped on to Summoner's Rift, Mr. Gala, the Pentakill Prince, was the first pro player to get a Yunara Pentakill, and then he got a couple more after that as well. So always fun when we get to see Gala on the Yunara. A good part about why 2616 is bringing back some of these more hyper-scaling marksmen to the fray here, Quacks. But Caitlyn looks to be the locket. I would have really liked Caitlyn, because I felt like Caitlyn Bard would have just been the move there for EDG, but not what Leave wants.
I still think Jhin Bard has a lot of validity to it. They could also look for a more aggressive in-your-face support if they want to. Alistar could be an option if they want to try and go for that. Rakan, I think, could even be an option if they want to try that. We talk about the comfort with Vampire being on the Enchanters, but Perukia is the total opposite. He loves those engagers, so he's going to be playing away from his style a bit here by locking in the Seraphine, telling Vampire, hey, I can pilot your champion better than you.
Ooh, yeah, so intriguing, knowing, like you mentioned, Perukia definitely not really as polished on those Enchanters just yet, but hey, good spot to try it out again. We're seeing a lot of very fun hovers from Gala, by the way.
Kai'Sa would be bold.
Kai'Sa will be really bold and really interesting next to Lulu. So the Yunara does end up coming through here, but I respect the fact he was hovering some of those other champions. Maybe it's a bit of foreshadowing towards the playoffs. I know Jay Beto was talking a lot about the Zeri. I do think that's a champion that we should look out for in the playoffs, but thanks to the Runin's Hurricane changes. But Yunara is definitely a champion that will be happy to build that item this well in this game.
And I think for JD Gaming and EDG this game, it's going to be about the team fights. I think the 5v5s are really important, but notably, I feel the scaling from JD Gaming is just better. You've got the Jax, the Orianna, and the Yunara all stacked up, whereas for EDG, it's a little bit more conditional on you getting the Olaf in a good spot against a matchup that is historically not the easiest for him, and then the Lock being able to snowball into a threat that we have seen him get to before, but I think that for Bulldog, it's extra volatile because this player, like we said, really is one of the most volatile players for this team. I think if this is an early, I think this, if this is a quiet early game, JD Gaming are really happy about it, and EDG certainly have scaling on their side, but they have to be a little bit more proactive for these top side, for these solo lanes in order to have the same results.
A patient Jindong Gaming needs to be punished by a ferocious EDG composition in the early to mid game. I like that the picture you're painting there, Quacks. But as we get set to hit Summoner's Rift, I definitely, the more I think about these compositions, do have some questions for some of these EDG lanes, especially when we think about this Olaf. But we'll get into that and more as we hit the Rift. Game 1, JDG EDG for the final time in 2026. Quacks, I don't care if First Blood went down right there in the bottom lane. The JDG superfan, I love him. I want someone to let him know that the guttural, like, I don't even, the ability to call whatever that noise is from his diaphragm, I'm impressed every single time.
It reminds me of some of those, like, Mongolian throat singers. I don't know if you've ever heard those.
No,
but, like,
yep. Yeah. I know exactly what you're talking about,
I was shown a few clips of those by my girlfriend a couple of weeks ago, and I'd never heard them before, but I was absolutely amazed as I'm amazed that Bulldog hit all 3 nails and managed to just walk up to Honkyu for an auto. Funnily enough, though, still loses that trade as Honkyu is ranged.
Classic. Range into melee problems. So, some of the stuff I want to talk about problem-wise, I think, for EDG as well, is with this Olaf for ZDZ. I think you talked about how the Jax matchup can be one that Olaf can definitely lose. But I also think a good way to kind of counter the problem that Olaf can pose with, which is usually heavy CC comps, is just having a ton of damage. And in this game, there's not a lot of, CC that Olaf is really happy to run through. And there's a lot of damage, like Jax, the Fury, Orianna, Yunara. Like, there's a lot of problems. We'll broach that subject a bit more, Quacks, because your jungle is getting a little crazy here. It's Xiaofeng that is running JJ off of his blue buff. He 3-camp bot side, and he's pushed the Vi completely out of her own bottom lane quadrant.
Not only does this really disrupt the Vi's plan to get level 6 and get onto the map, but also it just makes it really difficult for Perukia to have any value here. He's trying to cover for these camps, but isn't able to do anything because he's not level 3 quite yet. He doesn't have all of those spells unlocked. Going back to your point, though, about Olaf, he can't ult the Polymorph. Polymorph is extremely valuable against that champion. So I think Lulu, I can't believe this escaped us in the draft, but Lulu is actually an Exodia pick against Olaf, similar to like Trundle, just because he's not able to run into a fight with complete impunity and nobody can do anything about it. So there are a lot of good responses actually from JD Gaming, which just paints an even rougher picture of this Olaf and needing to get him ahead as soon as possible, which doesn't look like we're seeing too much of. A lot of the focus so far has been on the bot side, and it seems JDG is not going to change that rhythm anytime soon.
Not yet. Xiaofeng is going to complete his blue buff, so he's going to effectively steal away that buff from JDG completely. Does still have his level 1 Wolf and Gromp to figure out, but he really wants to protect his own camps. Luckily for him, JDG does take that recall, so the second spawn of Raptors will go over to Xiaofeng in his own jungle. Of course, he will be able to get to that Wolf and the Wolves and Gromp, and I do find it funny, on last night's cast, me and Alk watched a certain jungler take his blue buff level 1 at 645. I know that pains you to hear, Quacks, but that jungler also won the game, so take that.
Jungle diff. That's the kind of game
Jungle
where you
diff.
just type jungle diff. As Honky is actually doing really good in a lot of these trades. Bulldog is initially going in for like a burst combo, but because Honky has pretty low cooldowns on the Orianna, the command attack just makes it a lot easier for you to trade back, especially with all of these airy procs coming through. Bulldog is losing a lot of these trades, and I feel like once Lost Chapter gets complete, once the Orianna gets some items, that could be even rougher, especially if Bulldog can't execute the play by landing all of those nails, which I guess luckily for him, he has been doing for a majority of the time in this game.
It's also, Quacks, I don't know how much this slows down your Orianna, you know, confidence for Honkyu here, but I see a Mana Crystal and a Ruby Crystal. I don't think that Lost Chapter item's coming
could be
anytime
Roa.
soon. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
going to be a
that is
Roa.
true.
I don't hate it, though, into a very burst-heavy first item spike champion like Locke. Just saying, all right, if I have enough HP to survive your burst, you don't get to kill me.
I do think...
Oh my god,
Deal?
self-shockwave? Doesn't pull the lock under the turret, but Xiaochu's
Xiaochu?
flashing under the turret, and he will just solo out ZDZ, won't even die to the last turret shot, and that's exactly why you don't give this guy his jacks.
Gets level 6 first, immediately goes for the trigger pull as now Xiaofeng is in here in the mid lane, but does not have ult yet.
No, he's going to land a Darkened Dagger. Ashen Pursuit, though, will help Bulldog dash and blink his way out of danger. At least gets Honkyu protection to clean up that wave and take the reset, as we'll go back through the replay to check out our solo Bolo to kick off the series.
All right, so ZDZ does hit level 6.
Why didn't he
Still,
ult
though,
the
gets stunned,
Counter-Strike?
gets ignited. I don't think he was expecting Xiaosu to flash forward for the kill. And he does live with just like a sliver of HP, around 100 HP. So it was close at the end of the day, but does manage to be a solo Bolo up in the top lane. And that ignite also, I think, makes a huge difference. It just denies Olaf from getting any of that healing. I think that would have been a big difference maker if Xiaosu decided to stick with the traditional TP or go for another summoner spell. Probably wouldn't have been able to get that kill, or at the very least would have probably died trying. So getting value out of that, and also just setting this Olaf further and further behind, who still is continuing to not receive much assistance from the team. And better yet, Slayer, we look in the top lane, his wave state is in a pretty awful situation.
Yeah, and the items don't look any better. He's got a long sword, some cloth armor, a ruby crystal, and he's staring down
Sheen
a Phage
versus Phage.
and Shay. Yeah, and Sheen Phage, so 2/3 of the Triforce. Safe to say ZDZ is well off course by this point. JDG out to an early 1,000 gold lead. First dragon of the game has, of course, spawned. Both our junglers also ticking over to level 6, so I know you talked a lot about this first selection Vi. Cease and desist. We need to see this have some early impact. It's always, these level 6 junglers were always like, it's always the paranoias, right? The first paranoia is the biggest paranoia. In a game state like this, first cease and desist is a big one.
It is. I am wondering if we'll see that around the grubs here that spawn in about 35 seconds. So my eyes are being kept on the bot lane currently. I think that if Vampire and Gala can shove in this wave, maybe the Lulu can roam if JDG really want to be playing for this objective, which I personally think they should. They've got a Jax on their team. They've got a Yunar on their team. You've got good side lane pressure with the Jax, and just generally both these champions are pretty high economy. So having the grubs to pick up more plates, you can get a lot of value from that objective. And it seems like neither support is actually too concerned about joining up for that fight. Meanwhile, the grubs spawn, and ZDZ has actually swung the prio back in his favor up on top side. So EDG might actually be the first to get onto these.
We'll have to see. Xiaofeng definitely has an item advantage
Ooh, he
in the
snuck in
jungle as
here.
well. But yeah, you called it. A very sneaky JJ. Waiting to see if Hongyu will overstep, but he is playing reserved. Xiaofeng's now going to spot JJ as he starts up the grubs. Maybe not expecting the vibe.
Okay, here comes
all of
and leave.
the whole damn gang is up here. Xiaofeng's going to smite away the first grub, and with the bottom lane pathing up here, I think the JDG jungler is just going to be happy that they're not going to surrender all three. Sticking around, maybe poking and prodding, but no, dangerous game. And yeah, the cross map's the real win here for JDG, so they shut down any Void Mites for Edward Gaming, and their bottom lane reaps the real rewards in the gold category.
Even just getting one, I feel, is a win for JD Gaming. So Gala's going to pick up a plate here. Jax is going to have a little bit more potency in the side lane. And you also get the teleport out of Leave. So if you can manage to get a kill on him, I mean, both Gala and Vampire have dinged over to level 6. So there is a extra little bit of lethality given over to this 2v2. They can kill Leave. They can deny a lot of experience and really balloon this gold lead that has started off that cross map.
And of course, that gold lead being led by Xiaosu, who is up to over 1.1 thousand already on this Jackson. Well, Quack, safe to say if you were a big fan of the JDG scaling, which, by the way, you're not alone in case you were worried. I'm on your side with that. This is not the game state you want to see if you're EDG. Okay, Hongyu, that's a really aggressive back. He's gotten canceled by Bulldog, but just some recall shenanigans. Point being, a scaling team being up through the first 10 minutes is never a good sign.
I kind of feel like it was just an alpha test there for Hongyu to stay there without...
Aura test?
Yeah, an aura test. Kind of like, you know that movie, you know the Adam Sandler movie Grown Ups, where they have the scene where they shoot the arrow right into the sky, and then nobody can leave.
Move.
Yeah, just don't move, and then the one guy actually gets the arrow in his foot. I feel like Hongyu would be that guy with the arrow in his foot, or maybe not an arrow, but a couple of nails instead.
You know, still pierce the same nails and arrows. It's going to hurt wherever they land, nonetheless.
Who would be the first to leave on JD Gaming is my question. Like, personality test here. Who's leaving? Who's immediately dipping once that arrow is fired?
My bet's on Gala. My bet's
on Gala, too.
Okay, well, I'm allowed to say that I'm an AD carry player. I'm taking disrespect for the fact that you said Gala. Okay, listen.
Well, can we count Xiaofeng? Because I mean, it's one of his first games here. It would be one of his first times trying.
He has to be last, right? Quacks, because he's there. He's like, I've got to fit in.
He's got to prove himself.
Yeah, he's got to prove himself. So he's never leaving. All right, we know Gala's first and Xiaofeng's last. And you know, maybe if the game
and Hongkyu's second to last.
Okay, Hongkyu's second to last. I'll let you take that one. We'll figure out 3 and 4 at a later date because it seems like our two teams are starting to notice that there's a pesky dragon that's been chilling in their home for a while now. It's 11 and a half minutes, and still no one has disturbed our Chemtech Drake. There's still a lot of positioning around it. The prio goes to JDG, especially in the mid lane, as Hongyu continues to find these very good trades with the Roa finish. And oh boy, here goes Gala. Transcend against the Wild Growth. Arc of Ruin does land this slow, but Gala got snared up and cannot chase any further. It's the flash off of Leave and more pressure on the bot side for Jindong Gaming.
Look at the teleport. Bulldog is going for a flank here, but I think he'll see the trail coming through, but is it too late?
It's like a shooting star, but it's got a big problem coming. There's the Purgatory, not yet used. Double dash for Bulldog. Now we'll drop it, but Xiaofeng is pretty slippery. Ritual Nail's going to have to get it done, and Bulldog will find that kill. Nice teleport flank. Xiaofeng had no idea that was coming.
Bulldog getting his first kill of the game, and EDG putting themselves on the map. Not going to do a ton for swinging the gold back in their favor, because Hongyu still holds about a 230 gold lead over the lock, but
yeah, look at that
like we talked about, the snowballing potential of the solo laners needs to be unlocked, and hey, it starts with one.
Safe to say, every time you say, I just realized we have way more pun potential with this champion, by the way. You've said locked and unlocked and multiple times in this cast already.
I haven't even tried it, by the way.
I know. I know, because like in my head, Quacks, I was waiting, like I was pausing for you to be like, haha, get it? And then I realized, oh, that's just normal vocabulary. Let's get a replay look back at this flank, though, from an unlocked lock.
It's a good attempt to try and peel EDG's mid-jungle with the shockwave, but Bulldog just flashing forward, manages to land the Ritual Nails, the slow comes through, and Xiaofeng kind of just all out of tricks. Can't teach a dog a new trick. And he will end up going down. Surprised though that this dragon is
What's going on?
I don't know. Do we just not like the Chemtile? I mean, the extra tenacity I feel you would get from it, especially as JDG, would have a lot of value because you'll be dealing with like undertows, you'll be dealing with Jin W's, you'll be dealing with Perukia's entire kit. Like, there is value in getting this dragon. Finally, JDG seemed to be listening to me as soon as I explained why they should be taking it. So there you go.
Look
Baby
at you,
steps.
Quacks has graduated. Yeah, I was going to say, Quacks has graduated from yelling at a bunch of Diamond Emerald pleb casters about taking dragons to telling LPL pro players when to take their dragons. Wow. Congratulations on your promotion, man. Don't forget us when you go to the big leagues.
I won't. As we've got Herald coming up on the top side in about 40 seconds here. And again, I will stress that with JDG, you've got so much side lane pressure with this Jax, even just one grub, and I feel like it's going to call so much more attention to be dealt with by EDG. If they can give him a Herald, it gets a lot more spicy.
We want to see spice here. This game has been slow moving, and again, want to give credit to JDG for that. The fact we only have 2 kills in 15 minutes, 1 dragon, 15 minutes. This is their game plan, because when you look at their composition from draft, especially with a Roa-led Orianna as well to factor in, all of these champions really want to wait until 2, maybe even 3 to 4 items to really make this game theirs. When you think about Yunara, Jax, so credit to them for slowing the game down and not letting EDG speed them up, and it's got them in cruise control as they do take their talents towards Shelly's pit. And a dive maybe towards the bot side here. Hongq going to shockwave the entire wave, and that's going to cut out the engage because Turd Dagger was already grabbed. It's a Vault Breaker out, a TP behind from Xiaosu as, oh god, Gala flashes beautifully over the Encore, and Perukia is done for in translation down to the bot side. He gets picked off, and JDG also going to grab that Rift Herald on the top side, courtesy of Xiaofeng.
Transit, translation, transmission. You know, we know what you were saying, Slayer, but the whole theme of these this last 30 seconds is JDG are taking over the map here. Herald was taken by Xiaofeng. Mid lane tower is going to fall. Herald will immediately be spawned and then killed. Such is a life for old Shelly here in game number 1, but JD Gaming ballooning this gold lead all the more, and EDG... You talk about the slower pace of games, and hold that thought, actually, as we're going for a fast-paced play.
Yeah, wild growth. I don't think it's going to save Vampire. Perukia is going to pick up the kill with a double tap. Alex pursue forward, though. Xiaofeng is going to get interrupted by a nice Vault Breaker there from JJ. Now make sure Perukia doesn't take any damage. So nice little pick potential there between JJ and Leave to get them a bit more gold back.
Like you said, good interrupt. Vault Breaker canceling out the Hound's pursuit, and does mean that JDG don't trade anybody back. Now it seems like they've maybe found their mojo. You can see JJ potentially looking for something on the top side. Hongq stiffen that one out, gonna just back on away, and we're already seeing just a lot of side lane pressure come through from JD Gaming. Xiaoshu forcing that TP response out of ZDZ. Hongq actually staying, though, and maybe gonna look for a pick onto Bulldog, who does have flash and is very mobile, though.
Yeah, he's got the Ashen Pursuit. He's going to use the Rocket Bell dash as well to get out of the Shockwave, and doesn't need that flash, doesn't need that dash in his kit. Will avoid that pick play. But every time something goes a little bit good for EDG, our observers pan towards the top lane matchup, and Edward Gaming fans can get a little bit more sad. This top lane matchup has been run away by Xiaosu up to this point. It's up to 1.8k. 1.8k alone in the top lane. And I didn't even factor into the bot lane matchup as well, Quacks.
And another tower is just gone, by the way. Xiaosu is going to claim... I say another turret, but this is the first one to be taken, so there you go. As Xiaosu is now going to make it over 2,000 ahead of the Olaf in terms of a gold lead, and 2 levels on top of that as he dings over to level 14.
Bulldog.
Just feels like nothing was really done to try and accelerate this Olaf, but maybe they can accelerate the lock.
Hongq gets the speed up. JJ doesn't have the Vault Breaker back up just yet. And Hongq's created a good amount of space recognizing he is on the weak side. Does, of course, have to burn that flash, Quacks, but flash is better than a gray screen.
We'll also be able to have the shockwave back up in time for the Dragon. As we can see, that'll come up in about 30 seconds. EDG looking for a topside play means they kind of got to haul away from here to redeploy on that part of the map. And JD Gaming have no interest in letting them do that, at least not 2/3 of them, as Bulldog actually manages to complete the reset without any problems.
Man, we really are just continuing this hate on the Dragon
All right,
stacking
guys.
train. JDG is now fully opting into this topside play. Looks like they just want to take this top lane tier 1 turret. It does have a lot of crystalline overgrowth on it. Honkyu, you get the first big auto through. JDG, though, now kind of surrendering their position and looking to move back towards mid lane. Honkyu, maybe with the touch of the void, will pick up that top lane tier 1 turret. So they do end up collecting that gold, but we really are just hating on the Drake Pit this game, Quacks.
Did just spawn. We can see JDG are moving toward that bot side. That's a lot of Jhin traps. Wow.
A lot.
Is Leaf trying to make like pixel art with them? Huh.
That'd be
cool.
funny, you know? You send subliminal messages to the viewers. I would just make a smiley face and just be like, hey guys, I'm doing good. Don't worry about me.
I thought initially it was like the 3 points is hold on Bulldog.
Bulldog. Purgatory. Remember, Honkyu already used his flash. The shockwave this time won't be dashed out of by the Rocket Belt, but Bulldog's going to flash back forward. It's a nice stasis to wait out the Purgatory there for Honkyu. And he will end up surviving, loses access to that Seekers. As, oh boy, Xiaosu going to force the Ragnarok out of ZDZ just for the threat alone of the solo Bolo. In the background, of course, as well, Xiaofeng and company secured that second Dragon of the game just before the 20-minute mark. The second Dragon of the game, Quacks, went down seconds before Baron spawned.
And I just feel like this is the point where it's going to be rough. We talk about how JD Gaming really wanted a slow pace, and I feel the Dragons reflect their willingness to play the game a little slower. But EDG, just because of these soul laners, weren't really supposed to fully opt into that style. We needed to see snowballing happen through mid and top. And although Bulldog has been mildly successful at chunking out and even getting a kill in this game, the same cannot be said for ZDZ. And I feel like no matter how depressed we get about Olaf Ragnaroking away in the 1v1 against the Jax, we are going to be the most depressed when we see Olaf Ragnarok forward in a team fight and then die immediately.
Oh, like maybe Gala will have to do. That's a nice Mikhails to get out of the CC chain from JDG. The 4-shot doing a good amount of damage, though, from Leave. Is looking to step up, maybe to try and play a 4th shot, but Gala is out of the fray for now. As Xiaofeng will have to surrender control of this top river. EDG able to get some pressure over to Jindong Gaming, but pressure is not going to be able to succumb this 4K gold lead they're staring down.
All right, you know what? Gala might be the last one to move away from the arrow. He took all 4 of those curtain call shots like a champ without ever being phased. Light work, no reaction.
Didn't
so
consider that.
Maybe he would be like 3rd? I don't know. This is tough.
This is tough. What's tougher? EDG. They're getting a Baron completely snuck under their nose. I mean, JJ, he's just moseying around, la 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 la, clearing my wolves. And yeah, oh my God, they're full committing. And EDG still have no idea this is happening. Finally, Bulldog cancels his recall, so they have an inkling this may be going on. Perukia puts a last-ditch ward down, but it's just to see the final smite go through. Xiaofeng with the call. JDG pick up purple onto 5 with ease.
And right under their nose, now EDG are going to have to be dealing with a double Drake stacked JDG with 5,000 gold in the lead for gold. I said gold twice. Plus now, we're doing the Baron. And all of this, Slayer, right when we're saying the big late game carries of JDG are scaling on their items. We've got Gala almost completing his 3rd. Honkyu working on his 3rd.
I mean,
he's
look
now
at this,
just 1v1ing Bulldog with no problem.
I mean, his HP pool is disgusting. He has the Zanyas if he really needed it, but he didn't. He just completely gaps Bulldog in a solo kill. And JDG will use that pressure to push down on the other 2 lanes. Remember, JJ tried to swing over there to make it a 1-on-2. He's just now getting to recall, but all of these turrets have already dropped. It's a good Deadly Flourish to land, though, onto Xiaosu. The exhaust can come through as well. Counter-Strike being used to delay some of that damage. The Encore, so much poured onto this Jax, and he's going to hop, skip away from the 1v3 without his health bar even getting close to dropping.
And look at the cross map. I mean, they commit on to Xiaosu to get this kill. They're even chasing further. They really want to try and get something because they know their top side is gone. And I feel like this is just a small allegory for how this game has been going. EDG don't get anything other than Raptors. In comparison, JDG are getting solo kills for Hongq onto Bulldog, getting Barons, getting tier 2s on top, and this game is just looking like it's curtains here for Edward Gaming.
Quacks, seeing that replay, I can't believe the gumption Bulldog had to actually take that fight. He was 2 levels down as well. Maybe Bulldog would be the guy to not move away from the arrow, but also not look up and end up hitting him in a place that's a lot more punishing than his foot.
Well, Locke does have sunglasses. Maybe it's just because he's blind.
Well, avert your eyes, EDG fans, because JJ just got pounced on by Xiaofeng. He'll drop as the Baron push continues for a couple more, 30 seconds for JDG. They're looking to break the base open, and they're looking to break down onto ZDZ. Pops the Ragnarok, has to flash away from the Mad Lad Xiaosu. And the base will become into tatters, especially if Hongq just deletes Perukia with one combo from that shockwave. And they might look to just end the game here. ZDZ doesn't have that Ragnarok. He is paper mache, and so is, oh my god, so is Leave as Xiaosu eviscerates him. The poor pups from Nefiri's pack nearly find the kill in the fountain on the Leave, and this is just clinical from JDG. One Nexus turret's left up as they get rid of ZDZ. It's Gala trying to flash kill Leave in his own fountain. He may have went a bit too far. That's a shutdown. Back over to Leave, and now the fight starts getting really messy. There's so many low health bars. But Bulldog, he doesn't have the combos, the cooldowns to go in, and Hongq, with the biggest health bar of them all, is herding around his 3 other teammates saying, "It's okay, guys. I gotcha." Step up and hit the Nexus. A flash from Perukia won't find an Encore, and Bulldog doesn't even find the kill into Xiaosu. Counter-Strike, diff. Leave will pick up the stragglers, but this game is over. JDG dominance. They're going to close this game out before we even get to 26 minutes. An absolute slaughter as they take a 1-0 series lead.
10 kills in 26 minutes. Half of those were done by JDG in the last 45 to 60 seconds of the game, Slayer. This was not a kill-hungry game, not a bloodthirsty match. It was just a clean, clinical, waiting game from JDG, and that's exactly what we said we needed to expect from them if they wanted to be the victors in this game. EDG needed to play with a little bit more alacrity, and they were just too slow.
They were just too slow, and now with an arrow in the foot, they're rooted down 0-1 at this point here. So tough look for EDG. Definitely played the game out completely adverse to the way their comp was set up, but you know, Quacks, it did kind of feel like a draft gap, and we started pointing out a lot of that. We got into the game, we talked about the Lulu. Funnily enough, we actually didn't get to see the Lulu-Olaf interaction at any point because the Olaf could never leave the lane that the Jax was in.
We barely got any just team fights in that game. It was all every member of JD Gaming doing their job, winning their lane, and those are the kinds of games where everything just goes right and the game ends at 15 minutes. But we're in a competitive match, so it went a little bit longer. Not much longer, though, as I feel like JDG have historically struggled with faster paced games. I think that the LPL has always cultivated a little bit more of a high octane style. That's what the league is famous for. And these are two teams that are very high on the average game time and somewhat low on the average kills. So I think that this just kind of slotted into the style that JDG love to play, that they have historically been piloting in Split 3, 2 successes, 2 benefits, or 2 not. But in this case, there can be no question it was to their benefit, just playing the waiting game, and the good things came in time, and they were patient, and EDG, unfortunately, just kind of had no chance once we started getting to those 2 item breakpoints.
Yeah, it felt like, that again, their time just passed much too quickly. And this is what we kind of expect from this matchup, JDG versus EDG. We talked about, maybe we could see things get a little quirky with our drafts, knowing the stakes aren't there, but I think the biggest thing we've learned from this opener to our series, Quacks, is that Tabe told these boys, listen, I am not happy with how our split is going to end record-wise, so you better show me something that I can use to inspire confidence going into this postseason. And, well, mission accomplished through one game, Tabe.
And I think one thing we've really highlighted for this team, Slayer, is how the drafts haven't been very spicy from Tabe, and I feel like a big reason for that is lack of confidence from JD Gaming. This has been their roughest split so far by a pretty big margin, in my opinion. It's been very up and down for them, and I feel like just a big reason we aren't seeing a lot of these unorthodox, unique picks is because Tabe is saying, all right, we're clearly not able to play the stuff that is meta to a high degree of success, so we need to be able to do that before we can bust out any of the pocket picks, any of the stylish stuff. And so I think that the win against Top Esports, right, being able to take that 2-0 recently, and then if they're able to win games in this fashion against EDG and take the series, maybe we'll see a little bit of that return of confidence going into the best of fives, and maybe we'll cook a little bit more if we're a bit more confident.
I like that adage, Quacks, that Tabe was just kind of trying to simplify the game once more for especially his solo lanes, right? We kind of talked about how Xiaosu is a huge Jax player all the way back to his days, taking over the solo queue ladder and stuff like that as he was coming up as a pro. But also, every mid laner should feel comfortable just locking in an Orianna game. And that's what HongQ got.
Yeah, put the Orianna in the bag.
Yeah, put the Orianna in the bag. Yeah.
How often can you actually get Orianna in a competitive match these days? We were literally so shocked that they left this champion open. And luckily for EDG, Fearless is going to do the work for them and not let HongQ back on the most high priority champion of the entire year.
Yeah, that's that's the silver lining there. You talked a bit about getting shocked with some decisions. I will be shocked if we do not see a player of the game go towards Mr. Xiaosu. I think, you saw the damage was big for HongQ, but this guy, there we go, Quacks. He warped that top lane matchup with First Blood, and boy, did he not look back. He made this Olaf invisible in this game.
You would have gotten shocked if he didn't get it, but I see Xiaosu there, and I'm just going to wave. I'm waved. Shock and waved. So there we go.
The puns are in. No lock puns, Orianna puns, because of how high priority the champion is.
We got lock puns, we got Orianna puns. We'll keep coming up with some depending on the drafts for game number 2, but much deserved Jax win MVP there from the man himself, being played or being able to play one of his best characters, one of his most familiar characters, and like you said, making the Olaf totally invisible. Great counter matchup for him, and he really put, I think, the hands on ZDZ, just made it impossible for him to have any influence in this game.
Well, it's not impossible for EDG to come away with a series win, though, Quacks. Of course, it's going to take a 2-game climb, but anything is possible, especially on a bit of a wacky final day for our split. No stakes in the playoffs and the play-in's future, but pride is on the line here for Edward Gaming. We'll see if they can find a bounce-back game 2 against JDG on the other side of this intermission. Back in a flash here, LPL English, our final 3 series day of the entire year 2026, and we are into the meat and potatoes of that very day. Game 2, Series 2 on tap here, Quacks. And if we learned anything from Game 1, we may be out of here in expedited fashion.
It seems like JDG, though, and you know, it's funny that you say we're out of here in expedited fashion because that just plays into the metaphor I was going to bring up for the series. It's the classic tortoise and the hare tale, right? You know, slow and steady wins the race. Even though JDG are playing a slower paced game, they're going to get us out of here quicker, and we're going to be ending faster than maybe even the first series of the day. That would be pretty insane, given that there was a 17-3 lock in one of those games. But I do think that JDG played to their strengths. We talk about how this is a slower paced team. They're a little bit more methodical on the macro side, and that just kind of felt like a masterclass of macro from them. They had 10 kills to end the game, and like I said before we went to break, half of those were done in the last 60 seconds or so. So realistically, it was like a 5-2 game up until we were literally sieging at their Nexus turrets.
Yeah, 5-2 game where the only Baron that was taken was a sneak. There wasn't even a fight for it. First Dragon of the game was taken 14 minutes almost. Like, that's got to be, I'm not going to say it's a record, but it's got to be up there, at least for this split alone. Definitely a game plan that JDG executed on perfectly. So, Quacks, the tough question that now goes towards the Edward Gaming coaching staff, and something we can try and decipher, is what can they do best to try and get EDG in a more not even just win game 2, obviously that's what they need to do, but I want to know like what we feel like is something that we want to see them draft to put EDG in a more comfortable spot, because they just looked darn uncomfortable playing that comp outside of JJ on the Vi.
They did, and I feel like EDG, they're also a slower paced team, and I felt like game number 1, we needed to see them play a little bit more fast, because we had things like the Olaf, we had things like the Lock, we had elements to that composition that needed to snowball in order to have the same relevancy as a, 10-stack Roa Orianna or a Xiaoshu with 2+ items being able to split push on just one grub. And they weren't able to do that. So I think that in game 2, one thing I'll be looking at is to play to that slower style. I think that JDG are going to let them do that too, because they also want to do something similar. And maybe it'll give us time to make more movie references while we're at it with all the downtime we'll have.
In case you guys are ever curious about, what me and Quacks talk about when we're not talking about League of Legends, which, that does absorb, I would say, over half of our
leaking the group
conversations.
chat, man. Oh,
no, not the group chat. I'm just talking about our dynamic, Quacks. The leaking the group chat will get me.
Oh, we're done.
I will disappear. I will disappear. Yeah, that. No, but we love to talk movie shop, so a lot of the time, Quacks, I think it's something you and I like to do a lot, so I guess stay on the lookout for more movie references. But let's start referencing what we want to see from this Game 2 draft for EDG as we get set. We get a bit better of an idea of what their game plan may be, if they want to lean into more comfort with a counter pick sort of angle, giving away that first pick. That does seem to be the case. We have a traditional draft for Game 2 here. JDG still on the blue side, but this time they'll have that coveted B1.
They do have mid lane focus still as the central theme to a lot of these bans, though, Slayer. The Syndra going to be taken away, the Cassiopeia along with it, and there's just a lot of other preliminary bans, the Jarvan, the Ezreal, also being taken off the board. I wonder if we'll see any focus on the Rumble, as I do believe that this is Xiaoshu's most played champion, if I'm not mistaken, or it is certainly up there. Yeah, he's got 9 games on it. So
there you go.
That could be another thing that we might have to put stock into. Instead, though, we're going to be focusing a little bit more on the bot and jungle with Pantheon and Lucian the focus. A lot of top laners are open. No top lane bans were here in the first 6, so you've got things like the Rumble available. You could even go things like the Gnar if you want to try and blind that. Jace is another blind that I suppose you could go.
True.
But there are other lanes, like Ryze is still open if you want to try and give something over to Hongq and have that global pressure and that safe scaling.
Well, great timing there, Quacks, because the Ryze gets locked in. Realm Warp global pressure and a scaling champion indeed. EDG's bans make, is a little bit of a head scratch. I do wonder if they're just trying to protect their bottom lane from getting run over by Gala and Vampire. That seems to be the case because they just went 1-2 Rumble Yone back to back. The volatility is still in the top side here for Edward Gaming.
All right, so EDG are not switching up where they want the ball to be,
Wait,
but instead
you called the
they're-
Yone, by the way. Great job, Quacks.
I mean, Bulldog had an amazing game on the Yone. If you have not watched that game, go watch it. It was a masterclass from the man, and he single-handedly, I think, gave EDG that W. So a lot of credit over to him, just being able to have the comfort champion. And hey, you were talking about the Lee Sin for
Look at
Scalpum,
that.
so we're both winning here, Slayer.
Yeah, you spoke on the Yone, though. We've had some amazing Yone performances.
We have.
Across this week alone. Cream had an amazing closeout game on the Yone. Yesterday, Care was doing crazy things on the Yone for a closeout for NIP. Actually, that was a game, 1 win. Still only wins for the Yone. We'll see if Bulldog can pick up on that trend. The Ambessa going to be the Rumble counter here for Xiaosu. I love it. He just ran ZDZ over badly in game 1, and, well, this Ambessa can do similar things as long as it can survive that early phase of the top lane.
I really like this Poppy champion. I think it's great into the mobility that Ambessa and Lee Sin employ, but instead, we're going to be getting the Maokai for
The classic
JDG.
Yone
So
pairing.
I feel like it still gives you the lockdown we complimented him for with the Vi, where he was still able to get on some of those priority targets in game number 1. Didn't have the follow-up in this game. I think he does, and he's also able to unlock it a little bit sooner. Doesn't have to wait until level 6 like he did for that first match. So I think that JJ can play a little bit faster paced going into game number 2, which when you've got a champion like Yone, you want to make sure that he is as comfortable as possible, he is secure as possible, and you're giving him all the resources. Maokai, another champion that also doesn't really need gold in order to have relevancy at all points in the game. As we are going on to the second phase of draft, bot lane is still going to be the focus like it was in the first draft, Slayer, and I think similar to the first draft, we probably expect a lot of weak side to come through from Gala and Leaf.
Quacks, by the way, remember when I mentioned that winning jungler that didn't take his blue buff and a level 1 blue buff until 6 minutes and 45 seconds? It was Guwon playing the Maokai. So supports your adage about not needing a lot of those resources. Well, I'm sure...
And he still won?
Yeah, he still won. JJ, I'm sure, will take his blue buff in a much more short succession. EDG, these last 4 bans, man, they are... This is just... You guys are scared of Gala Vampire. I mean, I don't know how else to describe this. You've banned Lucian Melio, Ezreal Bard. You're taking the Karma away for Ezreal Karma. You get rid of Callista, so there's no Callista Renata. They are trying to shoehorn JDG into playing a passive bottom lane by this point, especially if they steal away something like the Corki. That basically makes a lot of aggro lanes for JDG to go for here kind of off the table. I think Gala at this point is kind of forced into Hyperscaler, or maybe if he wants to look Ashe or Caitlyn.
Yeah,
But
Bard,
now
I think
Caitlyn feels
needed,
a little weirder. Yeah.
I feel like Bard just needed to be the lock-in here for Perukia. You've got so much attention that needs to be paid toward the top side, and who better to accomplish that than the roamingest support that has ever roamed? JDG, though, I wouldn't be surprised if we just slam like Kate Lux here, unironically. Vampire loves his mages. I think Lux is right up his alley. He's played it before, I believe, in the split, and it's one of Caitlyn's best pairing. It gives you priority. Just lock that in. It's so good, and also just means Bard can't leave the lane because his AD carry is constantly under tower.
Don't tell Yanni this, Quacks, but I do prefer for the aggro Kate lanes, Caitlyn Lux over Caitlyn Elise. I actually, personally, but you know, you keep that secret. But Yanni, I'm sure, won't figure out here. Nico is also a fun option for Vampire.
Nico's an option.
I like this a bit more because I feel like JDG need that, like, catalyst for team fights. It feels a little rough to kind of try and navigate fights with Lee Sin first or like Ryze or Ambessa. Now Vampire can throw caution to the wind and set his team up to win some fights.
I do think, though, there is inherent risk on being able to lock in the Nico, because if you don't have that follow-up from the rest of JDG, you are still a very squishy champion. You can die really easily, and there are also a lot of tools to just disengage, right? You've got the Maokai and the Bard, so they can really push you away, or they can just Tempered Fate the ultimate to make it more difficult for you to get it off or for the follow-up to come through. So I think in the case of JDG, their biggest win condition is going to be finding those engages with the Nico, but having the follow-up necessary to make sure Nico doesn't actually go down. Because if you don't have a Lee Sin or an Ambessa backing you, it's going to be really difficult for you to transit a lot of your other damage dealers with the Ryze and the Caitlyn into that fight without either getting blown up or zoned off by things like the Bard, the Maokai, even the Yone Tempered Fate, I think can act as kind of a barrier of entry for a champion like Caitlyn to get involved. So I think JDG have a comp capable of team fighting. I'm not super happy with the fact that Nico seems like the only multi-man engage on their comp, but
yeah,
I feel that if they can just have follow-up from the top side, it shouldn't be an issue. On the other hand, though, EDG, they locked in the Yone. All of my attention is going to be paid toward the mid lane and being able to let him scale. We talked about how it was so hard for them to get any kind of modicum of gold into the Olaf for game 1. They've got to switch it around here for game number 2 with the Yone and with the mid lane.
Have to help out Bulldog. And I think that is a great adage from you, Quacks, that, you know, JDG's ability to fight the way they want to, it's a lot less reliable than we would have seen from game number 1. But also, when you win a game in the fashion that JDG did for our first match, I'm never going to be mad at you for saying, game 2, we're playing confident. And that seems to be what JDG are going to do to try and sweep out their final series of the regular split. I could be so in such a slumber I'm in a coma, and if that guy rips a Jin Dong, I sit right up in my bed.
It's the one meme of the guy like it's the one meme of the guy like sitting back in his chair and then he leans forward.
Yep.
That's the JDG chants are always amazing when that guy is a part of them, as we're already seeing the range that both of these marksmen are coveting in this game. Leave obviously throwing out a Q, immediately hits onto Vampire, and Gala and Vampire are just now trying to levy some of their own range to win out on the 2v2, which we expect in the early game, and I do think that if they can continue to do this, it'll be very difficult for Perukia to have influence over the top side of the map. So that just means you might need to get some rescuing from the Maokai in the early stages, but curiously enough, JJ is actually tapping away from the bot lane, which is, I think, the right choice because we talk about how important this top side is, but also, if you ever want to free up this Bard, I feel like you have to make at least a couple early visits in the first few minutes of the game.
Yeah, it's a kind of push and pull scenario, right?
Help me help you.
Yeah, exactly. If I can get the Bard out of the lane, I have an extra partner to follow me around for topside plays, but that's just not going to be the case right now. Perukia is on trap clearing duty, just making sure that none of these are possible for Leave even to accidentally step on, valiantly sacrificing his health. You know that Perukia is going to be, maxing those health potions in this lane, but look at this from Xiaofeng. Classic Xiaofeng Lee Sin antics, and he hits his first Sonic Wave of the game. They're bringing the wave up. We'll see if the dive will be committed. Both heals already coming out here. Vampire does not land a tether, though. Flashes away, but the Comet, I believe, gets the kill. That's first blood to Leave. A very messy start for JDG.
It's a very difficult situation for them, and I mean, they may have just given Bard the ability to roam around without actually needing to really do anything, as now Perukia is here.
Okay, flash from Xiaofeng. He's going to be able to hop over towards his teammate, but he loses out on the summoners. He's going to lose out on that bottom crab, likely the top crab, so that one messed up dive is having aftershock effects to the rest of this JDG early game.
It just felt like a missed timing from JDG on the dive. I hope we get a replay of it because I feel that the Sonic Wave was a little too early from Xiaofeng. He wanted to cancel the back that Perukia was going for, but it timed out before the wave actually crashed, so there was really no ability for Lee Sin before the heal came out to actually get damage down, and then Vampire misses the Tangle Barbs. Basically everything that could have gone wrong there did, and it did result in Leave getting first blood on this Varus, so good start here for Edward Gaming.
They're just going to keep pouring it on. Vampire going to take a healthy chunk there, trying to hold the wave for his AD carry, which a valiant effort nonetheless is accomplished. Gala should be able to collect this very huge wave with relative ease. Vampire will, of course, have to reset. We'll see if they can try to deploy him on the map. Does look like he's going to try and walk his way towards mid lane. You pointed out in game 1 with our Seraphine Lulu matchup, supports didn't even move at all until they'd gotten their ultimates. should expect a much different game. You can already see it, both Vampire and Perukia on a crash course towards this mid lane.
So Perukia does get freed up to roam. This is exactly what we wanted to see. Maybe not in the manner in which we wanted to see it, with JJ impacting the bot lane, freeing up the Bard, you know, freeing him from prison, essentially.
Leave.
As leave.
Okay, is able to back up in time. No Tango Barb to come out.
Perukia making his way back to the lane, and Vampire going to, I would assume, likely be zoned off, but because of that failed dive, it just gives a lot more wiggle room over to the Bard to make visits toward that mid lane. So JDG, one of the big ramifications of giving that kill over or failing that dive is, yeah, you give a kill over to leave, but I think the biggest thing, honestly, for the long-term effects of this match is you give room for Bard to have influence in the mid lane, which is exactly what your bot lane comp was built around preventing.
Exactly. And the bottom lane-centric game plan should continue, knowing that an Infernal Soul is up and for the taking. We, of course, have both our junglers on this bot side as well. But it's JJ that is threatening to tick over towards that level 6. You can see him already getting initial vision down. Maybe wants to play for that crab respawn, but so the crab would get him level 6, right? This wolf camp will get him close enough there, and the crab will get him near. But for Xiaofeng, that crab will not tick him over to level 6.
It won't, but I think it will get him one camp away from it. Xiaofeng looking for round 2, but this time with Honkyu.
Yeah, there's the magical journey. Perukia's going to create
Leave
some space.
is just left.
They're trying to recreate this dive. It's the flash, twisted advance, but it's too little too late. Leave is going to find the kill. JJ will find a trade back, though. Honkyu hurting, but there's no damage left here. It's a bramble smash. JJ hoping to find that second kill, but he won't be able to. Again, JDG, it's not clean on the bot lane dive, but this time they at least come away with a kill.
It's 1-for-1. Bulldog is going to get a plate, though, after taking that reset. So Yone going to be eaten pretty well from that Realm Warp by Honkyu. And I said leave left. There's a pun for leave. We're really just checking them all out. I don't know if that counts as a pun. Maybe just like a play on words, but I'm counting it. I don't care.
This gives me real square. Every rectangle is a square, but not every square is a rectangle vibes. Every pun is a play on words, but not every play on words is a pun.
Yeah, I feel like that's how it should work. They should teach that one in schools. If you're ever doing like English, maybe that's like the English version of the math term, right?
That's how you get the math kids into English class.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That would work on me. Personally, or the opposite would probably work on me because I'm more of an English kid than a math kid.
Yeah, I'm right there with you, Quacks. Other way around would have helped me out. Started to feel the pains of Bulldog picking up some of that early pressure in the lane as Honkyu makes that roam. Going to take quite a hankering of damage there, and now has to respect the fact that a Fate Seal dive could happen into a one-shot scenario. Definitely a very inspiring sign for EDG fans to see that Bulldog and ZDZ are having much more comfortable lanes this time round.
007 JJ rather is wrapping around to maybe look for a 2v2. They know that Xiaofeng is in that bush though.
They do. Soul's going to tether back. Bulldog maybe looking for a Fate Sealed. He's going to go off that Nature's Grasp. Perukia flash for a slow twist advance comes across. Dragon's Rage kick does not make sure Xiaofeng can survive. Some turret shots is all he's going to get is help, but he drops once more.
Good CC chain there from EDG, and the follow-up on the twisted advance going through all of the Lee Sin mobility. It doesn't matter where he goes. JJ will follow, and it will be a kill going over to the Maokai. So good look there from EDG, or sorry, the Yone, which is extremely good because that is where their win condition lies. Meanwhile, we saw that JJ actually took some grubs, and that'll just give a little bit more push power, a little bit more potency to taking down these upcoming and incoming plates in the lanes. I will say, though, I'm not sure how much value it'll derive after the laning phase, because this is a pretty big team fight comp with not a lot of side lane threat.
Side lane threat, there's just laning threat that I keep seeing every time we pan towards this bot side. The reason the gold lead isn't in EDG's favor is the fact that Gala and Vampire are once again manhandling a bot lane tier 1 turret in the laning phase. first turret should be a breeze for JDG here, and Xiaofeng, despite some errors, is still confident playing towards that bot side. Chains of Corruption, instant cleanse there from Gala. He didn't even lose a step, and the Piercing Arrow will not find that kill. So finally, Leave can alleviate some pressure. But now the question I'd like to pose to you, Quacks, is it is scary to see Gala this fed on the Caitlyn, but I do dare say the EDG have the right dive comp to make sure they can punish this Caitlyn, especially whenever she doesn't have summoners.
Maw procced.
Public Execution, not going to land. Hongq, though, on the way with a Realm Warp to bail out his top laner. Double flash. Xiaosu's trying to create some space. Gets a big shield just in time. And his partner in crime, Hongq, will pick up the kill.
That Maw unironically saved him there as, uh-oh. Okay.
Oh, no steal. There's the Bramble Smash smite down for JDG. So first dragon of the game, a little bit earlier than last time. Goes over to Edward Gaming.
Bramble Smash, or Q Smite from Maokai is deceptively high damage. Now Gala doesn't have enough damage to dissuade this.
Fate, man. What a great Tempered Fate. Turret, though, does mean the Sonic Wave connecting. Xiaofeng can trade out Perukia. Gala drops, but it does come at a price as this game's starting to open up a bit more.
Look at Hongq. Hongq is going toward the bot lane. He's not going to mid, where Bulldog is just continuing to siege the mid lane tier 1. He's got 4 plates at this point, 10 minutes, almost 11 into the game as this Yone, so he should be able to actually get his first item on the next back, I would imagine. That just makes it so difficult to deal with the Yone. He'll have so much damage to work with in these upcoming team fights, and that's exactly what we wanted to see from EDG as Xiaoshu's just burning. What?
He just got beat down. That was clinical.
That was
CDC.
revenge.
Yeah, revenge solo bolo. He gets one back onto Xiaosu. Big move here for EDG as they start to take a grasp over this gold lead. Good start here for EDG. That top side you wanted to see really step up. I know you highlighted the Yone, but this Rumble 2, all going according to plan here for EDG.
ZDZ having a good redemption laning phase. We haven't seen a lot of impact, but I think a solo kill for that Rumble, not only does it mean that it's going to be difficult for Ambessa to actually engage into these later team fights, but it also just means that if this Ambessa's squishier, I've always said that I think the biggest difference between an early and a late game Ambessa is how tanky she is. Once you have things like the Death Stance, once you have things like the Eclipse, you are so difficult to take down. If you're under-leveling her like this, she is going to be super squishy, super susceptible to death, as she almost was. Xiaoshu lands the public execution and gets away.
Oh no. Did not see that Pop Blossom coming. Tempered Fate is going to land to buy Bulldog some time. Going to unbind his soul, trying to create some space here. But there's the Dragon's Rage kick. He will recombine with that soul and dash back out towards his turret. Perukia, good save there. Bulldog was caught.
And there's the interaction we were really warning against in the Draft Slayer, where even though you can have a good Pop Blossom to engage a fight or look for a pick, it just gets immediately Temper Fated, and Xiaoshu is the next target that EDG want to look for.
Yeah, he did everything right there, flashes, but still, the branches of this tree from JDG is continuing to chase another Twisted Advance, and they're able to commit that dive under 2 different turrets to get ZDZ another kill.
And they chase into the tier 2. I was a little bit worried because of the overheat from ZDZ pretty early on in that dive that he wouldn't be able to follow up just because of the self-silence, but Leandri's tankiness makes it enough for him to actually complete that kill, and all of JDG are on the bot side. So ZDZ will get himself some plates on top of the kill, and this Rumble is just continuing to increase in that threat level.
Hongq popping the Ghost preemptively, does dodge out on a nice Q3 there from Bulldog, so no knockup going to land. There is, of course, no Nature's Grasp. Tempered Fate still off the board. No real ultimates to threaten Hongq there, but still wanted to use that Summoner. As we start looking a bit into the future here, Quacks, to see how EDG can use this small gold lead that they're holding on to. Of course, a majority of it is the fact that ZZ's up a whole 1,000 over Xiaosu. Rift Heralds in a minute. Second Drake of the game, potentially for EDG, is also not far behind. So we're going to start getting some, hopefully, big objective fights led by EDG.
We are, and I mean, the big one holding down this lead from just being 700 on JDG is Gala. He picked up a lot of plate gold early on just because of the nature of having Caitlyn, Nico, being able to get a lot of income for himself in the laning phase, but I feel like that is on borrowed time. As we said, the Caitlyn is going to find it very difficult to get involved in these fights if the engage isn't there from the side of JDG, as Xiaofeng just followed him to Narnia.
Yeah, he canceled a Fate Seal dash, forced Bulldog to flash. Vampire looked for a Pop Blossom on the back end. It's not going to land. Nature's Grass is going to grab hold of Hongq. But there's no cooldowns for Bulldog to really push back forward. It's ZDZ that's looking to push forward as he continues to punish Xiaosu with these overheats.
And Xiaosu is going to be forced to reset. He doesn't have teleport either, so I'm wondering where he's going to go right off rip. I think he understands that this tower is gone, but Dragon is up in about 10 seconds.
Damn.
He's going to actually stay. ZDZ, there's no maw for you, Xiaoshu.
Oh, but there's no wave, and he didn't kill off the turret, so 2 errant shots from the protective structure for Xiaosu is going to force him to back off as well. JJ and Bulldog are onto this Dragon, and JDG are going to say, you can have it. First 2 Drakes of the game over to Edward Gaming. They have an Ocean Soul to now play for. Not necessarily what I'm sure they were hoping for out of the remaining souls there, Quacks.
And look at where JDG are going on the redeploy, potentially trying to set up for a pick, but centering themselves around this Herald to threaten the objective. Yone, though, is on the bot side. He's just farming. He even has teleport up, so if EDG want to take a fight around that Rift Herald, they can get the Yone involved. And Xiaoshu, again, I feel like is just on raid boss duty. I mean, he is dealing with ZDZ in his own lane, and now he's being sent over to the bot side to deal with the Yone that is super far ahead at this point in the game. This man is just having to constantly fight like the level 100 bosses on the side of Edward Gaming.
Yeah, and what really hurts about this one is, he went for that Hex Drinker. That's not going to help you at all against Bulldog. So that definitely feels particularly extra rough, but hey, if it's getting Hongq in a more comfortable position, so be it. He's going to be such a big win con on this rise. Got some stacks going towards that Roa, has a full tier stack towards the Seraphs as well, and, well, setting up his own little espionage trick here, calling over his support, saying, this guy doesn't know I'm in the brush. Pops out. He'll look to get the Rune Prism down, but he picked a bad time. ZZ just overheats and deletes him.
Holy crap. Okay, now they're going to be able to...
All right, he flashes out. It's the ZDZ game, Quacks. And he ults the wave.
And he ults the wave. All right, ZDZ. Gold star for the redemption game. It was so rough against Xiaoshu in game number 1, but he is showing up here in game number 2 on the Rumble. We talked about the high priority of this champion because both top laners absolutely love the pick, and we're seeing why.
Oh, nice. No slamming in the mid-tier 1 turret there with Shelly as well. A beautiful Tempered Fate slows that down. JDG just can't find their footing in this game, and they're getting jumped on. Xiaofeng going to get claimed by the Nature's Grasp, and JJ will find that kill. Vampire getting slowed up as Perukia continues to chase, forces a flash, but here comes Bulldog. Gets the Q3 knock up, but does not commit the Fate Seal to push any further. They'll just take their big kill onto Xiaofeng and walk out.
Probably wise not to commit the Fate Seal because he was running out of time with the Soul Unbound. So ulting there probably doesn't get him a kill and just means he has one less resource in case JDG continue to try and jump onto him, which has been their plan for the past few minutes. They have thrown the entire kitchen sink at being able to find a pick onto this Yone, but routinely by Edward Gaming, they have been thwarted. So that's not working out. The Caitlyn win condition in the early game isn't working out. The team fights are not going to be any better. JDG are running out of options by the minute, Slayer. And I feel like the fights just increasingly get worse for them. You've still got the win condition on the rise, but I feel less confident about that because of how ahead this Yone is starting to get and the fact that ZDZ just one-shot him.
And most of this JDG comp is going to have to play right in the wheelhouse of these solo lanes. Pretty short range. It's really only that Caitlyn that has some safety in space.
Yeah.
So it does look pretty rough here for JDG. Got to find a way to stem the bleeding somehow. Baron's up in about a minute. A pick onto Perukia would be a nice way to start. But again, the Tangle Barb there from Vampire doesn't land. Xiaofeng's going to hit the Sonic Wave, and he will finally finish off that kill. Amply earned by the Dragon's Rage. Pushing for more here as well. forcing JDG for a Bramble smash down to create some space. As JDG start to kind of combine around this mid lane, they're looking for more here. They're diving. The delivered Pop Blossom on a 2 from Vampire, and the roots are just marvelous. Hongq picks up the kill on to leave. The turret's gone as well, and they get rid of JDG. And now it's Raid Boss ZDZ that needs to find these kills. But Xiaofeng's able to limp away. Public Execution stalls him out in his tracks, and it's a shutdown double kill to Hongq.
And JDG might have just found their footing. There was no Bulldog in the fight. Perugia wasn't there to Tempered Fate. The initial engage from the Pop Blossom. Vampire finds 2, and JDG make their mark on game 2.
Thought they might even look to chase down Bulldog, but they'll stop with the feast where they got it. Just like that, EDG's gold lead has been nearly eradicated. And we'll have to see how much this gold really starts to show up in those items, especially Hongq, Quacks. I really want to see what this back looks like from him. But we'll start with the heroics from JDG, kicked off by Xiaofeng on his classic Lee Sin.
And there's the young hands of Xiaofeng. Not only does he get the inset kick with the ward, but he lands the second Sonic. He lands the second Sonic wave. And it just ends up becoming a dive. You've got no way to disengage the Pop Blossom plus the Realm Warp. I do like that JDG have had this like trial and error situation where they're saying, all right, we're gonna Pop Blossom just straight up to see if this works. All right, that didn't work. Cross that one off. Okay, next we're gonna try and have him disguise as a minion and then Pop Blossom. Maybe that'll do the trick. Okay, that didn't work. Now let's try and Realm Warp him, and they'll have no time to react to the Pop Blossom. And that worked. So JDG may have just found their way to get a guaranteed Nico engage. Just maybe don't have Perugia involved to try and thwart it.
Yeah, he's definitely going to be there to thwart it, and not to take the wind out of your sails there for a bit, Quacks, but we did see the EDG get an uncontested Ocean Drake to get them onto Soul Point. Again, though, do feel like Ocean Soul in a game like this isn't as valuable, and I think JDG are starting to show that by how little attention they've paid to this Drake stacking.
It is pretty risky because it just means one more dragon and suddenly there is an Ocean Soul on a Maokai, on a Rumble, on a Yone. These champions with increasingly low cooldowns that can continuously apply the heal the soul brings to them. But I do think JDG made the right call to give up that dragon. They were on the redeploy. They didn't have all their ultimates either because they just used them to siege the mid-tier one to win out on that fight. So it's probably the safer option to say, hey, we got a gold lead. Let's not immediately risk throwing it away when we have suboptimal conditions.
Yeah, instead they'll let those big carries cash in their gold. The Seraphs is fully completed here for Hongq. He also gets that Seekers on the way towards Azanias. He is, of course, level 15 as well, taking the gold lead back over Bulldog. He's looking to go on to Xiaosu. There's the Realm Warp through Hongq. This time, doesn't land the timing as well as that first Realm Warp he had to save his top laner. So Bulldog gets out, and they do spot Hongq Realm Warping on the bot side. EDG wondered if they'll try a sneaky Baron of their own, but they'll just get rid of the vision.
It does feel kind of bad that Hongq is going for the Zhonya's third item, but you look at the lockdown from champions like the Maokai, like the Bard, even like the Yone with the Tempered Fate and all of the Steel Tempest procs, or third procs with the knock-up. There is good reason for him to go more defensive, I think. Even though you're looking at this Rise as the big late game hyper carry for JDG and the big damage dealer that he'll have to become, building things like the Actualizer would obviously help with that. You need to make sure first and foremost that he's not dying. So I do think he's making the right call with this build path. It just kind of sucks because you want him to do damage because that is the way you're going to win the team fights, right?
Yeah, it's the trade-offs. And it's going to be a bit more painful for Hongq, but they're going to continue to commit to these side lane plays.
They have to
they're
get this
bringing
kill, by the way.
Yeah, Xiaofeng, but Bulldog's doing a ton of damage. Public Execution's going to whiff. Flash, Pop Blossom to come down to try and get Bulldog off of Xiaosu. They get enough shield. Xiaofeng's going to have the kill, but let's see if EDG can pounce on this Baron. It's not going to help him. Perugia just gets deleted by Hongq. The magical journey, the only thing to save him, but that should grind any Baron hopes to a halt here for Edward Gaming.
Lockett also saved him. That shield coming through, I think the Deathfire Touch burn probably would have gotten the kill if the shield wasn't there to save Perugia. So living on a sliver. Honku almost getting a solo kill. All of EDG are going to be forced to reset and answer for that side lane pick they got onto Bulldog. First death of the game for the Yone, knocking him down a peg, and they did that to the Rumble earlier, so the scaling threats, or the solo lane threats, I should say, for EDG, not nearly as scary as they were about 5 minutes ago, Slayer, which I think is going to be really important going into this Dragon in a little less than a minute and a half, because like we illustrated, this is Soul if EDG can get it, but I think if JDG don't allow them to have this, it is going to be their time to start being the proactive team and making moves on the map.
Talking about some proactivity, is that the way we'd like to describe our AD carry builds? I'll start with the less weird one. Gala has the collector
Bastion.
IE combo.
Well, okay.
Yeah. That's the quirky one. Thoughts? I don't have any thoughts. I don't know what to make of this.
Bastion Breaker just got buffed. It got its price. It got its price reduced, which is the big thing. Hold that thought, JJ is gonna be taken down to half. He's gonna heal off the Nico clone a little bit. That's a fun interaction, but still, you don't want your jungler, basically the main character of any objective contest, being down in HP.
Nope. Definitely not, but Maokai has some self-sufficient healing instead. Xiaosu is looking like he wants to try and chase down ZDZ, following him all the way up to his wave. Both these top laners do have that TP. ZDZ going to look to make his recall, as the bot lane seems to be the center focus of our next fight. We are 10 seconds out from that Ocean Soul Drake hitting the rift, and JDG are really trying to hold this fight line.
They are, and I think one thing that EDG are going to be finding is the struggle because they had to. There we go. I will refrain from the obvious reference you're setting up for me, Mr. Hardstuck Castulo 80 carry.
Oh no. All right, they got the Ocean Soul. There's that Seeker's Arm Guard, providing some use here for Honku. He's going to turn right back on the Bulldog. The Seraph Shield and the Flash out gets him away from dodge. And now Pandemonium's just going to break out. ZDZ teleports into the fray, but he takes a magical journey out. Does drop the Equalizer down on the way away. Bulldog gonna flash forward for a Q3 knockup, goes for the Tempered Fate, but the Pop Blossom is gonna grab JJ as the team continues to try and kite back. Sonic Wave gonna land. Xiaofeng goes in, wants the big kick, and he's gonna find JJ. Perukia too far forward as well. They assassinate the jungler, but ZDZ gets to burn through the JDG bottom lane. Honku Realm Warps back into the waiting arms of Bulldog. And it goes completely topsy-turvy with ZDZ finding the triple kill and the fight win for EDG.
It looked so good at the start. JDG got the dragon. They got a really good re-engage from Xiaofeng leading the charge. But it isn't enough. ZDZ gets access to the backline, and he burns them to ash, Slayer.
Wow. Well, at least JDG do, shut down that big win con. But they've given over that goal lead. And now with those kills over to Bulldog and ZDZ, both these guys are going to hit 3 items as we take a look back.
And I mean, good Zonias here from Honku. Delays a lot of what EDG were looking to do to burst down this rise, but it also takes them out of the fight, which is a little unfortunate because as we'll see later, JDG re-engages, but they don't have their rise to really back them up. So we get a nice little clip here. Bulldog is able to get through the fight, and then this is where I thought JDG could turn it. He snaps back to his original body. Jeje's the only one in that area for a little bit, so they burst down the Maokai, they tear apart EDG, but then crucially, they get separated, and before you can even blink, EDG, or ZDC, wrong tricode, has eliminated 2 of them, almost killed 3 of them, but still manages to get himself a triple kill. This Rumble showing that he might have gotten down, but he is certainly not out.
Ooh, Nature's Grasp, though, here from JJ. Not going to find the mark, so there's one big ultimate off the board. Realm Warp's going to come back up. By the way, ZDZ cashing in his big fight, picks up a big old fancy hat. Rabadon's nature hat. So the damage is still ludicrous. The IE is also through here for Bulldog. So the damage of these soul lanes is massive. As JDG looks for a Realm Warp. Now the Temper Fate's going to come down and grab 2. Bulldog off to the side looking for a flank, but Honku is mincemeat for this EDG comp. The Pop Blossom doesn't land, and Bulldog is going to find access to Gala on the backline and executes him as he rebinds his soul. JDG just went way too forward, felt way too big for their britches, and it might just cost them this Baron.
Honestly, I'm surprised it just gave them 2. That was a really disrespectful Realm Warp from Hongq. They still have their jungler around, but Xiaofeng resets, so there's going to be no possibility for a steal. JDG overconfident, and they get punished for it. Baron warn on all 5 members of Edward Gaming.
And just like that, EDG back in the driver's seat, courtesy of JDG. And yeah, all this is head scratching to me, Quacks.
Right. The Tempered Fate was really good.
What's that Pop Blossom, bro?
And then the Pop Blossom, I mean, Vampire just had really nowhere to go. Even if he goes forward to try and get onto a majority of EDG, he's got no follow-up, right? I mean, most of his follow-up died when Ryze immediately got destroyed. So Hongq, being the main casualty there, I think just fizzled out the play before it could even really begin. EDG, as we go back to live, 3,000 gold up. Xiaofeng is going to get a cheeky little steal of the Empowered Scuttle Crab there. As I feel like Bulldog and ZDZ are right back to the power scale they initially were at the start of this game when they were ahead. Bulldog almost 2,000 gold up over his counterpart. ZDZ is 2,000 gold up over his counterpart. And this is right before the soul could potentially be claimed by EDG.
Yeah, that Bulldog healing felt real nice. Took so much damage from Gala, who he finds with the Fate sealed, but a nicely timed kick out from Xiaofeng will save his AD carry, and they'll surrender the tier 2 turret instead.
I mean, who cares, right? Bulldog has teleport. He has the empowered reset from the Baron. He'll be able to join up in a fight around this Drake if the situation calls for it. But you can see JDG's positioning. They've got really no way into this fight. The Maokai saplings are patrolling every brush around this part of the jungle. So if you try to sneak in, you're going to get spotted out eventually. And that just makes it so difficult for you to have any access to this objective. So I think Edward Gaming should be able to claim the soul. I say that, and it seems like JDG maybe have snuck in here despite the Maokai's existence.
Yeah, there's no Nature's Grass or Fate Sealed for the time being, so maybe just playing some respectful League of Legends here.
All right,
Bulldog and
Xiaofeng, the
Hunt
starter
with the
spot is yours if
Q3.
you get this.
Yeah, all right. You steal this Ocean Drake. You're going to start our playoffs off. Vampire going to do a pop loss on the backside, but they find ZDZ. He didn't have Azanias. There's the kill picked up. They'll trade Hongq back out. Smite goes down, and the dragon is secured by JJ. Gala desperately trying to kite back. A great Zanias buys him some space, and Xiaofeng executes Gala, and he's able to flash back towards his top laner. Flashes galore starting to come out here, as Xiaofeng just won't drop. The public execution doesn't hit. The Fate Sealed will, and it grabs Gala by the haunches, shut down to the last remaining JDG carry. It's only Xiaosu to at least clean one back up, but it's Ocean Soul to Edward Gaming.
EDG get the Ocean Soul, and it lets them live for so long. JJ was on a sliver of HP, but the Soul plus the Protoplasm, he can keep fighting, keep kiting, and keep peeling for his damage dealers. EDG lose 3, but they win out on the fight regardless.
We'll get a look back at this absolute chaos because it's exactly the start that JDG wanted.
It is, and they immediately take down ZDZ, but then Hongq just steps up too far. The Ryze ends up dying, and Bulldog is able to just rip these health bars asunder. Doesn't initially kill anybody, and then snaps back, but it feels so difficult for JDG to win out on a fight because there's just so many tools that EDG have to break them up, to split up their ability to 5v5 as a unit. You can see because they're split up, the Yone can just pick them off one by one. JJ can section them off one by one. It makes their job so much easier because I think when JDG are able to group up as a 5-man unit, when they aren't splitting away from each other, EDG have such a difficulty trying to single out a certain member, but that has just not been the case over these last couple of team fights. It was around the mid game where we thought JDG could come back, but these last few, Slayer, have been really rough. And now that Ocean Soul is acquired for EDG, it's gonna get even worse.
And things will get a little bit easier for Edward Gaming when you factor in the summoner difference as well. Gala had to use both the cleanse and flash to make that fight work. Still ends up dying to Bulldog. And with all that lockdown we've been talking about from this EDG draft all game long, Gala's going to have a really hard time making this, you know, albeit full crit 4-item Caitlyn work. Because at this point, if JDG are going to find a big fight win, it really feels like it's going to have to be Gala because Hongq, The last 3 big plays we've seen in this game, it's just been question mark after question mark from this guy.
And it's so difficult because the main threat to you as the Caitlyn is going to be the Yone. If he breathes on you, you're dead. It's just, you're not surviving any bit of damage that he throws your way. And it's hard to be able to lock this guy down because he's got a QSS, Perukia has a McHale's. How are you ever going to be able to CC this guy? He even has a shield bow, so he's going to be having a shield on top of all of the cleansing he can do. The main threat can easily kill you, but you cannot easily kill the main threat. That is just a nightmare scenario for the Caitlyn, who, like you said, is at the strongest point in the game that she can be, but is so susceptible to just getting one shot.
And I see a BF sword in the Bulldog inventory. Guy might even, if this game goes long enough, complete a GA. So even if you kill him, he might resurrect back up here. Baron, of course, will be resurrecting once more in about 15 seconds, and that's what EDG are completely playing for as they dominate the Vision game on the top quadrant of the map. It's all red on this side.
It is, and I think JD Gaming, they know that this Baron is going to be started. They know it's going to get one shot, but they cannot do anything about it. So now I'm just wondering what Edward Gaming can get done. You've got the Soul. You're going to have the Baron. If you can put this game to an unwinnable state in the next 2 minutes, I think you're good. But because you're all focused on this top side, you can actually see Vampire gets a little, very brief opportunity to lay down some vision on this bot side because there's an Elder coming up in less than 2 minutes, Slayer, and that could be, and probably is, the only road to salvation for JDG to find a win at this point.
A very desperate, narrow window of salvation, and it doesn't help the Vampire. Is going to miss the Pop Blossom. He McHale's himself out of Chains of Corruption, but the Nature's Grasp finds him all the same. This Nico just not finding the value that we... that is criminal. Oh my god. If you're voting All-Pro off of this game alone for Vampire, he should not get your vote. I hate to say it.
Amazing timing. Thank you, producer Alk. As double inhib taken down, waves are synced beautifully. EDG should just be able to close out this game, Slayer.
There's just no engage tools here for JDG anymore. They're at the mercy of EDG and at the mercy of Bulldog. But at some point, they're going to have to pull the trigger because their Nexus turrets are going down. Chains of Corruption at least going to whiff there from Leave. But the Ocean Soul's topping them off. One Nexus turret down. Xiaofeng's going to go for a hero kick, and he is going to find ZDZ, but he goes into the stasis. Bulldog does get onto Hongq in the background, but the Punk Execution does get onto ZDZ. The Ocean Soul not going to heal him up enough, and they've got Edward Gaming on the back foot here. So many blinking health bars, but JDG still feel like they can keep their base protected for now.
And they've got to heal. They've got to go back to the fountain. ZDZ is dead for 50 seconds, and Elder is coming up in 20. They have to get their health bars back up, ready to fight for this Elder, because it's going to be a 4v5, Slayer. This could be the moment JDG have waited for.
A 5-on-4 of Miracles, but they need to fix their waves first. Mere seconds until this Elder comes up.
There's so many super minions.
There's so many saplings, too, to walk through, and the Chains of Corruption comes down onto Xiaofeng. There goes his GA, but they're going to Realm Warp into the background. Nope, it's a fake out. Going to keep them on their toes. The TP coming through here, but Xiaofeng is so low, he eats another piercing arrow. Vampire's HP is going down as finally we can talk about Leave's damage on the Varus. He pokes out Hongq. Look at all the value this Varus is bringing. He's done so much damage in these last couple of seconds, and those are valuable seconds because ZDZ has respawned. Now he teleports back in here. It feels like it's going to have to be a steal angle from Xiaofeng, or this game is mincemeat as Hongq is going to burn down. The shields will save him for now, but Vampire will be the trade instead. Elder is being heralded. The Sonic Wave will connect. Xiaofeng has a way in. He needs the hero steal to fight it, to save the game, and he won't get it. Gentis secures Elder Drake, and that completes the game 2 win for EDG.
They've got the Elder, they've got the Soul, they don't have the Baron anymore, it seems like, but that's not going to matter. Bulldog has the Baron at least, but it's not going to matter what buffs they do and don't have. EDG, after almost 40 minutes, should be able to close this one out.
Yeah, definitely if Bulldog lands the double knockup of dreams onto the carries, EDG will not go quietly to the play-in tournament. We're going to a Game 3, JDG, EDG style.
Love to see it. Would have it no other way, Slayer, because it is the last day of the regular season for the entire year. So we got to get some bangers under our belt before we depart here for the best of 3. And oh boy, did EDG provide us with a banger in game number 2. We talk about the Bulldog win condition. We get the Bulldog win condition. The Yone pick. There's a reason this man has been styling on the champion for the split. And I love to see, like we said, so much energy that EDG have, so much of the momentum that we talk about for this squad is confined to this mid laner and a lot of the recent performances that he has had. And that game right there is proof if I've ever seen one.
Just seems like it's the week of Yone, Quacks. If you lock in this champion this week, you're going to find some big wins.
Wants to buff the character.
Yeah, yeah. Well,
let that sink in.
Don't even get me started for the Worlds angle. Listen, we're all going to be mad now, Quacks, but when we see the highlight reel plays that some of those buff champions coming in are going to have at Worlds, I think we'll feel a little bit better, even if it does kind of ruin our solo queue games a bit with the champions they're buffing. But can't complain as a viewer when our Yone players are showing out like that.
We absolutely can't, and I feel like the rest of EDG deserve a lot of credit too. I mean, JDG was so good. JDG and Perukia, honestly, were so good at being able to just provide support, provide cover. They were just as instrumental for raising up the Yone in the difficult times as the Yone was for excelling when he eventually had those good times in the late game. There was that slump in the middle portion of the match, Slayer, where it looked like JDG could win, but I do think because we had a really good Tempered Fate from Perukia, because we had really good engages from JDG, they found a way back into the game, and they were able to claw back what looked like a pretty even game at some point. I mean, you can even see at the 25-minute mark, it is very close in gold. They just immediately turned it right back in their favor.
I also love that we'll obviously get into the highlights in a second here, but the funniest thing, we didn't say Leaf's name at all in this game. He was getting, pushed under his turret the entire laning phase, didn't do a ton in those big fights. And my thought kind of, Quacks, was like, oh, well, if the Varsa gets off to a slow start in this game, with all the scaling, like, his damage is not going to matter. But truly, that Elder is won by Leaf because he gets that GA on his own almost. He hits a ton of extra piercing arrows. He chunks down this JDG comp before they can ever walk up to make that 5-on-4 you were pointing out ever happen. He basically eliminated the man advantage that JDG had from the base defense.
And what a redemption game from ZDZ as well. He was getting absolutely demolished by Xiaoshu in game number 1. Game 2, though, he was putting the hands on him. So a lot of credit there over to him for having a really good Rumble game, getting those solo kills, evading those ganks. And even when he was getting found by things like the Lee Sin, he still didn't let that deter him from having good angles to re-engage a lot of those fights. So great bounce back game for the top laner of EDG, and just great bounce back game from everyone. I think game 1 was really rough, and they all worked together in those team fights to make sure that they could take us to game 3.
Yeah, especially the solo lanes. I think solo lanes in general just had a massive bounce back in this game too. And now I pose an interesting question to you about that, Quacks, because you were, appropriately singing the phrases of ZDZ, especially for his laning phase, the opening of this game. But in this late game stage, he does get caught a lot. He gets caught at the Ocean Soul Drake. He gets caught in this fight as well. And it feels like it's Bulldog that rescues a lot of these plays. So I ask you, Quacks, who do you feel is more deserving of this Pog?
So you're actually going to maybe think that I'm crazy. I think both Bulldog and ZDZ did really good this game, but my secret pick would unironically be Perukia. I feel that even though he got caught out in that one exchange around the Baron pit, which did admittedly open the door for JDG to maybe find a comeback, a lot of the initial looks that JDG tried to go for, a lot of these initial plays that they tried to throw on the map were thwarted because the Bard was there. The Bard was able to roam, influence the mid lane. Perukia was just in the right place at the right time constantly, so I have to give him a lot of credit for being able to play a champion that he's not exactly known for, at a really good level and continuing to accelerate a lot of these solo laners. I feel like they were propped up in large part, especially early on, because this Bard was constantly there to shadow them and basically make sure that they could have all of the highlight plays while not getting highlight played on.
Well, this is a highlight level smite from JDG. He was just on point with these this whole game. Xiaofeng had multiple chances to really flip this game on its head. He could have stole that, I believe it was fourth Ocean Drake of the game to stop the Ocean Soul. Of course, stealing that Elder in that spot would have been massive for a base defense, but the veteran JDG, just Smite Key is better on that one. So
that's why Junja is the starter.
This is the angle we're going for. So you're saying Junja makes at least, what, one of those steals happen, or all of them?
All of them.
Okay. This is the campaign we're going with. Okay, I see you. Let's see where this player of the game ends up going, and they are going to end up giving it towards ZDZ. Gotta respect it. 2 games now where each top laner has gotten to manhandle the other, and use it en route to a player of the game.
I mean, it's well deserved. I think both the solo laners had a really good game, and my train to try and maybe get Perukia as player of the game, it was a small one. It wasn't one that was probably going to be very popular, but alas, wanted to give him his flowers. And I do think that you talk about the top laners each performing very well in the games that their respective teams won, but I feel like the supports have really been going band for band with each other as well. So want to make sure that we also shout them out, just being able to play to their win conditions and make sure that they minimize any of the plays the opposite team is trying to go for them. I think game 1, Vampire was very, very good at that.
Well, supports getting a deserved shout out from Quacks, but not the voters. Saw some votes go there over towards JDG, one as well towards Bulldog, but the resounding thought here being that EDG did bounce back quite well after a drubbing in game number 1. Definitely took a bit longer than they might have liked, but it's still the same sentiment. We are going to a game 3 here, the final regular season matchup for both of our teams. JDG and EDG will go the distance. That fabled final draft will be on the other side of this intermission. We'll see you guys there. It all comes down to this, folks. Game 3, JD Gaming taking on EDG. And, well, it has been a very entertaining series, Quacks. I just want to, take that in for a second, knowing how, how little the stakes were actually for this series. It's cool to see both these teams definitely, throwing some big punches. And, for what it's worth, both these teams have missed quite a few of those punches, depending on which game you're looking at.
They have. I think it has been a really tumultuous and just frankly all around tough split 3 for both EDG and JDG. So I'm glad to see that at the final hurdle, at the end of everything, we are seeing that both of these teams at their best can actually perform to a pretty high bar. We saw JDG in game number 1 clinical on the macro, and then we saw a lot of really good micro execution done by EDG in game number 2 to close their match out. So regardless of the winner here, I feel a lot more confident in both these teams' abilities to make a splash once playoffs inevitably start. And for EDG, obviously they've got the extra step of needing to go through Knights Rivals and play in the play-ins, and I feel confident more so in that as well.
Confidence is such a key thing to bring into those big best of 5s for sure. What would we like to see inspire some confidence for JDG, though, into this game 3? Because definitely, some picks that fell flat. I think, Honkyu was shaky on the rise. I don't know if that so much is on the pick, but I do want to give you some credit, Quacks. You were a little hesitant for this Nico pick from Vampire, and we just really rarely saw it work out. The only time that we were like, oh, cool, Nico's here, was that Realm Warp Pop Blossom under the tier 1 turret. So outside of that, we'd like to see, some more confidence in some of the picks here for Tabe in this Game 3 draft.
I wouldn't be surprised if this is maybe the moment where we see Tabe go for something absolutely crazy. It's the last game of their regular season. Literally, there are no stakes on the line. Just go for something absolutely insane. Cook like the Michelin star chef we know you are, Tabe. Draft here for game number 3 being very heavily underway already, as all of the bans have been thrown down, and Callista is going to be the first pickup here for Leave. You can see he's smiling and laughing in the player cams. He is ready to put on a show in the laning phase. And JDG, I'm wondering if they're going to try and find maybe a pairing with Renata to deny the Callista Renata, Aphelios Renata maybe?
Oh, this is a staple
we wanted to
bottom
see some
lane.
Cooking.
Yeah, this would be it. Aphelios Thresh is a known combo, and boy, would it be fun to see Vampire go out on the Thresh, but they're just teasing us for now with that one, Quacks. As, this was a pick that has consistently been banned throughout this series. The Pantheon finally does end up slipping through. We'll see, that Xiaofeng will take advantage of that one and bring it to the forefront.
All right, so we have Pantheon. Xiaofeng, like you said, is going to go for this. EDG are just going to be picking up the Renata. I'm wondering what other champion we're going to be getting for them here. I wouldn't be surprised if we maybe just see a jungle on 3. We have been shown how important the solo lane priority and the counter pick in the matchups is for this series. It really has been a series where the top side dictates the direction of these games, and so I'm not surprised that we're saving the solo laners 4-4-5 to try and get a little bit more time to ban away those counters and get those favorable matchups.
Favorable matchups are so key in a Game 3 like this. Gonna see with that immobile AD carry lock-in from Gala, the Jidjet will go here for the J4 with that Cataclysm. Like that combination to threaten Gala, who once again is relying on a more scaling-oriented pick here to outmatch Leave in this one. We'll also point out this could be, at least for now, the first lane where Gala and Vampire may have a bit more trouble. The Thresh is going to end up coming through, though, and that should make this bottom lane highly volatile and fun.
Yeah, I was wondering what we were going to get paired up here that wasn't the Thresh. The first thing that came to mind was the Lulu, but Lulu is fearless away. Yeah. Melio could also be an option, but that is maybe a bit tough to pilot. Melio would have had a lot of uses, though, because you have the Mega Fire Kick to get away from the Flagon Dragon. You can also cleanse the ultimate from Renata. So instead, though, we're going for what looks to be a bit more lane phase dominance. I think that if we're strictly talking 2v2s, this is probably Aphelios' best pairing to try and just win out in the laning phase, to get your usually subpar early game into the dominant mid to late game that we know Aphelios can have. And I do think that in a game that is, like we have said, been dominated in draft by the top side picks, these bot laners essentially demand that you play on their tempo, so I wouldn't be surprised if Bulldog, ZDZ, Xiaohu, and Honkyu are potentially a bit more supportive in this game, which is why I like to see things like the Twisted Fate banned away, particularly by JDG.
There's the Galio ban to come through as well. Just getting rid of some of those playmakers here for Bulldog in that aspect for sure. Also, important to remember, we don't see a ton of Thresh, folks, so if this is, kind of an opener to you watching it at the pro level, important to remember this, the classic way of describing Thresh is a jack of all trades, right, Quacks, where he could do so many things, peel, engage, but not really a master of any of those categories, so it really takes the right sort of pilot to make Thresh a game-warping champion.
I'm wondering what JDG are going to blind here. Syndra is still open. Renekton is still open. Those are both characters that are very good in the current situation where a lot of mid laners have been taken off the board and even more so have been fearless. But instead, JDG are just going to keep overloading on damage. It'll be the Aurora coming through here from Honkyu. Galio was taken away. I'm trying to think of what else you could maybe go here as EDG in the mid lane. Jace will be the answer, and I think Ahri is probably the most stock standard response, but I was maybe hoping for something a little bit spicier.
Yeah,
like that.
Whoa. Don't want to fall for any hovers here, but I'm falling for a hover.
They've got a lot of poke. They've got a lot of poke. That's all I'm saying. This would be thematically sound with the rest of the comp.
Yeah, a little bit. I wonder what these soul lanes look like next to a Kalista Renata comp. It's unfortunately not going to be the Zoe to play into your two poke solo lanes. They're going to go with the Ahri, which is a good pairing in with that J4 as a sort of pounce attack. And, well, it's a pretty boring final counter pick here for Xiaosu, but do like it when we talk about the power scale curves of these two champions. If he can survive and not necessarily give a huge lead over to ZDZ, Cassante in a game like this, especially with a Kalista in play, can be a game wrecker.
We talk so much, especially about in game threes, how important it is you have ease of execution in your compositions because just the nature of Fearless means you will have less options to choose from. I think out of all three drafts that we have seen from these games so far, Slayer, these compositions are probably the easiest to execute and the most simple to dumb down in terms of what their win conditions are. You've got EDG with an early game Kalista Renata Slam. They're going to be playing strictly toward that bot side. Meanwhile, EDG have the early game. JDG, though, have the late game where you have Aphelios, you've got Pantheon. Once he gets level 6, you have access to that global pressure. It is going to be a game centered around bot side, which has not been the case in both games 1 or 2, so we're switching up where the ball is being taken here for game 3. That is extremely exciting to round off this series. And like we said, very easy to execute comps. So I think that this is going to be a early versus late game classic battle, tale as old as time, Slayer.
Tale as old as time, indeed. And it does, have shades of game 1, where you're talking about mid-game big for EDG. JDG have the scaling, but I think EDG's comp is more fun and a lot more proactive to make their win con work. And it's the final win that both these teams search to finish their regular season. That's my goat right there.
There he is! There he
There's
is!
the goat! There's the goat. Has the full form ready and everything.
Leonardo DiCaprio pointing at the screen. Hey, look, there he is.
There's that guy. And there's another movie reference there from you, Quacks. Shout out
One
Battle After. No, oh my God. Once Upon a Time. Wrong
In
O
Hollywood.
starting. Yeah, a Leonardo DiCaprio movie. The start for these bottom lanes is looking feisty, though. Vampire going to throw down an early flay, but Leaf has gotten some serious autos down into that enemy support. He had the full lethal tempo stack. So for now, something that we have not seen show up in this series, Perukia and Leaf able to get some footing early in the bot lane.
This is where me being a color caster is, this is one of my weaknesses, I feel, is knowledge of the Aphelios guns, because I'm not great with their names. I know like Calibrum, Severum, Infernum, Chakram. Is
Gravitum.
Did I?
Is the
Yeah,
purple
Gravitum.
one.
Did I list the green one already? Is that Calibrum?
Yes, Calibrum. Yeah, that was very funny. You said, I don't know how I feel about the Aphelios Cone combos, and then you proceeded to list off 4 of the 5. So good on you, Quacks. Gravitum was the one you were leaving off there at this point, but some of them, aren't necessarily worth mentioning by name. It isn't as cool. Classic Aphelios phrase everyone
blue
should know
one.
and love is red, white, don't fight. That's Infernum. That would be Infernum.
Infernum.
What is Infernum?
Infernum gets the seal of disapproval as this gank gets the seal of approval.
Oh, yeah. I like it, Vampire Flay into the immediate hook. Leave has to cleanse that, but you can't cleanse this stun. Xiaofeng's got a spear with Leave's name written on it, and it's first blood over to JDG.
And Xiaofeng understands the assignment. He knows how volatile this bot lane matchup can be. Prukia is stepping up here to cancel the back, but he's just going to get death sentence.
Death sentence, and here's some extra gold over to Gala, at least for EDG. Bulldog is solo killed Hongq, but it's still JDG up, maybe not up in gold as much anymore.
Not nearly as much. Hongq didn't use his flash in that exchange. Bulldog did, so I feel like maybe it was just like a charm flash into full combo. Okay, he actually missed charm, so how does Hongq die here if charm was used like that?
I'm afraid of what we're about to see. I'm not excited.
Charm's gonna come off cooldown? No. Yes?
Yep.
Okay. Well, I got
charm.
that part right, but
Yeah.
that was the end of the sequence. I figured that would be the beginning of the sequence. So I feel Hongq just greedy, overstaying to get level 4, and Bulldog punishes him for it. Flash burned from the Ahri, but he is already level 5.
His flash.
Yeah, so once Ahri gets level 6, though, not having flash shouldn't be nearly as much of an issue.
Nope, and getting early gold into Bulldog, always going to feel nice, especially when we talk about how this team definitely wanted to play a lot more proactive in the mid game, and unfortunately, they're once again going to have to stutter through a bot lane woe. But the gold isn't too out of control, of course, still very early on here, but we have kind of messed up our junglers' clears a bit wacky style. JJ will actually be able to double scuttle here onto Xiaofeng, so that's a bit more gold back. He has a serious camp lead, despite the fact that Xiaofeng does hold the gold lead thanks to that first blood.
And I think it's just more worth it for Xiaofeng at the end of the day, because not only do you have that kill for yourself to bring the gold difference of the junglers back to parity, like you said, Slayer, but hang on, Hongq. You have no mana, my friend.
Oh!
Doesn't matter.
He's got flash, and that's why he held it from that earlier solo kill to get one right back on the Bulldog.
All right, so Q2 doesn't require any mana. My bad. Hongq getting the solo ball, a little bit of recompense for earlier. The Bulldog getting that onto him. But as I was saying, not only does it benefit Xiaofeng because it brings the gold lead of the junglers back to parity, but also it sets Leave behind. And you can see that there is a pretty big gold difference between the AD carries already, Slayer, which is the biggest theme of this game, is the bot lane.
Without a doubt, Quacks, and it's definitely a bit of a precarious game to try and play Kalista Renata outside of the lane. You need a lot of very good Fate's Call and, of course, hostile takeovers, because you're playing a low-range AD carry into Aurora, Cassante all out, point-and-click Pantheon stun, and, of course, the fact that Gala outranges you. Hongq is just, he's playing a different game right now, man. He's going to get spotted trying to do this lane gank as the Graviton root from Gala going to have to be used here to keep Perugia and company off of his support as the top lane gank is still happening. They're diving here. Between Worlds was used. Xiaozu's going to flash to get that kill. And somehow he flash back bottom lane. And Gala's 1v2ing. Finally, JJ is going to show up to try and put this to an end. But the chakrams are up. Leave will Red to find that trade back. I think our teams are opening up a bit more for this final game of the regular season, and the hits may not stop coming if Xiaofeng thinks he's got to fight into Bulldog. Finally, there's some peace on the Rift.
Hongq will be able to pick up a little bit of this wave, but there's action everywhere, Slayer. I mean, snip, snap, snip, snap. We're going top lane, we're going bot lane, but the replay is going to be centered around the ladder. We see here really good hook there from Perugia. Makes Vampire take a turret shot. Leave is confident enough to keep going forward. But then right here, Gala says, hang on, wait a minute. I've got a lot of health, and they've got no HP. He goes forward, and then JDG, unfortunately, is just here to play third man, third wheel. Aphelios already used that flash, so he's really got nowhere to go, and I think Lantern was still on cooldown as well.
Aegis Assault blocks the charm, dunk down, flash, Lantern out! And Xiaofeng is safe for now. Death Sentence gonna land. Flay to slow up Perukia. Dashes are done here, but there is the bailout to get Perukia out of dodge. The charm comes up just in time for JJ to find the double kill, turning that around 180 style. And now Vampire is trapped in the Drake pit, trying to cower next to the dragon. He's gonna flash to at least get out, but it's still gold bled back over to EDG as we go dead even in that category.
Good exchange there from EDG, and the bailout makes the difference. It was looking great for JDG because they had gotten a bunch of damage onto Perukia. I think Perukia really misused that flash, but it didn't matter because all the summoners were down from JDG after they dumped their entire damage combo onto him. So he revives, EDG take their turn to dish out their damage, and they make it count. There's no bailout to save JDG. They don't get bailed out.
No bailout for JDG, indeed. With all this chaos, it feels like, you know, maybe we kind of, well, we had some slow early games last game one for sure. Game two, you talked a lot about it, Quax, and maybe they were just kind of safe-keeping all these kills to unleash them in game three, because we are over a kill a minute at this point.
Funnily enough, though, with all of these kills going through, the objectives are still unbesmirched at the current moment. Dragon was, you know, maybe grazed a little bit from that recent fight on the bot side river, but it wasn't actually focused onto after the fight was done. Meanwhile, though, Grubs are going to actually be straight up taken on spawn as JJ is up there on the top side. Looks like he might only be able to steal one because there is prio for JDG on both side lanes, and Xiaofeng is in the area, so 2-to-1 split. I do think because we have a champion like Pantheon that will provide you with a good amount of side lane pressure if you are JDG, but this will also help the Jace. We haven't talked a lot about this top lane matchup. ZDZ did die in that dive, but Jace will eventually be able to, with his ranged form, pick up some of these plates and get relevancy in this game.
Still, of course, a good sign. We kind of talked about from draft, right? That if Xiaosu can not fall too far behind for these first couple of waves into the Jays, start to get some of these tank items online and be able to absorb a lot more of the constant barrage that ZZ can provide, we do feel like this Cassante really will have an edge later into these big team fights. And with the gold lead close, that's kind of the theme that's important to remember for this mid-game, right, Quax, is that when we get to those later 5v5s, the fact that Gala is up and ahead, combined with this tank Cassante, is a worrying sign here for EDG.
It is. There's a lot of peel, there's a lot of zone control, and generally it's going to be hard to get onto this Aphelios, even when he doesn't have flash, once this Cassante starts playing bodyguard for him, following him around.
Oh, Spirit Rush. Bulldog wants the smoke between worlds, trying to create some distance, and that Q going wide. It does keep Honq safe. As we have the first Grand Starfall of the game, they are diving. ZDZ tries to hit Xiaosu away from him, but the CC stacks all the same, and the all-out will be flashed away from beautifully by ZDZ, but Xiaofeng had the spear up just in time, and the dive will find that kill. The trade-off here is that JJ will uncontestedly secure the first dragon of the game.
I wonder if EDG after this might look for a dive of their own. Gala still without that flash. Will have it up in a few seconds, though. And they do have that bailout to maybe try and test their luck. It doesn't look like they're going to chance it. Gala ulting, maybe just out of fear that that was a possibility, but EDG will be dissuaded from trying that, and it will just be a dragon for dive trade.
Not a bad one for either side. Investing in immediate gold versus that win con later on here for EDG. It's also big knowing what that could be to help ale the scaling difference that does exist in this game. We do, of course, have now the lanes soon to start opening up a bit more. Not a ton of objectives to play for in the short come here. Quax, it's still Rift Herald a ways out in the next dragon, so what would you like to see these teams proactively look for? We do, of course, have some global map pressure with the Pantheon, but we really feel like this Jarvan and Ahri need to start linking together to find these side lane kills.
they're on cooldown for macro here. I mean, there isn't a Dragon coming up for 4 minutes. There isn't a Herald coming up for 3. You don't have Grand Starfall as Xiaofeng. I would say the only playmaking tool that either of these teams have is unironically the Cataclysm from JDG. So if he wants to try and go for something, he is more than welcome to. But there are summoners on basically every lane, so I feel like making it stick is going to be the most difficult part.
Have to see as we start to see some of these quests completing for some of these lanes here. Of course, Gala gets his done first. I see a combined reset coming across for Gala and Vampire, so we'll see if the lane assignment starts switching up. It does seem to be an effort as Hongq likely will move out of this mid lane as well. So JDG getting their next stance of the game to try and open this map up, and the biggest benefactor of that is going to be Xiaofeng. That Pantheon Grand Starfall really is an X-Factor ult for these next couple of minutes.
This is probably the most downtime we've had in the entire game, Slayer, by in Forgiven's voice by far.
It feels weird with how much downtime we had in the early games of the last 2 games.
I know, and I mean we were bringing up the other guys. We were not bringing up Tiramisu, unfortunately.
Nope,
I feel like that joke has run its course because I think some other casters have brought that up already, but I feel like I just had to get my, it was my turn to use it.
Maybe we can start leaning on other Adam Sandler titles. I'm sure the JDG would like to fast forward this game a bit to try and get to the point where they have their damage dealers fully scaled up, and EDG maybe to rewind some of their last couple of plays, especially on that bot side.
Let's click those buttons. Yep.
Yeah, there you go. You're picking up what I'm laying down. Oh boy, these 2 mid laners are just constantly.
All right, they hate our puns.
Yep, between worlds, Spirit Rush Dash does not reconnect that Q cast onto Hongq, so this time he comes out a bit healthier, and the charm was already used by Bulldog. Hongq thinking about it, but no weirding lands, so these 2 guys are just battering and bruising each other, but not looking to find any more solo kills than the 2 they claimed each one apiece earlier.
Yeah, they are certainly not acting like grown-ups, so
Nice.
They will end up fighting one another, but it doesn't look like anything is going to come from that. I think we can stop with the Adam Sandler puns for the time being, as in the next couple of minutes, it looks like we'll probably get some of that much anticipated action. We've got Herald coming up in about 40 seconds. 30 seconds after that, it's going to be the Dragon. And I'm wondering how high the priority is for JDG to start getting these objectives at this point, because we're coasting on these big item breakpoints where they can really start turning up the heat. JJ?
Okay. Stun into death sentence. JJ doesn't have a flag to drag to as he's dragged back to below to the gray screen. Great pick off there led by Xiaofeng. And the timing should open up beautifully that Rift Herald could be theirs easily.
It definitely can be, and I think that Bulldog has to be a little bit careful what he does here. Grand Starfall is there for Xiaofeng, and he's just going to send it.
Great call. Spirit Rush does come back up, so Bulldog can create some space. Maybe just try to kill off Hongq. Still has his flash as well.
Yes, trying to maybe get the reset.
Hongq gets chunked very, very low. Bulldog, flash, not going to be used in time. It's a beautiful flash from Hongq to make sure the kill doesn't come across. But here comes the Fate's call. Gala going to flash immediately, so not going to land. And he's going to cleanse the handshake. Death Sentence going to go wide, but some really great micro to keep Gala safe from the jump in.
Some really great micro from JDG in general. I feel like there was maybe a bit of a positioning misstep there from Hongq that required him to flash out of the damage from Bulldog. But other than that, JDG getting wins across the board. Dragon has come up, and Herald still untouched. But Gala, you don't have to flash, my guy, but it doesn't matter. You've got a lantern.
You've got a Thresh to bail you on out here. Cataclysm have to be used by JJ to create some distance, but the Moonlight Vigil comes down all the same. But the Infernum damage isn't enough. JJ will live alongside Gala, who's not punished without his summoners.
I read 12. JJ surviving by the literal skin of his teeth. Leave, though! Not so fortunate.
Nope, not at all. Hongq's looking to chase out Baruki with the Rocket Belt. He gets close enough for the 2-fold Hex to find that kill. And our top laners are slugging it out wet noodle style as the all-out will get rid of ZDZ. And JDG officially break open our do or die game 3.
JDG are just running over EDG in this mid-game. They hated our Adam Sandler puns so much they said, all right, We gotta close it out. Herald is being focused
Get
down.
these guys off the air.
Yup, JJ is here to intercept. All right, it's a smite fight.
Hey, Xiao Feng finally going to win one. That feels good after the game 2 loss, but I don't know if he's going to be able to get the eye here. JJ going to flag and drag back over. They've left a monolith Golem for the waiting arms of Bulldog. Now gets the reset. Flag and drag forward. Honku is here, though. Someone needs to pick up the eye, by the way. In the background is a big spear from Xiao Feng. Going to chunk out Bulldog, and Honku will clean him up all the same. Xiao Su going to cancel the blast code from Perugia. Oh, we're rubbing salt in the wound of this EDG collapse. The bailout bails nobody out. The gray screen all the same. Between Worlds comes down. It's absolute carnage right now, Quacks, but it's all JDG.
EDG are falling like dominoes. JDG are just winning every single fight. They get the Herald, they get so many kills, and suddenly it's 7,000 freaking gold in the lead for JDG.
Oh, man. All right, I've done enough talking in this sequence, Quacks. You got whatever the hell these 3 plays in a row were.
I mean, spear, throw, spear, kill, magic throw, magic kill. Xiaoshu doesn't throw anything, but ZDZ dies and just
oh my
so
god. Oh my god. Bulldog. Oh, my sweet prince.
We can't
He's got
even
no
replay
flash.
the whole thing.
He's finally gets the Spirit Rush back up, but I don't think he has the damage to kill off Honku. He's also running the wrong way. Ooh, nice sidestep. Honku, I see you. Gets away from that charm. And now Bulldog is caught between 2 enemy turrets, and he's finally dead again.
All right. EDG, though, with the loss of their mid laner, maybe going to try and look for a Dragon. Xiaoshu is in the area, though, and has priority to maybe run interference on this. Herald going to be spawned.
JJ, that's not the target you really want to go after with this Cataclysm, but they've got all 4 members. Xiaosu already chunked down about half HP, and he just needs the safety of the Lantern again! The red comes down! Xiaosu survives on a blinking health bar!
Oh, no.
Oh my god, is his teammates going to turn on him? No! He's able to stasis that hostile takeover with the Pathmaker! And nothing is going right for Edward Gaming. They can't even kill off a tank 4v1.
Holy moly, JDG are just bulldozing through this game. 5 minutes ago, it was a very even gold difference. Now, it's 10,000 for Jindong Gaming. We only referred to 3 Adam Sandler movies, and this is what happened. Imagine if we kept going. I would be asleep by now.
I had a couple prepared. I was ready too. Oh man, but JDG seemingly ready to just take this series by the haunches. 10,000 gold. I know we always talk about the LPL gold graph thing because, you know, we have so many big swings in this league. I'm not even gonna get this point out before Perugia dies. Shout out Vampire, by the way. Dude's just hit all the right lanterns, all the right death sentences, all the right flays. Maybe we will finally get that support player the game you've been waiting for. The score line definitely supports it as well, by the way. 13 of 19 KP for Mr. Vampire.
Can we throw that Vampire graphic up?
Yeah, there we go.
There we go.
The highs and lows, folks.
We did it as a meme. Now we're doing it as a serious thing. Vampire for All Pro. Very different performances from games 2 and 3, but trying to end their regular season on a high note as a teleport on from the flag comes through for fun, because then JDG just immediately, lantern Xiaoshu to safety, and there you go. Play is called off.
I just know my boy Yanni's out there somewhere smiling at this Vampire performance. In case you guys are curious how Yanni moves in Hearthstone Castle matches, just watch this Vampire game. Oh, just watch this Vampire game. Just watch this Vampire game! Immediate hook on to leave, and the hostile takeover does come through the same, but there's just not enough damage. He gets a huge rend off, but it's only half a Gala's HP, and now Perugia is on the back foot as his team is setting up a stealth operation on the other side of the Baron pit.
They're just watching their bot lane die. Don't worry, guys. Well, I mean, their whole plan was condition it on their bot lane dying, by the way. This whole position, so they were probably praying for them to actually die to make this work. Now JJ, though, trying to look for a steal, but yeah, there's all out to zone him away. I don't think you're getting past this Cassante.
There's also like a massive Bulldog flank they showed in picture-in-picture. Okay, they wanted to knock him on a Honku. He evades that, drops the Between Worlds. Rare Vampire hook miss is going to get JJ away from the onslaught of JDG, but they secure the Baron, and now They're chasing down EDG in their own territory. Nice Grand Star from Xiaofeng predicts JJ's pathing beautifully, and Bulldog died once between the Tier 1 and Tier 2 turrets, and now he's going to die between the Tier 2 and Tier 3 turrets to the same man, Hongyu.
Hongyu getting his 9th kill of the game. We put him under a lot of scrutiny from game number 2. The positioning on the rise, certainly not the best, but with a champion like Aurora, a champion with very similar range indicators, mind you, he manages to show up. He puts the hands on Bulldog after getting killed by him solo in the mid lane. It has just been so good from all of JDG ever since we made Adam Sandler puns.
And ever since they gave Vampire this Thresh as well. Always cool to see that, you know, we're kind of campaigning a bit with this day, having no playoff implications across all 3 series. We want to see some fun picks. We got like the Kiana Nafiri matchup in game 1 of LGD TT. That was kind of fun, but I, again, am very happy that we get this Aphelios Thresh that is such a rare commodity in pro play these days. And it's delivered.
And I like that they switched gears. We've seen so much attention paid toward the top side in games number 1 and 2, but game 3 was all about this bot lane. The scaling of Gala and Vampire, the snowballing required for Leave and Perukia. I think maybe a lesson to be learned here for EDG is not to play snowballing comps, I guess, because both games 1 and 3 require them to be the team making decisions early on in the game, and they weren't able to do that to the degree they needed to in order to turn this into a legitimate win con. Like we said at the beginning of game 1, is Bulldog almost just gets one shot.
Yep.
Both of these teams are very slow paced, and I feel like EDG are trying to be a bit more dynamic.
I can't believe Leaf stepped forward. He is going to get the Moonlight Vigil on top of him. He's
that.
already dead. Gall off to the side is being ignored, and that's an AD carry's dream, by the way, because this is the kind of damage they are able to put out. A near instant triple kill. Hongyu ruins that. ZDZ getting chased down by Xiaosu, who goes all out. But even getting this kill into ZDZ doesn't matter too much. Hongyu wants it, though, for the aura. And they're going to find that kill, as this should be the final march for JDG. Death timer's too long. They saw a 26-minute game 1 win, and they said, nah, that wasn't good enough. How about we make it a 24.5-minute win? JDG may have stumbled in game 2, but they will win the grudge match, and they will win extra pride heading into their postseason with a final 2-1 series win over Edward Gaming.
And the theme of confidence that we have echoed throughout this entire best-of-3 Slayer is going to be given over to JDG ahead of their presence going into those best-of-5s. And it is much needed. It has been a rough, rocky, very inconsistent split number 3 for Jindong Gaming. And for them to end it off on a high note, a 2-0 against Top Esports, a 2-1 against EDG, they should be feeling a little bit more confident in those do-or-die matches.
Hopefully that is so. And I do really hope that a lot of that confidence goes over to this bottom lane. But before we get to that, I do want to give a quick shout out to my boy Xiaofeng. Congratulations on your first series win, my friend, under the JDG banner.
Yes, Xiaofeng performing really well too, I feel. Looking for a lot of plays, looking really good, especially mechanically. I feel like that is always the first sign of a really good player. When they've got the hands, that is something that is harder to teach than being able to go through the decision making, to teach them how to macro, to work with their team. Those are all very learnable, very teachable. If a player, though, has the opposite, which is a good brain, but hands that can't keep up with the rest of the league, I feel like that is harder to correct. So Xiaofeng, luckily not in that category, and I do think because of that, maybe has a promising future in the LPL. Might not be with JDG, might not have a lot of games to play with JDG throughout the entire rest of the year, because from here on out, every game matters. But I do think that this was a really good showing for him. I loved watching him play, and I hope to see his name in future LPL splits.
That is a sentiment we both share here, Quacks. But, you know, inspiring confidence in those games that matter so much more going forward. I really think that this entire series, one consistent theme, even in game 2, was just this was a bot canyon. AD carry was one thing, but I think all 3 of these games, Gala and Vampire got to do exactly what they wanted to in this laning phase, and in 2 of them, it completely warped the game. And Gala and Vampire have been a duo that has been, really hard to figure out this entire year. And it's funny because we came into the year thinking, this is Vampire's big break. It's the biggest team he's playing on. Gala had some ups and downs, of course, but is still a guy that we felt like could be one of the top 80 carries of the league. They've really rarely figured it out together, and I just hope that this series and their performance they had against a weaker EDG bottom lane, they could take into those much harder bot lane assignments for those playoffs.
And I think that, as we said at the beginning of this series, Slayer, Vampire has been probably the most consistent member across the year for JDG. So it's nice to see that the consistency is there, but he also is capable of having those high highs. This was certainly a high. The Thresh performance from this man was absolutely phenomenal. So I would definitely say that Vampire is my player of the game. I will, however, comment that player of the game going to Xiaofeng would probably be the most wholesome timeline, but I feel nobody is more deserving than Vampire personally. Player of the match, though,
that I
think is disputable because there were multiple players that I think you could give it to.
Yeah, and there's also multiple players that I think took themselves out of the running. With their game 2, Honkyu. I fortunately think of someone that I don't think I could vote for. Obviously, think back to game 1. It's like Xiao Su has this huge Jax game. I think he was pretty good on the Cassante. Xiaofeng, I think it's kind of hard to justify him. Is it Gala because he just kind of gapped? Like the biggest gap was between AD carries this whole series. This is going to be a very interesting deliberation for the actual voters for player of the match, as little as ours say actually matters.
I mean, Vampire really had no impact in game 2 as well. I kind of feel like everybody stumbled in game 2. So
for game 2, I think
it's hard to factor in, frankly, any of the JD members because of that game 2, because they all messed up in some way or another. I mean, Xiao Su lost lane phase. Xiaofeng didn't really exist in that game to any meaningful capacity. Honkyu was mispositioned, and Gala and Vampire were kind of mispositioned as well. So it's tough to think about who player of the match will be, but I would definitely give player of the game over to Vampire, please God. If it doesn't go to him, I feel like there might actually just straight up be a vendetta against supports here in the LPL.
You know what's funny that you say that? Because this will be the final plug from us. All Pro voting, it's closing in like mere hours. LPL English Discord, you give your All-Pro ballots. But of course, something, Quacks, that we have to consider with All-Pro ballots should be, I hope, I know you did, but I hope everyone did on the LPL English talent team, is player of the match voting and player of the game voting. Like how those numbers stack up, of course. I, of course, was reminding myself as filling out my ballot before this cast, and you talk about, like supports don't get enough love, which I do think is fair. But if you look at the player of the game stacking, the role that has the least amount of them is actually AD carry this split.
Really? Huh.
Yeah.
I would not have expected that. I mean, that's arguably the flashiest role in the game. So I feel, okay, LPL voters, maybe it's not just about hype moments and aura when it comes to voting for a player of the game. So, I mean, that just gives me more confidence that this is probably... I mean, Vampire had so many hype moments in Aura. What am I saying? I mean, generally, on top of that, though, he also was consistent. And I also think another thing that factors into him getting player of the game for me personally is Thresh is not an easy champion to pilot.
No.
Don't let Yanni hear what I'm about to say, because then I feel like he's going to take it into every one of our scrims. But Thresh is a legitimately difficult character to make work in a competitive setting, and if you're able to do it, you deserve a lot of credit. So I think Vampire gets like a extra bonus star for that.
Yeah, and it goes back to the adage you think about with Thresh, what you're saying to make it work in competitive, is because this guy does so many things, the Thresh, the champion, like peeling, with the Flake could be a peel, it could be engage tool, like Dark Passage is an obvious peel tool, but then you have a hook to go in. You have to kind of play the role of a peeling support and an engage support well at the same time. And why, again, I think Vampire deserves his player of the game is he was doing that. He was hitting the clutch dart, death sentences and Flake combinations, but he also was always there with the right lantern at the right time to save Gala a lot of these times. So that's why I feel like it needs to be Vampire here.
Yeah, that part was insane. He saved about half a dozen. He saved about, like, there were half a dozen times where he basically saved his teammate from the brink of death, or a time where they definitely would have died. He was there every single moment. So that's actually a really good point, Slayer. Not only did he get the picks on the necessary targets, but he saved everybody as well. So my man was just as much a medic as he was an offensive hook guy. I don't know what the term for that would be, but it would be Thresh, it would be Vampire, and deserves a lot of credit for this game. So a lot of that going over to him. There are a lot of replays that we are getting through here.
There was a lot of fighting. Remember,
there was a lot of fighting.
I swear, these two teams delayed a majority of their kills from game 1 and 2 to this game 3. They were like, all right, we're taking the fisticuffs off. We're getting rid of the
Game 2 was really bloody too, so that says a lot. Game 1, not so much.
Yeah, I mean, game 1, your fun fact stat really just signed, sealed, and delivered how slow that game 1 was. This is what we expected. Congratulations to Vampire. That is a amazing support stat line, and that's coming from an AD carry player, guys, because he only has 1 kill. 1-0-20. That's KP.
Fantastic.
75. That's crazy, by the way. He has 21 KP, and it's 75% of the kills in the game. Usually, if you have 21 KP in a game, it's like, I would assume, near 90%. But that's how bloody this game was.
It was indeed, and for Vampire, I think maybe not the most consistent performance from him across the board as far as the series goes, but ending it off on a high note and making our vote for Vampire graphic age like fine wine. So congratulations to Vampire, congratulations to JDG, and honestly, even though they didn't win the series, congrats to EDG. I mean, from where they started, I think, where everyone was saying that this was going to be an easy promote slot for the person on the Nirvana side of the Knights Rivals match to promote back into Ascend because they were just such a free match. These guys still did end their regular season off with a pretty good on a pretty good note, winning 2 out of their last 3 series, and then taking their last 1 to 3 games against a JDG that was on fire, who had won against top esports. I think everyone in this game deserves even a little bit of credit, and Xiaoshu is going to be our player of the match. I can see why.
I can see it, yeah. The 2 people I think it couldn't have been for how bad they were in game 2 were Honkyu and Vampire. And the other 3, I think it was fine to deliberate. So congratulations, Xiaosu, ending your regular season with a player of the match. JDG, of course, winning that confidence booster, that momentum builder of this final series. They finish 8 series wins in Split 3. Folks, that is the end of myself and Quax's time in the regular season. Don't worry, we'll of course be back for play-ins, playoffs, and more. But there is one more series that we have on tap for you. The final series of the year when we talk regular split action. And while it doesn't matter at all for standings, Quax, it's always a banger when you've got Billy Gaming taking on anyone's legends. Myself and Quax are going to get some R&R, rest and relaxation, but you guys are going to get some R&R as well. It's going to be Rafa and Rude Dude taking you through the final series of Split 3. We'll see you guys on the other side for that one.
Well, we tried, and it appears that Rafa is getting absolutely gapped by technology right now. So for the time being, you've got me in a lovely picture of Rafa's dog, Choco, and I'm going to be talking to you through our final series of the day. We've got Anyone's Legend up against BLG, our top 2 teams up in the regular season of Split 3. That is confirmed, that is assured, that is without a doubt how the day will end, but they get to play one final best of 3 up against each other, really to decide who's got the momentum moving into playoffs. Now, obviously, Anyone's Legend have taken a little bit of a dip in their momentum recently. They are looking to try and find a bounce back, but they are playing up against arguably, maybe inarguably even, the best team in the league right now. So it's not going to be easy for them. Definitely expecting today to be quite difficult. Definitely expecting a BLG-sided series, though in my humblest of opinions, a best of 3 that should run its full length if I were to put some predictions out nice and early. I know that our producer Alk and Rafa are working very hard, very tirelessly behind the scenes, so I'm going to resort back to consulting with yourself, Twitch chat. So everybody say hi, first of all, make me feel welcome, but get me some predictions in the chat who you think are going to be going. Do it in YouTube as well. I'd be looking there as well. Any predictions on today's series? Because we also are looking at a very interesting series in terms of one of our discussions that we've been pushing very heavily throughout this entire week. That being the discussion of MVP and All-Pro. Now, I know that we've got 2 of our big MVP candidates up today, and without spoiling anything that comes later on in the show, I would like for you all now, if you have not already, hello to everyone in the chat. Thank you, Shivam. Thank you, EAK60, for actually saying hi to me. I would like you all now to, first of all, type !Discord in the chat. That !Discord will take you immediately to a link to a Discord of ours, and from there, you can join the Discord and also vote on your All-Pro ballots. Now, if you haven't already, All-Pro closes inside the next 24 hours. We have not got long at all, so they close very, very soon. And what we are looking for from you all at home is to have your say. Now, the part of that that's going to introduce and be a part of our talking point right now is I want you all right now to talk about your MVP and give me your MVP votes right now in the chat. So Twitch chat, YouTube chat, give me your MVP votes right now. Let me see who we've got coming through and see what you guys actually think is our MVP for this split. I know I saw a TikTok from Rafa saying that he's in 2 minds a little bit, thinking about whether it should be one or the other, but I'm not going to say any names just yet so that I don't bias the audience here. Already got 2 shouts for Monkey in Twitch chat, which is incredibly nice. And then looking across, we've also got Tarzan as well. No shouts for the BLG mid laner just yet, which I think is quite nice as a change of pace between Split 1, Split 2, and now into Split 3. I'm looking and just catching up. Looks like we're going to do a quick restart on Rafa's PC. Not ours, we're still live and everything, we're all good. A quick start on Rafa's PC to hopefully get him back in time. Now, I'm going to ask producer Alk, are we possible to be able to just whiz through some of our assets? Can we go through some of the teams so that we're not completely behind and hoping that we come back into draft getting hot dropped? Wonderful, we are able to do so. So let's move into Anyone's Legend first of all for today's first roster. Obviously up on the top side, switch around for Split 3, but Breathe here alongside Tarzan, Shanks, Hope and Kyle. That 5-man band looking to secure themselves a title, an international spot for the year. And then up against them today, we have got BLG, a team that again has gone through their fair share of roster swaps on the top side, but today they are going to be starting out with Flandre. Also featuring Jun, Knight, Viper, and On, the consistent 4-man band once again that have been there from the get-go of this split, so making sure that they've got at least 4 out of 5 pieces that are consistently here. And obviously Flandre here with a tiny little bit of a grudge match to go up against AL as well. So we'll take a look at how he can do in the top lane and see what his merits do look like. With all of these 10 players on the Rift, we are expecting good things. And again, as a reminder, with those all-pro votes, definitely something that I'm encouraging you to go and take a look at. Would encourage you all to be considering the majority of these players for the majority of their roles, in particular for BLG. We know that we're probably looking at Knight for the mid lane, but I'd also like to put a little bit of focus down onto the bot side. If we can take a look at the graphic that we prepared for the mages, actually, and take a look at some of the changes that these mages and these bot laners have played and have taken for this series and for this week as well, we can see that in weeks 1 and weeks 2, it was a pretty much 50-50 split for both of these bot laners. The versatility that these players needed was of another level. We were expecting to come into the split 3 with these mages being very prevalent, and across both sides, that is exactly what happened. We can see that the mages being picked up were very palpable, and I actually really think that Viper in particular looked really good on those mages, being able to show a real level of flexibility that some of our marksman players down on the bot side weren't quite able to pilot. Obviously for Hope as well, pulled out a good couple of mages, which didn't necessarily slow down as much as Viper in weeks 3 and 4. That Ziggs continuing to be a sort of ever-present pick down in that bot side for Hope as well. But in particular for me, it was the Ruler sort of Akali game, the couple of times that we got to see that from him. The Cassiopeia as well, definitely looking very, very solid. And we're looking at this meta shift as mainly just to harken back to week number 1 and 2. And when you're looking at those all-pro votes, a reminder that this is a split long event, okay? This is something that you need to consider across the entire split. We're not just looking at who performed the best in week 5, who did the best in week 4, week 3, right? We want the whole split considered for every player involved, and that includes how well they were able to play in the meta. And as a little bit of a glimpse to my own all-pro votes, it will be putting Viper quite highly just based off of the versatility that he was able to produce. Now I can see that we're trying to get Mark in here, which is nice, and hopefully going to be successful soon. But hoping to be able to move on just a little bit to the head-to-head, the stats for these two whilst we've got the bot laners on screen. We can take a look at something else that we've got prepared for you all. As that's the wrong head-to-head, that's not a problem, that's my bad for calling for it. And there we go. Hope and Viper, just like that. We can see that these guys have also had some pretty decent stats for this split. Now, the one thing that I would like to hearken you all to and draw your attention to more than anything is that Hope's numbers, in terms of KDA, yeah, that looks great, but for me, and for I think a lot of people on the broadcast, Hope hasn't had that X factor, that clutch factor that marksmen need to have. And that's why I think that some of those other numbers, the damage per minute, the gold per minute, do see him just a little bit lower on the damage or on the ranking profile versus a lot of our marksmen. Whereas Viper, you can see in the league, gets the most gold out of marksmen down in the bot lane, and maybe isn't getting the most damage per minute out of it, but is doing much better than Hope in that sense. So I think that for these two marksmen, the amount of gold that they're getting and the safety that they have definitely is enough to be carrying them games. And I think that with, as Slayer called out just at before the break, AD carries actually having the least MVPs in this split so far. It's definitely strange, or definitely not unexpected, that we've seen the marksman with these slightly lower numbers not particularly able to succeed. Now, as we move on to what should be the stage, I believe here, put me on to our walkouts. We've got to take a look across, and obviously still in Xi'an here, WE's home arena. Not the best week for them, but they were able to get some home games in anyway. Walkouts will be happening soon, and we'll hope to see that we've got a secondary face joining me in the not too distant future. Obviously between our top 2 teams in the league. An opportunity for anyone's legend to end at a 9-5 score, which, I mean, creates a real gap between themselves and BLG. Obviously, it's the numbers on the scores that give that disparity. And I think that a 3-set difference really paints the picture of how dominant BLG have been this split, whereas if AL are able to take this split, there's only a 1 set difference between these two teams, and I think that might just give AL a good amount of confidence going into the playoffs.
I'm back, baby! I had to hold my tongue there. I was about to drop one into the swear jar, but I felt it in my bones. But I'm doing it out of respect for my producer, Alki Poo. So we'll have to. We'll have to hold it.
The
but
respect went out the window when we called him that. I'm gonna be honest. That's fine though.
It's okay. He calls me Griefer. I call him Alki Poo. It works both ways, but it's all good. It's all good. I apologize if I came off very loud. We haven't had a chance to adjust microphone levels as we had to set up a new browser source and everything for this, you know. But shout out to Shivam, who, even though it wasn't their shift today, they still were able to help us troubleshoot our way back into it so that I could be joining Brother Rude for some good old R&R action for our last regular season series of the year. Oh my God.
It's a big series, and again, between our top two teams, it's good to be on the call with you here, Arthur. We always have, typically, very exciting games, and even in our series earlier on this split, the games themselves still delivered, despite the fact that the scorelines themselves may not have been particularly entertaining. But I mean, it's the top two teams that we've got in the league. We are hoping for here 3 games back and forth, absolute carnage, and hopefully absolute bangers.
Even though I wasn't able to join you on most of the pre-show, I want to reiterate some of the points that you brought up regarding Anyone's Legend and BLG's overall season. Obviously, this split was quite tumultuous for BLG in the aftermath of such a close yet disappointing end to MSI for BLG. Ben took some time off, wanted to get his head cleared, and BLG had a swap between 3 different top laners, this entire, including Ben. So BLG not able to necessarily show their best foot forward, and yet in light of that, we know that normally Knight is always going to be an MVP contender. But I want to give special shout outs to both Shun and Viper, who I feel like this is overall their best split in terms of regular season performance. Did that mean they were perfect? No, Shun had some happy Shun moments, as diehard Shun fans will still love him for, but the mage bot meta, as you pointed out, was something that Viper and probably only Jackie Love, the only bot laner that I would feel like adapted to it really, really well. Hope was able to thrive in it as a byproduct just because Kyle could leave lane and the game wasn't about bot lane anymore. It was about how fast can Tarzan just warp the game and make it unplayable for the enemy jungler.
And in fairness to Tarzan, that's something that they've succeeded at pretty frequently. It's a hopefully we'll get to show it. I'm going to go for the pre-show of game number 2 for that one to see our lovely graphics. I cooked this one up, and shout out to our graphics producer Izzy for what was a very good cook on the final concept. But with our 2 MVPs, there we go. Knight and Tarzan. Feels like there are 2 front runners battling against one another for this title in Split 3.
Currently, Tarzan leads Player of the Match awards for the official LPL broadcast. Knight right behind him, hot on his heels. But even though this regular season series does not have any playoff implications, all the standings are still locked. All the matches for the first upper round and second upper round are locked. That being said, we could take this final series as a one last check-in before going into playoffs and seeing who really has been the best player for LPL during the regular season. It all starts here in our first draft of our last series of the year.
I think the best case scenario here is when we see both of those 2 candidates on top form. Game 1 the way of Knight, let's say, and then game 2 the way of Tarzan, bringing it down to a game 3 where both of them are on top form, really battling and showcasing why they are in consideration for this prestigious award in split number 3. Now, a lot of focus already towards those mid laners tonight. In particular here, gets the Orianna and the Syndra taken off the board up against him. Has been looking incredibly dominant on both of those champions throughout this split. Worth mentioning as well, the Locke and the Cassio being taken off the board, so that mid lane pool incredibly pinched to begin with, and it is going to leave open, for me, the next best champion that we've got available in that Rise to hopefully give Shank some sort of solidarity in the mid lane.
I really do love this Ezreal first pick priority for Viper. Not to say that Viper wouldn't be able to do well on any other champion, but even in other splits, Ezreal has been Hope's most consistent and reliable champion that allows anyone's legend to play the best version of their game, which is leave Hope on an island and try and get active with Tarzan on the other side of the map. Anyone's legend has yet to really show a game where they can play through Hope, get Hope snowballed, and he will carry the game for you. So BLG denying that as a win condition. I like how they are starting things off with this draft and pairing it with Bard. Now you can get on active. We'll see what they want to pair with Shun in the jungle.
I mean, I think Jarvan is a really good pickup here. You already see double immobile locked in for AL. You sort of force the Corki or Lucian Milio from Hope if they are going to look for that bot lane pairing. And I think it might be the fact that there are a couple of options that they don't necessarily want to ban out, that they end up moving away from the Jarvan. Anyone's legend, though, respectably going back toward the Sivir, this Sivir Karma lane, one that we see very frequently, can go toe-to-toe with the Ezreal and the Bard, and sets up for Anyone's Legend's top side here, sets up for Tarzan to try and go toe-to-toe with Jun, to attempt to go for these diving style plays. We've seen some suboptimal Realm Warps today, Rafa, to be completely honest with you, but that doesn't mean that Realm Warp can't be used offensively, and pairing that alongside Sivir Karma as a bot lane duo is going to enable AL to really hammer home what should be dive in the top side here.
I will say, if I am Anyone's Legend, Olaf stonks are pretty damn high with things like Sivir and Karma behind you and making you go even faster. So we'll see if BLG can sniff that out or have something prepared for a potential Olaf pickup from Breathe going into the second round.
The problem is they'd have to ban Trundle here, which immediately telegraphs that they're going for the Olaf, which is just going to then get banned by BLG. So it's a good way to force a ban out from BLG if that's what you want and you've got nothing else here. But there are some good answers to the Rise if they want to get rid of those. The Annie already off the board. Maybe Anivia gets removed here as well if they're looking for a truly standard answer. The TF gets taken out instead, so removing some of their skirmish capabilities, which I don't mind, as BLG have drafted very heavily toward this skirmish to begin with the Ezreal Bard and the Neferi. Not necessarily really good team fighting just yet, but what they do have is very solid 3v3, 4v4, where we play for a Bard stun and then with the Neferi one-shot, so the Ezreal spells come through on the backside of things. In a full 5v5, neither side just yet has that big front line to stand in front. But I think that's what should be getting rounded out here. We've still got a lot of bruises up on the table in the top lane. Things like the Ambassador, Renekton, the Nara as well, if they want to go for it, could easily all be locked in.
Hope playing with our emotions a little bit, hovering some fun champions before eventually settling on something that is a lot more versatile in compositional strength. Nocturne, even though you don't have things like the Orianna to pair alongside with it, it's still just a strong jungler in the meta, and the paranoia utility that you get with it, at least you have a composition behind you that can just as easily join up with you on the dive.
Yeah, it's what we were saying, right? They want to go diving with this top side of AL, and it really is just going to be whatever top lane pick they end up rounding out this composition with that will seal that fate. I think BLG here have a sort of big choice to make. Do they want to preempt what could be an Ambessa for Breathe? Feel like that's the next pick that pairs very nicely with a Nocturne. They're going to go for a Jace, so it gives them that little bit of range, a little bit of safety, and Flandre going to get his hands on that pick for this one. Whenever you see the Jace, the typical response has been this Cassante, but I don't know that it pairs entirely with the AL composition. It is going to act as a front line, and it augments how AL want to play this game here. It means that they're going to look to play this front to back, slightly more scaling oriented 5 versus 5 with a massive front line with DPS from Shanks and Hope later on, and then a little bit of support from Tarzan and Kael, where BLG, they're looking to fight around this 2-item spike, maybe even 1 item around the mid jungle. Knight has a massive set of priority on his shoulders here, where he's going to need to push the pace of this game alongside Jun to make sure this Neferi gets snowballed, because if BLG are turning up to these fights on even numbers at even gold, they're really going to struggle. The entirety of this BLG composition in the late game functions around Poke, around the Jace, around the Ezreal, and then allowing Knight and Jun to pick somebody up afterwards.
And just imagine if this Ahri is not more than just even, because then K'Sante is stacking armor for the entire game and will shrug off all the poke, all of the inconsistent, non-sustained physical damage coming out from BLG's composition. And anytime Ahri tries to look for a pick on K'Sante, it's going to be like, yeah, I have 4k HP, nice. Well, what is that full charm Ahri combo going to do to me, buddy?
Good one. You found 300 damage on me, and that's about as good as it gets. So hopefully here for BLG, they can find a little bit of a snowball early. We know that Knight and Jun are great at pairing up. And I think moving into game number 1 here, Arthur, that is going to be the goal.
It'll be a great demonstration of BLG's power and really trying to use their mid and jungle 2v2 prowess as a signature mark going into playoffs. It's anyone's legend taking on BLG, game 1.
Felt like AL was louder there, I'm going to be honest.
Yeah. Or, hear me out, Rude, I think they were closer to the crowd mic.
That's true. You see, this is the benefit of having you on here, Mark. You've got studio experience, and you know the ins and outs, the secrets here. That actually, we just need to know where the microphone is positioned.
Very true. Already Ghost being popped is what sounded like from Hope Sivir there. A lot of trading back and forth on the level 1 fight to the death. On missing another Cosmic Binding, but at least Viper can thread a couple of Mystic shots here. He's flashing forward, he found lethal, and that's first blood going over to Viper.
Yeah, and that's the power that you have with double combat summoners. Really nicely played by the BLG bot lane. Viper using his lethal tempo stacks very aggressively and making sure that he's actually able to look now for another kill.
Oh my goodness! BLG bot lane just put on a clinic here to kick off our last regular season series of the year.
Hey, it's not quite where we thought it would happen. But the early game snowball for BLG is happening. It's come down out of the bot lane, this Ezreal Bard duo, and after we saw On miss 2 out of 3 Cosmic Bindings there, wasn't expecting it to be quite so one-sided, but the power of having Barrier versus using that Ghost, Hope didn't really dodge out on anything. Viper was still hitting those Mystic shots, so when you've got, it was actually Exhaust coming down instead of the Barrier, but you can see there that it made the job for BLG that little bit easier. Just 2.5 minutes in, Mark, and 1,300 gold in their favor.
Well, we asked for BLG. They need to find a snowball. They need to get ahead of the game. I'm looking at bot lane. I'm putting a check mark there. Shanks could now be the next target, forced to immediately pop the Ghost, and dodges out on what could have been a crucial Cosmic Binding.
Yeah, if that Q lands, we're talking about On MVPs already for game number 1, you know? Like, that's Mr. Worldwide moving through bot, through up to mid lane as well. Even putting a little bit of pressure down on the jungler. Doesn't actually end up doing all that much, but it is going to be a trade of crabs here. And again, remember that we are looking very heavily towards BLG to start this game off with a snowball. Anyone's Legend sort of curtailed in their ability to get the game rolling early on. Their jungler is a Nocturne. We're waiting till level 6 for that to happen. And in terms of responses from BLG, I've always had Neferi in my brain as this jungler that's not particularly great at ganking, but that just turns up at team fights with a couple of items, kills your backline, and that's the value that the Neferi has. It's not from being able to necessarily get into the lanes and impact them unless they're in a particularly volatile state.
The competitive play approved assassin jungler. as most other assassins are just too hard to work with, or you require such a mechanically proficient pilot, which, to be fair, both of these two junglers are more than capable of being able to play things like the Kiana that we have seen from time and time again here in the LPL. But so far, for Anyone's Legend, they were hoping to kind of ease into that first mid-game power spike without any troubles or bumps in the road. Well, I don't know if we've had quite a car crash on the bot side, but there definitely was a traffic jam, and they are trying to solve that as soon as possible.
They are fully in triage mode right now. Identify the problem, try to stop it from happening again, and Hope's answer to that is go back to base, pick up a call, and just try to out-farm the Ezreal for later on into the game. Be more useful. But I do think, again, as this game gets later, it is going to be a little bit more difficult for the Sivir to find access. I think looking at targets that she can actually auto-attack, there aren't that many on the list that are going to be easily accessible for her without finding herself in a good amount of danger. As On takes a portal.
I do like this response from Tarzan, just being able to bail out Kyle and Hope and hover them. And On, Mr. Worldwide has gotten a little too crunk for the likes of Anyone's Legend, and Tarzan finally rectifies the odds here on the bot side of the map.
He's a kill for the Anyone's Legend jungler. Feel like they were trying to feed that over to Hope, but weren't quite able to do so. Nevertheless, it is going to be a little bit of a reprieve, an opportunity now for Viper to have to sit back, hope to catch up on that farm, maybe get some of his call stacks uncontested. But good to see that Tarzan, even pre-level 6, is able to make a little bit of the difference here, get a little bit of impact felt down on that bot side. And even if it's not completely turned the tides of the bot lane, it's put the scale a little bit more into AL's favor.
Both Tarzan shooting very close now to that level 6 breakpoint. On's going to go hunting into the bot jungle. This will force Tarzan to stop his base, however. Wait, On, did you want to take that portal? I guess he's got Knife for backup, but he's got to be able to burn him down, and he definitely does. Why would I ever doubt the GOAT there? And now he's got Shun in his back pocket. Yes, Shanks will be able to clean up at least one, but that baits both the jungle and the mid laner into their counterparts in the river.
BLG are schmoving here in the early game, and that's exactly what they need to be doing. On getting active on the map once again. Yes, he's fallen for a second time, but that is a very worthwhile death. Taking down the mid and jungle of Anyone's Legend just for your own life is incredibly worthwhile, so On will be very happy with that, and will be continuing, I would like to imagine, making moves across the rift. We've got Drake alive, and we haven't seen too much focus on those early on by these teams just yet. With the Grub spawning in 120, it really looks like wherever On goes, BLG will follow. As on this top side, just worth taking a quick check in here. Flandre with a small gold lead, as you would expect for Jace versus Cassante, but nothing that's going to bring the house down at this stage.
For sure. You know, I definitely got a little excited that Flandre started with Grass of the Undying this game, and it brought me back to the time when Flandre invented Tank Jace. But seeing the components for Yuma's Ghostblade makes me probably think that we just are going to need the upfront damage from Jace going into this first game of the series, combined with all of the burst and poke and lack of true sustained damage for Billy Gaming with this first dragon starting to take a wallop onto On here, who's just trying to clear some dang vision here, man.
He's just soloing it all out top side now, though.
Flandre might be in trouble. Good punt away. The flash immediately matched by Flandre, and he gets out alive.
Looking at mid lane, no realm warp from Shanks, no roam timer available to him, means that Flandre will be able to go back to base, and it's Breathe who's found himself a little bit of an advantage in that top lane. May not necessarily be in the gold, but that will start to bleed into this next couple of minutes for him. A TP there for Flandre means he's going to catch the majority of this wave and be absolutely fine. But that first dragon went the way of BLG. Expect now that they'll look for a recall on Viper. They'll look for a recall definitely on. And they'll be booking it back out to that top side. Maybe to try and contest the Grubs. I feel like their composition is so favoured in this early stage of the game that they should be looking for everything they can.
Yeah. Even if it is a small advantage, it's one that BLG have always felt confident in the past to take to the distance with. But Shun says, why don't we kill bot lane first? Hope immediately pops the ultimate for the extra movement speed, distance himself away, and now they suspect someone might be coming, and Well, Shun was already there. Get some decent chip damage on the Kyle and Hope. And now Tarzan is just signaling to the bot lane, guys, please don't die. I'm taking the grubs.
All right, and actually going to be able to get away with it here. I was looking at the minimap. Knight was pinging Shanks and the movement of the Rise to sort of let the team know, hey, this is okay. You can go for this. They even had a pink ward down inside the pit to know that those grubs were being taken by Tarzan. They just decided not to go for it, so maybe thinking they didn't have quite enough juice to be able to find that dive, but it's AL able to stave off of the aggression from Xun. Really the first look that we've seen from this Neferi here, outside of that play in the river, which felt catalyzed by On more so than anything, that isn't successful. So Tarzan here, off to at the very least the best start of his team, actually finding a gold advantage over his counterpart.
Also has a decent experience lead as well ahead of Shun's Neferi, so we'll see if anyone's legend can start getting proactive once they start hitting these one-item power spikes in the next couple of minutes. For BLG, want to reiterate the fact that this composition needs to thrive on a snowball, because if this game goes even and we get into the later stages of the game past 3 items where this Cassante is racking up a ton of armor and BLG's damage is not all that sustained, things are going to be pretty tough for Billy Gaming.
It is. I don't want to call it impossible, but it's definitely much more difficult for them to execute. They need to rely on Viper's poke, on Flandra's poke to get the ball rolling before the fight even starts. And I think that if AL play it properly, they can just have Breathe try to absorb as much of that as possible. But for these two teams, obviously has been a relatively successful split, like we mentioned, like you mentioned, Rafa. BLG off the back of a good but disappointing end to an international. They are already locked and loaded in for at least another go at that, but they are going to have to try to close out this season on the best foot as possible. And I think that expectation, at least going into the playoffs, would be that BLG are our favourites, but with resurging teams, a little bit like LGD, like WE, I feel like you always have to mention them as a potential upset candidate. You can never really count that the LPL is going to be predictable. And this series as well, I imagine, a little bit of a precursor to that, giving us a glimpse of how unpredictable it may well be.
Anything is possible in the LPL, Rude. If there's
Crazy
one
as
lesson that we can... Absolutely. 2 very important lessons we have taken with us to heart after being able to join the LPL English broadcast almost coming up 2 years ago now, at the start of 2025. Things have calmed down a bit here on Summoner's Rift. Flandra now having to deal with a duo lane in his top lane, whereas Breathe went to go to the bottom side of the map. We don't have another objective on this top side, though, for 3 more minutes, whereas Dragon number 2 is coming up in a minute and some change. So curious to see what the purpose of this swap is, unless they are just trying to bail Hope out of having to play against Viper and On.
Yeah, it's a twofold approach. It means that you don't have to play on this Trinity Force versus Component spike. And also, it gives Hope a little bit of extra gold. There's no way that they were pushing the Ezreal Bard in just because of the Trinity Force advantage. They'd be able to push Flandra in, find a couple of plates. I think it was probably only one, as now Knight might be in trouble, but does have everything ready. Yeah, and Breathe's just recalling, not particularly interested. But it did give Hope an opportunity to go up to that top side, find a plate, get a little bit more gold into his back pocket, something that he wouldn't have been able to do down in the bot side. Goes back to base, picks up a Yuntal, now out to the mid lane with Dragon spawning in 15 seconds here, Arthur. This is maybe our first butting of heads between these two teams, as BLG haven't really extended that gold lead all that much in the last, honestly, 10 minutes.
Knight trying to fish for a recall would be somewhat ill-advised when Dragon just spawned and he has no TP, but maybe it was a fake one, just to have some fun there, as Tarzan is just clearing out the rest of his bottom side camps before BLG make any strong motions toward the Dragon pit. And On is pushed off of a attempted attack on that control ward, so anyone's legend going to keep a majority of the red side quadrant in darkness. Oh, he's going to attack it again for sure.
Yep, and there he is, immediately on. Like, I've played far too many support games. Ain't no way I'm playing Bard and letting a pink ward live. You can take my life before you can take my glory of taking down a pink ward. And, you know, on gets 2 for the price of 1 there, walks into the mid lane and goes, hey, there we go, that's an extra freebie. And that's going to open up in tandem with seeing a little bit of hesitancy from Tarzan as he moves down towards his Krugs. He knows that the jungler for anyone's legend not quite close enough.
Paranoia, used by Tarzan, goes immediately for Viper, and he just flashes over the wall into the safety of Shun and Knight.
Ghost.
Now Shank's trying to flash forward. Rune Prison on a flashless AD carry. That's a recipe for success. Shutdown Bounty going to go into the pockets of Shanks, and anyone's legend continue to climb back the small deficit and even up the game state here for anyone's legend.
Yeah, good pan from our observers here. Flandre able to find at least 2 platings here on the top side, and again, it's BLG deciding what they're happy to sacrifice. This time around, it ended up being Viper, who did get taken down, but what BLG got for this was that Dragon, was also a top tier 1 turret entirely into Flandre's pocket. So a good opportunity for him to show AL what they're now missing and see if in the future BLG will be keeping him, because you have to remember that this is a competition for the spot, and I know that there's this the idea that BLG might be able to play the old school sword and shield combo where they pan to one top laner for one style, pan to one for the other. But Flandre here looking very good on the Jace, and with this gold lead, he's now going to have to try and make that work in these team fights.
I remember we did a segment on one of our podcast episodes talking about what do you want to play Flandre for and what do you want to play Bin for. On Magical Journey, hell of a drug. Gets you out of almost any sticky scenario. The fact that Flandre is demonstrating somewhat of a solid performance on the Jace, which is we normally associate to be a Bin S tier pick. It's a way for you to show that, hey, listen, you don't need me just for things like the Rek'Sai top and the Aurora top. I will play all the standard stuff just as good as Bin. It's even though this series has no realistic stakes, as we said before, it is a good precursor and a good warm-up getting ready for playoffs. And if Flandre is able to perform this well, we'll see how he can translate it. He still has TP. Breathe does not.
On the hunt ready. Paranoia ready. Herald low.
Herald secured. Temper Fate dodged. Paranoia used. Lights are completely off. A TP has come in from Flandre. They're immediately using the Rift Herald, and On's going to take it for a ride. Knight, the first one into the fray. Here comes On around the corner. And it's just a crash into the turret.
All right, smart pathing actually by On. If he goes through the mid lane, he gets pinged out in front of all of AL and either dies or catalyzes a fight that I don't really think BLG were too set to look for. Knight did go fishing. Unfortunately, wasn't able to connect on a charm on anybody in particularly important. Does mean that, again, as we're moving through this mid-game, actually, where the gold lies has shifted. Previously, it was all on Viper and the lead that this Ezreal had been able to get. Hope and the rest of anyone's legend have done a very good job at moving this Sivir around, finding her gold, particularly around that dragon earlier on that we saw. We were able to find a lot of gold onto the Sivir that Viper did not pick up, but Breathe now in a 1v4.
All right,
Turret
Brady, let's see
first.
how tanky you are at 17 minutes into the game. And without the assistance of a turret, the answer is not tanky enough when it comes to 4 BLG members trying to gang up on you. That's a little bit of extra gold into BLG's pocket, but at the very least for the Pandas, they've got Shanks on the top side pushing in that top tier 1 and decent plates for Hope in the mid lane.
Very good little play. Again, what do they lose for this? A little bit of plating on this top turret. Shank's going to be able to get a little bit more gold. And again, for BLG, this game about snowballing, about trying to make sure that they've got some semblance of an advantage moving into the mid to late game. And outside of the gold here offer, they already do. 2 dragons in their favor with a Hextech Soul potentially up for grabs. Nerves of Steel there by Hope. Shun looking to interrupt. Gets a spell shield out, so it does do that. But worth noting that with the composition that we're saying for BLG is going to be more difficult to execute later on. I won't necessarily say it gets outscaled, but definitely not as easy to play. And now we're going for a fight.
Paranoia onto Flandre, following the flash up as well onto his former teammate and says, back to the Shadow Realm you go. And now Viper might be taken out for a ride on the left side. Breathe just wallops him into the ground. Knight forced to retreat with the Spirit Rush. Breathe looking for that Q3, doesn't quite land it, but the pressure is still felt as Anyone's Legend find another successful fight in stopping the BLG snowball.
Yeah, and Tarzan once again here, the catalyst for Anyone's Legend. 100% kill participation in this game. Wherever he goes, the team are following. We get a replay of this. Flandre walks up to try and hit the turret, and the Nocturne just says no. Early flash, so that tether cannot be broken. Means that the Jace is CC'd the entire time, and then up on this top side, Viper gets all outed into the waiting arms of a Ryze, who is more than able to take that down.
Back to live. Shooting a little bit in trouble. On trying to follow up onto Flandre. Tempered Fate goes wide, and he's the first one to fall. Flandre now backed up into a corner, trying to escape the clutches of the Cassante, but leans onto the rest of BLG to try and finish off the tank. But meanwhile, the Pandas take the Dragon for free, and BLG have successfully been slowed down enough that the Pandas feel like they can claw back their way back into the game.
Yeah, Drake stacking no longer there for BLG, but they do find a couple of exit kills onto Anyone's Legend. Get a little bit of time now to, again, extend what should be a decent lead for Flandre. But question becomes, Mark, is that actually yielding them anything? Are they generating enough of an advantage through this Jace to make all of those investments worthwhile? Flandre in these team fights got focused out in the last one. We haven't really seen him be active in any others, so the pressure on the side lane may be worthwhile. We'll have to see if Flandre can utilize this. And again, in the inter-team politics that is going on at BLG that just happens when you have a 6-man roster, this is a big match for Flandre to try and showcase his power, to showcase that if you give me the gold, I can carry. And he's been given the gold, and the second part we'll need to see if he can manifest.
Meanwhile, Shanks solo pushing on the bot side of the map. Flandre onto item spike. First shock blast does not connect, but it's enough pressure that BLG are able to finally weather down this tier 1 in the mid lane. Open up the map a little bit further, which should give them even more opportunities to try and set up these picks. For Anyone's Legend, though,
very heavily toward this Ryze. Got moved around the map to find a couple of turret plates on the top side earlier when a Drake was being taken. They forfeited mid-tier 1 to allow Shanks to get this gold of a tier 1 turret down on the bot side. Now moving him up to the top lane as well, and you can see Tarzan clearing out the vision on the top side alongside Kael, making sure that they have got enough vision sat and ready for Shanks so that he's not the one in trouble. A little bit of a pick on the cards.
Shanks able to dodge the charm, but cannot dodge the Tempered Fate. Tarzan turns out the lights here with his ultimate, and they turn right onto the MVP contender, but Shanks will not live to tell the tale. Tarzan falls, and it's enough BLG members to finally shroud out the light. Anyone's Legend losing out on their jungle and mid duo again, and BLG say, it's go time for the Baron.
Yeah, and they'll be able to pick this one up relatively uncontested. You can see Hope still hitting onto that mid lane turret, and BLG probably going to look to collapse and take the Sivir down as well. Knight doesn't have the Spirit Rush available, but as the Baron falls, On's already in the mid lane. Hope uses on the hunt, does get out to safety, but for BLG here, a massive win, and a little bit too telegraphed by Anyone's Legend. It was a little too obvious, and BLG read them like a book. They are ready with not just 3 members, but 4 on this top side, with a TP coming through from Flandre as well to really seal the deal. They are able to find a 4v3 on this top side. You can see that Hope's ready to move from the mid lane, that actually there was a walk coming from Breathe. He was looking to get involved, but he wasn't there in time, and now it's BLG back in that driver's seat.
BLG being able to double down at the right times has allowed them to maintain this momentum, this lead, despite all of the honestly great attempts by AL to stabilize the game for themselves while they continue to scale into the later stages of this game 1. But BLG now with Baron buff on their side, we'll see how far they can go, how far they can push. Tier 2 turret in the bot lane, ready to fall with one more successful minion wave push.
BLG, such a good team at extending their leads, using their Barons, and really now hold on, Tarzan.
Oh, Flandre once again Tarzan, I know he's your former teammate, but this is a lot of love being shown to who is now a BLG top laner as Flandra's trying to trade blows onto Hope before he goes down swinging.
Somebody kill him.
It's going to force Kyle's hand to just take the kill credit, but there's too much time spent trying to take out the Jace because now here comes Knight ready to swing on in at pounds. Shun as well sinking his fangs into the AL corpses. BLG now to carry this one out. Tarzan's still alive, so is Breathe. He goes all out on the Knight, but Viper this time around able to rally enough Mystic shots into his back, and Tarzan will be the final one to drop. BLG get an ace here at 24 minutes.
20 seconds on Hope, 20 seconds on Kyle. They died really early on. Probably just inhibitor turret here for Knight. Maybe an inhib to boot, but this is another big win for BLG. It might not be about the turrets that they take, more so about the standing in the game. With 10 seconds on that Dragon, do you think that the death timers are a little bit awkward for anyone's Legend to try to contest? They just go fishing and think that they've got a little bit more than they actually have. Realm Warp goes up to the top side, and it splits the carries of anyone's Legend. Hope and Kyle here get a little bit too caught in the weeds of who's actually supposed to kill Flandra. It does end up meaning that he lives for long enough for Knight to get in. Bad spell shield by Hope. He could have spell shielded any of the leading damage beforehand, which would have meant that he could get in and do damage to the Jace, reassess the fight with his team afterwards. And meanwhile, on the backside, the BLG bot lane are just dancing with 3 members of anyone's Legend, absolutely giving them the runaround.
07 deserved in the chat for on there. He's had a couple of deaths that have been a little too funky for BLG's liking, but he has been the maestro in leading anyone's Legend around. Now, On might be caught out again by Tarzan, and as I say that, classic caster curse moment. On, that's on me, buddy. I apologize. Hope we'll be able to get the kill credit on that one. We'll see if anyone's Legend can find any more. It's just a Raptor camp stolen for Tarzan's liking. BLG still ahead, though, by 4K at the 25-minute mark. Realm Warp trying to cut off Shun, but Shun can just run to mid lane. At the very least, they can try and steal this red buff away. That's it.
Bad angle for AL, but I think the problem is that if they Realm Warp immediately onto the Neferi, then BLG are too close and can line up those skill shots quite easily. So they go for the safe play. It ultimately nets them nothing. Now BLG the ones forcing them back when they've only got 4 members on the Rift. It goes to show you the power, the pressure that this BLG composition has. These players so good at forcing an advantage. And not just that, but hammering home. They find a single exposed wound and they will prize it open.
Rude, remind me, during the draft, didn't you say something about how today the Rise Realm Warps have been somewhat underwhelming?
I did say that.
Worrying trends here in game 1. Or actually, worrying trends continuing on throughout the day. BLG, without a Baron buff, are still making light work of this top tier tour in the top side of the map here. BLG, though, will take their leave. They've got about 1 minute and 20 before the next Baron spawn approaches, so might as well get your final camps farmed up and try and hit your 3rd item power spikes for a majority of these carries.
I think that importantly, that Medjai's for Knight now in inventory was sat with 10 stacks on the Dark Seal. Zhonya's in back pocket as well, so really knows that he's got all of the tools in the arsenal to stay safe. And hopefully with the Medjai's in the back pocket, he'll be looking to extend that lead even further. I feel like Knight, pound for pound, is the player who goes for the most Medjai's in the LPL. So it's good to see that staying on brand here for this one, as Tarzan has now finished that Guardian Angel, but is working ever closer to the Ahri.
Uh-oh. Flashroom Prison looking for the AD carry as Viper tries to flash away, and the Magical Journey allows him to escape for now. On will be the Sacrificial Lamb. Tempered Fate does snag 2 and slows down their approach. Tarzan gives his GA up so that the Pandas can slay another in the BLG camp. And now with 5 members strong, it might be the Pandas' time to try and start up this Baron.
I think the Baron is a little risky. They've still got Knight available. There's still a Jace that can poke at you, and importantly, there's still Jun here who can steal this away, but anyone's Legend used the faux life of the Guardian Angel beautifully and are now working on that Baron. Breathe zoning one. Shanks is too low to try and zone the other.
Jun has Flash. He has called the pack. Flash from Breathe. Forced to use the W. Brings him into the pit. And it's Tarzan that is clutch with the Smite key at 900 HP. Anyone's Legend eliminate the jungler. They claw back from a 4,000 gold deficit, and Anyone's Legend are back in the game.
And again, remember that this composition for Anyone's Legend scales incredibly well into the late game. Sivir and Ryze are relatively unmatched in terms of damage as we move later on versus their counterparts. But it's Knight who goes wide on a charm. Tarzan expecting this, and a flash engage from Shanks to find the route onto Viper, who, you know, uses everything in the Ezreal's toolkit there, but still can't get away from Sivir, from Ryze, from the power that these bot lane, or the bot lane of AL in particular, has. Just being able to run you down.
And we think back to about 10 minutes ago when AL were able to push BLG off of that third dragon spawn and denied them what was originally their sole point. BLG could have been already a Hex-Tech Soul, and this game would have been a lot easier to navigate and a lot easier to play out some of these sequential skirmishes out in past the 25-minute mark. Now we're approaching another dragon where it is BLG's soul to claim, but with the Baron buff on their side, I imagine that AL should be favored in being able to get position set up for this Drake pit.
And crucially so that they are, Rafa, here, like you said, soul spawning 20 seconds away, taking a check-in on those inventories. Knight, just as strong as he was in the last fight, hasn't really found anything from that last skirmish to push him over the edge, maybe saving for a death cap, but Shanks, they know that he's here from that blue ward, is just as strong, has got 3 completed items with the actualizer plus the arm guard.
Doesn't find Shanks with the charms, but he does find Tarzan. Shun goes in, dumps a bunch of damage with the Hound's Pursuit, but immediately it's a full retreat from the rest of BLG. They cannot dare to walk up when the rest of the map was shrouded in darkness. Knight getting pretty darn low on HP. Shun is thinking about trying to go in for more damage as Viper is laying down the poke with these Mystic shots, and Tarzan was pushed out. He went to a camp to try and get some more HP, and Shun is trying to flip this dragon, but Tarzan has arrived back from the jungle. Can Shun get in? Oh, On's on the wrong side of the tracks. He's bought some time. Shanks dodges the Temper Fate. Shun's back in! And Tarzan once again clutch with the smite, and Shunfield flashes into the wall. That's no good sign. Knight is about to lose all pages of his BM book as Shanks finally slays the MVP contender. BLG lose their lead. They lose all 5, and Anyone's Legend are ready to send this one into the base. Only Viper is the last one standing on the side of BLG.
The Baron at their back here for 30 minutes into the game. Anyone's Legend with those grubs as well have got 30 seconds to lay waste to the base of Billy Gaming. Baron has just worn off, and Viper going to try to do what he can. Anyone's Legend, the inhibitor of formality, much more. We'll have to wait and see. I feel like they're going to call it a day. Not even take the inhibitor. On the Hunt goes out. They know that there are TPs available, Flandre in particular. Maybe they didn't know that Knight used it to get back to the Drake. I think they could have gone for the inhib and got out. But instead they play it safe. They're going to make sure that they don't overplay their hand here, Rafa. We go back to a game state where, honestly, Anyone's Legend are incredibly favoured now. Yeah. Take a look at this team fight. This is how on the top side, On gets a little bit caught out. He doesn't think that there's going to be a play for Shanks up this close. He's trying to get back out after a recall. But Jun goes into the pit. He's isolated. Knight caught out there, and Kael with a great flash to ensure that the tether connects. Obviously, Tarzan gets a little crazy here, does find another kill, and it ensures that Flandre falls, but Anyone's Legend with 4 members strong. And the composition that in the late game can just do that little bit more. We're finding that the power of the poke for BLG not quite good enough, and the power of the DPS for Anyone's Legend doing more than enough.
I have to say, Rude, I think it is a good sign of things to come for Anyone's Legend to show that they don't need to rely on a draft and a composition where Tarzan gets to freely invade into Shun's jungle and Kael just leaves hope to whatever abandon and just tries to play for jungle Gab. Oh, wait a minute.
That's GA.
Okay, well, Tarzan's going to lose his GA. Can he get out? Paranoia gives him the cover of darkness. He walks out alive. Thank goodness for the side of Anyone's Legend. I thought I was about to have another caster curse there.
Well, you tried real hard. Fortunately, though, for Anyone's Legend, Not quite successful enough. And for AL there, Tarzan in particular, I don't know if I want to call that necessarily a massive blunder, but they were setting up around this top side, and I think BLG sort of gambled that that would be the play that they went for, and quite rightly so. They come up with taking down Tarzan's GA, which, I mean, you know, is a really big cooldown to have, when in the next 5 minutes we've got Baron spawning and another chance at BLG's soul. So if Tarzan goes in, doesn't have a way out, that's a one-way trip, that's a dead Nocturne. He's not going to have the GA available, which so far this game has had pretty decent value. Got 2 procs out of it already.
Oh my goodness, Hope might just get blown up here. Forced to flash immediately. That was very close for AL there.
Yeah, they need to sort it out. That's twice now that they've used crucial spells to be allowed safety from positions that they ought to just never have been in.
You can see the gears turning for BLG, where they are recognizing that they cannot just sit idly by and wait for another team fight scenario. They just have to find a pick scenario and immediately spring on the first target that walks up isolated. Hope potentially giving them another window for this next fight.
I said that as the game gets later, BLG's game gets harder, and that's because we need to now see Flandre and Viper land the poke, and not just land the poke, but land it onto crucial targets as well. If it's onto the Cassante, that doesn't matter. But if they can get it on Shanks, if they can get it on Hope, these champions who don't yet have sustain, that's then where the BLG composition can thrive. And if we can see Knight and Jun pair up, find a target, that could be good as well.
Temper Fate onto Shanks. Paranoia used, trying to give Shanks a way out of this one. As he steps up, looks to force Shun out of the call of the pack. Tarzan really trying to take out the jungler, but forcing the flash out of him. Flandre sectioned off for the rest of his team, as Shanks will push him out and force a flash out of him. But the rest of BLG ready to fight again, looking at every single low health bar on the side of anyone's legend. They cannot close the distance, but they have gained control of the space here on the top side of the map.
So it looks like it could be a trade Baron for Dragon, but anyone's legend, they are not happy with this, Rafa. They see the low health bars on BLG. They know the Baron's going to slowly chip away at them as well. We see Shanks clearing the wave. He'll TP, can't TP in.
Tarzan not able to pull another miracle. Can't get in to steal it, but Knight will be sacrificed alongside on. The rest of BLG should be able to walk away with the Baron buff on their side, but anyone's legend should have enough time to push through mid and get control and deny another Hextech soul away from BLG.
Yeah, and I think this is again just a neutralizer for BLG here. Anyone's legend. No Baron means that the waves do just get cleared. Flandre can poke out the backline. Viper can deal with the melees and the initial cannon creeps. And he's going to give anyone's legend another dragon, so 3 Hextechs, nothing here. Talk about the souls as those crucial buffs, but I hope you're going to have a decent amount of attack speed to go alongside this. And we talked about the fact that this game is going to rely on BLG for that poke to land. I see Hope has got a BF sword in the inventory. One hopes that it heads toward a Vampiric Scepter, but Guardian Angel, we've already seen the value that that has this game for Tarzan. And we'll take another look. It's BLG who find the Baron, yes, but they do lose Knight, they do lose on. Don't think that there's too much from this that they'll be too sad about, as it's now about what they can do with this Baron. They've already taken the mid-tier 2 turret. Viper and On doing a good job at pushing that wave deep. But how do they ever start a fight if it's not below the tier 3 turret? And even if it's underneath the tier 3 turret, I feel like that's a bit too far for BLG at this stage. They're still down in gold.
Anyone's legend have had the gold advantage since that great overturn on the 5th dragon take just about 7 minutes ago. And for BLG, they've been trying to find opportunistic plays on any target that steps up a little too far from the rest of the pack. It hasn't been enough to be able to stabilize the game in their favor. They have the Baron buff only for another 50 seconds. And as you called out, Rude, it doesn't seem likely that BLG will be able to crack open the base anytime soon. And your answers have been, or your prayers have been answered, I should say. Hang on. Oh, On. I believe you're the person that's caught out. Magical Journey is just going to lead Tarzan into a wall. And Knight now has to make the hell out of there so that Shanks doesn't lock him up for another kill alongside for anyone's legend. As I was trying to say, Rude, Hope has a PT, so now he has that sustain, and it seems almost unlikely that BLG will ever be able to pop him without anyone's legend finding a response in turn.
Well, again, the game's just getting that little bit harder here for BLG as we are moving later and later, and with that, the burden of execution shifts back to Jun and back to Knight. Your MVP candidate for BLG going to need to step up majorly in these final team fights. Has got 4 items now on the Ari. Has got a death cap included in those, so getting access to the backline not a difficult task for an Ari, but being able to do something with it very much dependent on the landing of those spells as AL work their way through the bot lane, find an inhibitor. It's now about whether BLG want to fight afterwards.
Shanks caught by the Bard ultimate, but no one
Look at
from
the work that
BLG
Breathes
can
doing.
even think about a follow-up.
Just when the Tempered Fate lands, Breathe knows exactly his job. The Cassante walks in front of the Rise, buys the space, eats the CC, uses the Pathmaker perfectly, and it allows for Shanks to keep both Summoner spells, and for anyone's Legend to move into the next 2 minutes where the Drake and Baron are spawning at about the same time, with pretty much everything ready. Summoner spells for all 10 members, all but available. We're missing heal on, but that's about it.
No objectives for the next minute and 30 seconds. Baron will be up. Hextech Soul for either team will be available for the taking. Anyone's Legend had a couple of bumps in the early stages of the game, but they were able to stabilize. They were able to answer blow for blow pretty evenly and never allowed BLG to overwhelm the game state before they could scale. And they are now rewarded where both their mid lane and their bot lane are almost at full build.
And it would be a
Yeah,
big win for anyone's Legend here, just to find a win, like a game win up against BLG. BLG so far this season have only lost 9 games in the entire split, where anyone's Legend have lost 12. So the win-loss ratio for these teams is wildly different. BLG, yes, they've got an 11-2 record, AL 9-4, but a 10% game disparity as well. BLG have been much more consistent, meaning anyone's Legend have been firstly pushed to a lot of Game 3 wins where they've won this series, but also have had their share here of 0-2s. Definitely not been in their best look for the split. Like you said, Mark, 20 seconds now on Baron, now on the pivotal Soul Drake.
My goodness. On taking way too much damage from Shanks there. On gonna try and stay a little far back so that he can still contribute a Tempered Fate that may save BLG's game here, depending on who it snags. Dragon has spawned. Shun tries to leash it. The rest of anyone's Legend staying strong as a 5-man core unit, close together. Viper throws out the True Shot Barrage for some crucial poke and some vision. Paranoia used, immediately goes for Shun. Call to pack, goes up in the air. Breathe flashing forward and says, "Get over here, Flandra!" As he forces the flash out of him over the Dragon Pit wall. 2,000 HP. Shanks is the one that secures the Hextech Soul. And anyone's Legend love these odds. GA being expended, but it's Hope that runs everyone through with the boomerang blades and slices them down to size. Picks up the quadra kill, and anyone's Legend are on the victory march as Hope searches for a penta. On is going to make him work for it, but the rest of the Pandas will make sure that they can end the game 1 in fashion of pure dominance.
It will be a futile effort running for a Bard, but anyone's Legend with a glorious game number 1. They absorbed the pressure in the first 15 minutes and came out on top in the latter 25.
The rest of the AL members trying to see if they can feed Hope the penta. Don't think it happened in time, but it's an unofficial one in our hearts, and anyone's Legend take game 1 of the series.
And he'll take that. I mean, for anyone's Legend here, this is a real big win. Again, the story of these two teams, the story of this season has been that BLG, regardless of their top lane roster swaps, have been the most dominant force in the league. Anyone's Legend have been plagued by inconsistency. They almost lost a series to EDG. They had a real worrying time of things throughout the last couple of weeks. But righting the ship up against BLG, at least finding a game win here, puts them in exactly the right position to hopefully take a 2-0 for them and to start their post-season campaign on the right foot.
Like we mentioned earlier during the game, this draft is not something that Anyone's Legend are usually associated with when it comes to like a winning formula for how they built up a lot of their wins during the regular season. It was mostly adapting to the support roaming style, mage bots, or bot laners that you can leave on an island by themselves, and you allow Kyle to just enable and unlock Tarzan to remove the enemy jungle from the game. This one was slower. It was one where they faced a lot of problems, where obviously their bot lane died 2v2 solo. There's some kills being picked up by Shun and Knight here and there, and so we're getting a little nervous that, okay, well, this is usually a game where BLG, they'll get the lead and they'll be able to overwhelm you. And after that first Baron take, it seems like that was going to be the case. But AL, being able to demonstrate this other facet of them just in time for playoffs is a good sign for fans of the Pandas.
Yeah, and I think as well that this felt a lot like AL actually across the board were stepping up. And you can really see sort of the differences in these compositions, where for BLG, we knew the game was going to get harder for them as it went later. We, hit 25 minutes and all of a sudden the game looks really difficult for them. Hope and Shanks doing a great job. I think Shanks, one of the more unsung heroes for this game. His DPS was actually incredible, over 1,000 damage per minute in this one, as he was zoning everybody away, right? On tries to walk in for a Q, he gets half HP'd by Shanks. If Jun ever goes near the Rise, he's getting taken to half HP as well. And then in those fights as well, just doing far more than that when he gets the chance.
Rude, what is our temperature read on Flandra for BLG?
Well, I think that in this game, I don't recall ever once going, that's a big shock blast. I don't really ever recall going, that's the right, like, you've done a great job into the backline there. So for me, it's a miss for Flandra. That's the temperature check. A little bit cool so far on at least the Jace side of it for him.
Mm-hmm. I was already a little concerned with how Breathe was pushing him around in that one solo kill attempt. Obviously, he didn't die, and he made sure that he was able to still maintain somewhat of a gold advantage. And I think when it came to side lane play and just understanding where to be and when to be on the map was good from Flandra. Unfortunately, like you said, when it came to actually using his champion, the impact was almost invisible.
Yeah, like, I mean, this is a really good example. If we take a look in this fight at what he's actually able to do, he can't really be the one who's walking back and staying in cannon form. You want your Jace to be diving onto the backline and be looking for these targets, but at this stage, it feels like they already know that the fight's over, but Flandra's not making an effort to try and turn it back around. When you know that the odds are against you, you kind of have to make the theoretically bad plays so that you can get your way back into the game.
Mm-hmm.
They might be low percentage, but if they work, they're what bring you back.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. And for BLG, we already explained that if this composition didn't overwhelm AL by the time we got to the mid game with a really staggering gold advantage, or ones where you could at least feel the wallet gap, the stat gap just smacking you across the face, Anyone's Legend composition was going to be favored straight up. They had the tank, BLG really didn't. They had multiple ways to force a fight with engage tools, BLG didn't. That simple.
Unfortunately, it was. And, BLG here, they'll go back to the coach's room, they'll lick their wounds, they'll come back out. Again, they're a team, they're an organization that have been down in series before. You'd like to think that they'll be able to rally back and to give us a good showing for game number 2. I do think that when the way that the draft went, it still opens up very heavily for Knight's Pool to be left open with the Orianna and the Syndra directly taken away. And obviously there was a couple of bans thrown by BLG towards the mid lane as well. So there is an opportunity for Knight to maybe get a little bit more active on the map. Did feel like on the Ahri it was on a relative scale, not what we are used to seeing. We had the Medjais picked up, but didn't get to see that really fully exemplified.
Tarzan with the player of the game. Thoughts, Rude?
You know, fine, understandable. I think shouts for Tarzan make sense. I'd like to see like 1 or 2 votes for Shanks in the end game though, because I do think that the Rise was actually really dominant in the late game team fights. The reason that Tarzan gets the MVP here, I think, is because he carried AL through the mid game and actually propelled them into the fights.
Was also very, very clutch in 50-50 smite scenarios, not once, but twice, and potentially a third time, although it looked like Shanks was the last hit on the Hextech Soul that won them the fight and allowed Hope to sail with a quadra kill into the end of the game. But we'll get results maybe during the break on how many voted. 6 out of 8 for Tarzan. We'll see if it was 2 for Shanks or 2 for Hope.
Maybe a Hope, yeah, that makes sense. Again, the Sivir until the very final part of the team fight didn't really do a lot, but then had a good team fight, got a pentakill basically. So you've always got to give some credit where that's how the people are going to find it, I guess.
You know, I mean, anyone's legend just resorted to a good old classic Jin Green Wing strat. 6 item Sivir gets the job done when matters most. And Hope actually delivered and did his best Teddy impression, being able to farm up a storm and get to that point of the game. But that is game 1 wrapped in the books for our final series of the day. We're going to be taking it to a short break. When we come back, it's going to be game 2 between Anyone's Legend and Billy Gaming. Welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for game number 2 between BLG and AL. Anyone's Legend victorious with the first game of our last regular season series of the entire year. I know I've said that a lot already today, but it just hits harder every single time that we bring it back up again, Rude, that another journey of LPL English has almost come to an end here, and we're on the second to last leg of the journey.
We are. Obviously, we've now got the regular season, we've got playoffs, and then we've got regional qualifier after that. So a good journey still in the LPL left for you all, so don't be too worried just yet. We've got some what should be really high value and high quality League of Legends as well to follow in the post-season. But obviously, we've still got to conclude it here. And, you know, the schedule designers knew what they were doing, putting AL up against BLG as our final series of the split. We knew that this was going to be a game between, at the very least, 2 playoffs contenders. And that's proven to be exactly the case here, as BLG, instead of coming away with an early advantage, have found themselves in a little bit of a spot of bother here. Anyone's Legend did a really good job in game number 1. They had a weaker composition earlier. I wouldn't say that they played to that entirely, but what they did do was recognize that their strength came in the later game, and what they needed to do was wait. They sat, they waited, and then they won.
And it's something that Anyone's Legend is not quite familiar with, at least with all of the wins that they have racked up over a majority of the period of the regular season for Split 3. But it's a good sign that they are planning to be adaptable and flexible with their styles going into playoffs.
And in you know, the early stages of the season as well, a lot of Anyone's Legends victories had come from early game dominance, and a lot of the criticisms of AL had actually been, well, I don't trust them when it comes to a team fight, I don't trust them when it comes to the late game. Is Hope going to be able to actually do the thing and carry, or is Shanks going to be able to stay alive and carry as well? Those things had been called into question, but at the very least for the time being here, Rafa, they've done a good enough job. They've found themselves in, at the very least, a game 1 win, and have shown that for now they aren't just an early game Tarzan invades your jungle and wins as the game's trick pony, but that they've got just a little bit extra in the tank as well.
Yeah. The MVP frontrunner for Split 3 was able to stabilize the game time and time again for AL throughout the woes of BLG getting the better of them for almost the first 20 minutes of the game, before finally Tarzan finds an engage alongside the rest of the pandas backing him up, and it cracks through the gold snowball that BLG had almost surmounted on top of them. But it's time to leave the past behind and look forward to the future as we kick things off for draft numero 2 in our final series of the day.
Yeah, and still looks like we're going to see that heavy prioritization towards mid lane. There were 4 mid lane bans in game number 1, and that's just in the first phase as well. So we'll see if that continues once again. It was actually has changed a little bit here with the Cassio being banned by Anyone's Legend. BLG leaving that open here. The Syndra was another one that AL looked to take away, so that's where my eyes are immediately drawn to as AL or BLG, is to see whether or not we're going to go for some really high prio first pick. The Akali taken away here, so it's Assassins away by BLG. It's Anyone's Legend banning out those control mages. And we'll see. So Syndra's still ready for the ban if they want it, but plenty of junglers still left available as well. Vi was taken away in the first round of bans last time, and Lucian too, so that hits the ban table. But there's Vi for Jun here if he wants it.
And there's good pairings with it too from the mid lane. And hell, even though we have moved away from mage bot lanes seemingly with the marksman changes and the buffs, I feel like Viper could always throw down a Taliyah bot lane if they wanted to look for something spicier. But BLG's priorities are elsewhere on the map here, Rude. It's towards the top lane with that blind rumble instantly slammed.
Okay, and now you start to look at these answers to Rumble. I think denying Jarvan is something that we may end up seeing done by Tarzan here. I know that when they've won and when they've looked good, it has been from a position of having a very aggressive jungler. Tarzan, though, instead goes for, well, still an aggressive jungler, but not one that's going to deny a hot pot combo. So they've got the Pantheon locked in as a way to get aggressive nice and early. BLG themselves looking to say, we won't get outscaled this game.
BLG's bot lane recognizing, you know what? Just because we saw some of them early on, unfortunately, it did not be the end-all, be-all means to our game one. So with Lulu and Yunara, as you called out, very strong scaling bot lane combo. This does put the onus of engage on Shun, especially now going into the second round picks and bans, and anyone's legend are going to have a chance to try and ban out a lot of those engage fighters from Shun's hands.
They are, but I think they have to protect this Annie here. I do think that this champion is susceptible to getting farmed by BLG here. So there's a very real possibility that, you know, we see something that just slightly outranges the Annie. There are plenty of picks still there. I think the Aurora, for me, one that I would look to as a way to deal with Shanks. But if they can, you know, protect Annie a little bit, then that will be good. Which means that they then can't ban away those junglers like you're highlighting here. So I think Xion is probably going to get his pick of the litter for those engage-style champions, but largely because I think AL have given themselves a real big plot hole by taking the Annie here. I think denying away good bot lane pairings for BLG is obviously going to be their plan. They've taken away the Seraphine for the Ashe Seraphine. Would like to see Corki hit the ban table here as well. AL are very geared towards their early game, towards that mid game. I think that if they get a Corki down on the bot side, it really fleshes out their identity. But we'll see whether or not they're going to agree with that in any sense.
Yeah, the only other bot lane that I can think of that might be something BLG consider is something like the Varus. But if you see anyone's legend change their style from late game scaling team fight comp to, okay, now we have a lot of push and agency in our bot lane, our mid lane, and we're going to be super aggressive with this Pantheon, then it might be, once again, AL flexing a different look. No other necessary bot lane being banned out here, but it's just another support ban with that Nautilus.
Pseudo Kai'Sa ban with that. Now, you can play Kai'Sa with other picks, but you typically see it paired with the Nautilus, and it is actually a really decent ban for me. You know, prevents AL from going for this all-in, all-the-time, get-going style of composition. But for anyone's legend, they still have to pick their marksman, their bot lane. This is you know, they get to pick which marksman or support they want to give counter pick to for the rest of the composition. Obviously, they go for the Caitlyn for the lane, and now they're going to get to see the full composition before Kyle locks in his pick. I mean, there's a very small chance here, an outside possibility, that this is an Annie going into the bot lane to give some help over to Shanks and his ability to counter pick whatever it is that gets locked down. We haven't seen Annie support in a good long while, but it wouldn't be out of the realms of possibility here. And for BLG, right, they are looking to fight fire with fire, go in with go in, and there's that Aurora that I talked about earlier.
Oh, this would be a devastating counter pick if Kyle locked this in. Every player in the jungle that has ever locked in Vi and sees a Morgana locked in against them on the other side of the rift, you just want to leave the game instantaneously, because your ultimate is so telegraphed. You just give the black shield over. Unfortunately, Rude, even in my tenure with LPL, I have yet to learn that a hover does not mean the end-all be-all, and I got baited into what could have been a very spicy setup and a return of a champion that we haven't seen in quite some time, and yet again, it is just Caitlyn Lux here in the bot lane.
Okay, so I like this, and this gives AL a route to play through. Again, I think their composition is very vanilla in terms of its identity. It is win early or lose. Now, they do have an opportunity to get Caitlyn to the super late game where she can also pop off, but I think that their mid-game trough is a little bit too weak for that to happen in this game. So it's for anyone's legend, it's about get plates onto the Caitlyn early on. It's about making sure that Hope is the carry for this AL squad. And I think that for anyone's legend in particular, this is a make or break game, because one of the criticisms that AL have faced is that Hope hasn't been good enough in the clutch, right? We think back to any sort of big international series and times where he wasn't able to do it on the big stage, and that has started to plague him in the LPL as well, where recently, in fact, hasn't been able to reach those same highs that we've seen from him in definitely seasons gone past, but in splits as well, where he's been very successful. this Split 3 doesn't quite feel the same for me. I know there's a lot of different opinions on the talent team, but for me, Hope hasn't quite made it into those top echelons of marksmen yet.
There's a reason why a lot of people, whenever they see a bot laner on another team that is seemingly trying to do their best to lift the team up, is like, if we could just get this person on anyone's legend, it'd be so good. AL leave, AL elk, whatever you want to call it. But we'll see how Hope can do in the second game as we hit Summoner's Rift between AL and BLG. So Rude, you know how you mentioned in game 1 where it felt like AL were louder in cheers, and I thought that it was just proximity to the crowd mic? I'm now more convinced it was proximity to crowd mic, because this time they immediately toned down the gain after the first one just peaked the hell out of the mic, as Viper and On trying to throw hands once again, level 1 against Hope and Kyle, and just see, can you beat our hands here? And right now, Hope's Peacemaker goes wide. Now, I think we're going to give that one over to Viper and On here.
Definitely. And again, we have to remember that the BLG bot lane came out all guns blazing. Viper ready with Q stacks. That's really how you want to play this bot lane, especially as Yunara. If you have Q, you probably win all extended trades. If you don't have Q, you tend to lose. Level 2 comes through. Kyle not immediately aggressive. And it's worth highlighting here that Viper also has Cleanse. So again, lacking that innate combat summoner spell for those 1v1 hands checks, but actually not able to find too little of a disadvantage down there on that bot side. Hope, I think, cancelling a couple of autos as well, definitely costing him in that setup.
I like this move from Tarzan, though, and this is the type of flexibility we want to see from a Panda squad heading into playoffs. 3 camp clear into an immediate bot dive and snowball Hope and Kyle on a winning bot lane duo. I like to see that. Tarzan will pick himself up the first kill of the game. Viper trying to fight back while he still has to deal with his minion wave, but they've let the turret aggro cool down, and now they will lead the dive again, waiting for the flash before committing the W. Unfortunately, Hope still goes down, but BLG suffer 2 deaths.
Yeah, it was really, really clean. And then it kind of wasn't. But the wave is largely denied. It is going to bounce back to Hope and Kyle as well. And the only small thing here is that Hope got 2 assists as opposed to 2 kills, so Tarzan gets to come out onto the map incredibly strong. Xun now will smite away the blue and does deny at the very least one of the buffs away from Tarzan, but he should be very happy with this. And he's actually going to look to immediately invade onto Xun here.
Xun was trying to greed for the crab, but because Breathe just saw this Vi use his smite for the blue buff, it's like, buddy, you cannot stay for this crab. I've got my Pantheon, I've got my Annie moving right on top of your head. And Xun's like, oh crap, you got me.
It's a big investment by AL. You are quite right. Yeah, Xun has no friends in that case. His team were not happy to come and support, but Flandre gets a little bit of a gold lead here. And, you know, you can see that this bot lane, it's not for nothing here. Hope could have gone for a flash combo onto On there. Would have been responded to by their own flash. I think that's why they hadn't. But Tarzan, I mean, he's not even cleared his topside camps yet. Clears out. Oh, there's no Vi. Well, guess what's happening, guys? You're getting dove again.
At the very least, he can try and steal this respawn Gromp. Xun has other plans, though. Immediately launches the fist right on top of Kyle's dome. Kyle might be in trouble, but he holds on to the flash. He's confident in his jungler to be able to protect him from harm. And Tarzan able to exchange a Common Spirit, and Kyle using the flash over the wall to find the light binding, allowing Hope to excel in the early stage of the game.
Viper does get this wave, and now Shank's on the move. I think he has to flash that wall and commit very early. Viper with no summoner spells. Oh
my goodness.
Okay, well, now we flashed over the wall. Okay, it's happened.
Come on, Shanks, just... Okay,
oh,
well...
Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. That's Annie, baby!
I love
I'm a
the
serial
enthusiasm.
hater of this champ. Yeah.
You
Friends
know, the funny
of the
thing is...
CBLOL will know I am a serial
Yeah.
Annie hater, and this is good for my brand right now.
In his defense, I think Shanks thought that Viper had already ran for the hills and was trying to catch him as he was potentially in transition to that second turret. Unfortunately, he flashes over and realizes, oh, he's still here. Bloody hell.
I completely understand. You're 100% correct. It doesn't stop it being funny as hell. That's all.
Oh, absolutely.
Another binding, though, and Kyle is doing very well with this. Might be able to get the kill onto On.
On holds onto his flash. Maybe Shun can change something about it. He wanted to go for this dragon, but he realizes how much pain his bot lane's in, and he wants to inflict some of that love back to Hope and Kyle. Tarzan en route, but this time Knight is the first one to try to move from the mid lane. Tarzan's going to interrupt him, but Shun is ready to back up his mid laner. He got level 6 on this Aurora, but he's ready to hop over the wall. He might have just left Shun for dead if he can't Vault Breaker back over. He's back in! They caught him by surprise! Oh, what a beautiful bait by Shun and Knight. As soon as he hops out of the wall, he's still able to ult and reposition back over, but a public execution! When did Breed TP to the bot side of the map? This game is just pure awesomeness right now.
And it is going to be On falling. There's a scuffle in the bot side between the marksmen. Looks like Hope's coming out on top of that one as Breathe finds the second. AL collapse. And BLG do, in the less impressive sense, the exact same thing.
Rude, we have 12 kills.
We do.
Before 7 minutes. We have
This is
almost
how you
2
play
kills
with
per
a
minute.
Caitlyn.
Yes, sir.
The whole point of a Caitlyn comp is to try to snowball. The whole point of a Caitlyn comp, where you have NPCs late game in the mid and jungle, is to snowball the Caitlyn. And that's as much as AL have tried to do here. Breathe, you know, he goes really, really far. Does end up finding Xun here. I think that this, you know where the Vi is going to relatively land, but it's a good pickup all the same. And then Viper gets spaced a little bit here by the Caitlyn. Knows that he's got the minion wave coming in as well. So it's not too easy for him to get away. Either way, though, all this time, it is worth highlighting that, again, this is a big opportunity for the Rumble, for Flandre on the top side to maybe be a bit of a carry. He's been given a lot of free time up there, and you would expect him to be able to come out with a real good advantage.
My dear observer, all the way at the LPL studio, can we go back to the normal scoreboard? I promise we're not going to have another fight. I want to see where the CS is, where the gold is, where the items are. But we are...
Why would you say we're not going to have another fight? Why on earth would you say that? 8 minutes in and we've only got 12 kills? That's not nearly enough for us in this type of game. Yoink.
Bang. Shun able to secure his own Gromp away. Okay, surely we're not imagining another fight. Please return to the score. I'm getting so much anxiety just watching this. I feel like, where's the fight? Where's the fight? Where's the fight? Where's the fight? And there's no fight. I feel like I'm...
So, the thing that's happening right now is we're focusing down on this bot side, but the objective is actually on the top side. With the grubs just having spawned, teams typically tend to prioritize those grubs over a dragon, which is live. Jun goes in.
Knight following up. Shanks tries to drop Tibbers right on top. Shun, can he get one more auto attack in? Vault Breaker for the shield? Oh, just not enough to be able to take out the Spearman, and Knight does not dare to follow over the wall.
I mean, Knight, you know, he can with the Between Worlds, but
Yay!
I feel like knows that if he does, it's probably 2 kills for the price of 1, or maybe even just the 1 for 1 and gets out, but even still, you can see here that Anyone's Legend really across the board have been able to generate a decent lead. Good trap comes down, or good root rather comes down. Viper does have cleanse in a couple of seconds, but this is how you play plate lane at this stage. You know, you're looking to get as many gold, or as much gold as possible. They're up 700, and the hero story for this game for me is absolutely Breathe. Breathe moved into the river to help secure the crab for Tarzan after he went for the double kill. He also TP'd down to the bot side, and he got a couple of kills for it, yes, but only being down sort of 3 waves worth of CS and only half a level, maybe a full level behind. That's a real big sort of incentive for BLG, an area of the map where they should be super far ahead. But Breather's got the gold value from that TP, from that commitment, and Actually, doesn't feel too rough to be laning up against the Rumble right now.
And his TP cooldown is almost back up. During that whole time, Flandre hasn't used it for anything. At least, not to my memory. I don't know if he was able to get like a cheater recall and TP back early so that he could maintain pressure on the wave with a component advantage. Doesn't really seem likely or that happened
It's not done
in this
enough as he
game.
has, you know?
No, not at all. So, once again, Flandre already starting to look a little invisible compared to his counterpart in this game, too.
Looking at those items, though, really important break points early on, as Hope has already got the Collector. So, you know, first items for Caitlyn are, much like Jhin, frequently up for discussion. For my money here, lethality Caitlyn doesn't look awful, right? How many people are building armor this game? It's probably a set of shoes across the board, but, you know, there's not a true tank here. So the Caitlyn gets to that first item spike, has lethality now versus two champions who have got relatively low base armor. And will be able to hopefully continue that snowball down there. Tarzan is level 6, has been for a while now, but with that Grand Starfall, those dives that engage on the bot side becomes even easier.
All the more likely that anyone's legend will find a winning combo into blowing someone up on that bottom side of the map. We've had Dragon up and available for the past 6 minutes, and no one has gone for it. Normally, compositions with Vi would go for it. Oh, Shun barely gets out alive. Has the turn-tail with the cease and desist to see if they can burst out Shanks before one of these two ends up going down. Shun lands one more punch, and it's a flash wild growth from On to save his jungler's life. Now Tarzan is on the back foot. It's Tarzan that ends up going down, and Kyle cannot bail him out this time around.
Hope does find the solo kill down on the bot side, but AL learn very quickly that if they're not playing around their Caitlyn, they're playing around the wrong lane here. 2v2, 3v3, whatever it is, without the Caitlyn, it goes poorly.
Just not enough damage in the tank between these two, despite Tarzan having a solid lead in the game.
Yeah, full item completed for Tarzan at this stage, full level as well. But they're actually a little bit discoordinated here. The Tibbers goes on to Knight, where the burst from the Lux and from the Pantheon goes on to the Vi. So that just means that AL have split their resources, and in a consistent, sustained fight, the Vi and the Aurora are going to have that little bit better time with the boost to the auto attacks from an Aurora. As in, Viper just walks in and he just loses the stat check. That's a Viper diff. It's not a Viper diff. That's a barrier diff, sorry.
Yeah. I know where you were going with that one. Fortunately, Viper, that's what happens when you don't have a combat summoner spell that works into Caitlyn outside of stepping onto a trap with purpose and intention. So BLG's AD carry, despite having the moves onto Hope very early on, is going to have to suffer the consequences now that Hope has been accelerated. Knight shifted to the bot side of the map and immediately had to play for his life and takes a ace in the hole to the back of the head.
Just for good measure. Make sure that, you know, we're sending him off with best wishes, all that good stuff. Second Drake spawned now, though. Oh, sorry, still first Drake even. Anyone's legend 13 minutes in, gonna grace us with the presence in the bot river. Feels like with the lead that Hope has, you would expect them to be able to take this. And again, in a split where, for me, Hope's carry prowess has been called into question, this is a real big game for me. And a real big game for anyone's legend. Can Hope actually carry when he's given the resources?
Ho ho! Knight,
Who's MVP?
have fun.
Who was that?
Tarzan sending a message here in game 2 and reminding him who was the front runner for MVP going into the series and who might still be holding on to that conversation. However, Shun might be able to find Shanks in tow as he was trying to roam back to the mid lane, and Shun is able to pop him on the other side of that wall.
Yeah, so they do get the dragon here, anyone's legend, but obviously lose out on their mid lane. A good sneaky positioning by Jun there. Walks over from the Raptor brush, and now they're actually fishing for even more.
That equalizer was a little underwhelming, not gonna lie, but at the very least it zoned breathe into the rest of BLG. That is my defense there for Flandre.
Yeah, and you know, found two. Throw the Lux ulti into, well, the brush. Spot that nobody's recalling there, and Shun even gives half of Kyle's HP. just for good measure. A BLG with a really solid sequence there, right? They lose out on the Dragon, yes, but it's the first Drake. We're not... I mean, as anyone's legend, if I get to 35 minutes, is my comp still relevant? Oh, probably not. So, is a soul really all that important for BLG? Or for BLG to care about? Probably not. If they can deny... I think I wouldn't even mind them giving the first 3 dragons, and as long as they've got a good spot to control the 4th, their composition should do better with the Yunara Lulu scaling that it has.
Yeah. I mean, we've flipped kind of who gets agency and who is favored in the later stages of the game, from game 1 to game 2, with both of these compositions for Anyone's Legend and BLG respectively. So it's nice to see that kind of change of pace and flip of dynamics. It gives BLG a chance to show, okay, this is what happens when we are not pressured to try and snowball the game, when we are given the graces to try and stabilize and prevent you guys from snowballing. And now it's Anyone's Legend's turn to try and do what BLG could not do in game 1.
Yeah, I mean, they are pressured to not lose the game, and that's about it at this stage. As, you know, Hope working towards what looks to be an Infinity Edge on second item, trying to alleviate as much of the Caitlyn trough as possible. Kyle in trouble.
Nice cleanse there, immediately getting out of the light binding there. Shout out to Kale's Crucible from On, as Viper still did not have cleanse up off cooldown.
You're already seeing, aren't you, that this bot lane, the 2v2 is changing, and now another TP in. They're going to see it. And we're going top lane with this one instead. Where's Pantheon? Pantheon can't ulti. Flandra, though, feel like he should know that his days are numbered.
Hey, Flandra, hold this bear real quick. Public execution, bang!
Breed even gets a little bit of crystalline overgrowth just for good measure. Shank's looking to tax a wave away from his top laner. Breathe says no, and he's going to find some gold on his turret as well. Xun, though, might fancy the 1v1 versus the Ambessa, but has enough spells to get away.
Definitely thought about it. Xun might not have had the damage before someone from Breathe's side could have bailed him out with a Grand Starfall perchance, but at the very least, Xun able to collect the minion wave there. Yeah? What about it?
You just can't. You can't just say perchance.
Why not?
Those that know. That's all we'll say.
Ah,
BLG, though, on this top side, they're finding out that these plates, they've got some gold in them. That's a good thing to try and get it for themselves.
Hello, Breathe. Remember what happened to you in mid lane a couple minutes ago? Well, get ready for round 2? Question mark? Xun finally Vault Breaker into Cease and Desist and Wild Growth. A lot of CC, a lot of knockups, and Breathe is still making them work for it. The turret is still ramping up, by the way. But at least BLG were able to dodge out on the initial turret range so that it didn't heat up too much. BLG finally take a tier 1 turret on the top side as well, but AL are making quick work of this tier 2 in the mid lane.
What doth it cost them here, Arthur? And unfortunately, the answer was a little bit too much. Yes, they found the kill onto Breathe, but they've sacrificed all control over the bot side. They've lost 2 turrets in the mid lane. And now you would think that AL are prepped and poised to secure the next dragon as well. Hope goes back to base. He's going to finish the Infinity Edge there. Might even be able to get Zerkers out of that as well. And for Anyone's Legend here, again, the composition remains the same. It remains, can Hope carry? Whereas, you know, fortunately for BLG, their composition has remained the same as well. And with Knight having a 2k gold lead, it's about whether or not he can carry.
A lot of the Ahri charms in that game 1 went quite wide, even with the cover of fog on his side. So Knight, this has been a split where, in a conversation earlier we had, Rude, I mentioned that while Knight's still an MVP contender, hasn't had nowhere near the level of dominance that he normally had in splits prior. And this series is going to be a question of whether he can try and at least put a stamp of that dominance to end the regular season off with, because it definitely was missing a bit in game 1.
In game number 1 for Tarzan, it was anything but missing. Secured that MVP for the game, and we'll see if BLG can rally behind their mid laner really the best part of this composition currently. As this game gets later again, reliance on Viper will increase. But anyone's Legend sniffing around as Knight... Oof.
Whoa! Tarzan immediately trying to flash for Knight, but the rest of BLG back him on up, and now Tarzan is going to have to pay the price for going in way too boldly. Shanks getting burned to a crisp as he got turned into a Yordle and a Cupcake. Hope has nowhere else to go except back into the ground, 6 feet under, and Breathe will join him there. BLG wipe away 4, and they can look to the Baron next.
Just for a little bit more off BLG. Come up trumps in the fight, and it's actually Xun who has a really big impact here. Protects his mid laner, who might even fish for Kael under the turret. But it's going to be the Baron secured for BLG, and the composition that they have scales incredibly well. They win out in these later team fights, and the fact that they've already got there truly is impressive. So look at this from Knight. Goes stealth, but Xun gets in to break the tether. On with the Mikhails. Also stops Breathe from getting in. Watch this Ambessa on the top side of the fight. Hasn't yet cast a single offensive spell because of On. That Mikhails stopped the stun onto the Aurora. It meant the public execution went wide. And it meant that there was nothing for the Ambessa to do. On actually with the MVP performance out of that fight.
100% with you on that one. BLG now get to boast a 3.5k gold lead here at the 21-minute mark, picking up their first dragon of the game. Doesn't look like we're going to be hitting Dragon Soul anytime soon unless we really allow this one to go into 35, 40+ minute territory. But BLG right now are going to be content with the Baron buff on their side and further unlocking the map here.
All of the outer turrets now being laid waste to. And again, we take stock of where the gold is. Knight now slowly picking up some stacks on that Dark Seal up to 6 with the Seeker's Arm Guard in tow as well. This is working towards very oppressive Aurora levels of damage. Has the tier 3 spell pen boots as well. So definitely feels good about the damage that he'll be able to do. And I think that the pit stop with the Seekers is maybe a little bit of a reprieve, but when you're up 3k gold, you are a little bit allowed to do this. Once we see Viper hit that Infinity Edge breakpoint, that's when BLG are fully unlocked, fully online. And we are, unfortunately for Hope, pretty much in that trough that the Caitlyn we knew would experience. Hasn't really been able to extend that lead. Viper has gone from level 10 to level 13 in the time it's taken Hope to go from level 11 to level 12, so yeah, a little bit of Baron will do that, but oof. Viper has been able to truly catch up. And then some.
Not looking good for the Hope can carry narrative here for anyone's Legend fans. He was gifted a lot of attention from Tarzan and Kael. They snowballed him. He even got a solo kill onto Viper. But then the team fight started breaking out, and BLG have been able to run away with it afterwards. This tier 2 turret could fall in the next 30 seconds.
I'm a fan of Kael using these Lucent Singularities just kind of as a ward, not necessarily looking for damage. I mean, you've built Shirelia's working towards probably a mandate next, so this isn't one-shot looks by any means, so using that E is just a way to garner vision. Definitely going to be the best output for the sort of 5-10 seconds of uptime that you will have. BLG do secure themselves a tier 2 turret down on that bot side, and little by little, we mentioned this in game number 1, really good team at choking out the enemy. They get an inch, they take a mile. Red buff going to be secured as well. And AL just with no life in them, it feels like, completely being sucker punched by one quick fight.
The sail completely furled up. No wind going to be pushing them anytime soon. Anyone's Legend are just thankful that they can get a look at some side lane waves without getting jumped on by BLG members here. As Shuna Knight, classic 2-person gank squad, trying to work towards any isolated members on the side lane here, but that ward on the Krug pit will at least scout them out for Breathe's sake. And meanwhile, Tarzan will get a chance to try and slink his way into the top side of the map and protect Shanks as he makes this push.
So Hope working towards a rapid fire cannon, and I do like here just a null magic mantle in the inventory. I know that Aurora is the big damage threat that I have to be focused up against, so let me just preemptively start the work towards what I imagine will be a Hex Drinker in the not too distant future. But obviously you need to get up to 100% crit. You want to be working your way quite quickly towards that as marksman. Viper has now hit that 3-item spike that we were talking about. The Yunara scaled up at this stage. One last Whisper item and then we're good to truly start going. But again, it just feels like BLG are slowly, quite happily waiting to get maybe another Baron and then close the game out from there. Anyone's Legends know that they've not really got any footing in this game, and it feels like they are losing slowly instead of trying to find a way back into the match.
Quite the contrast from what BLG were doing in Game 1 when they started losing even ground and the gold advantage was on AL's side. At least it seemed like BLG were constantly on the hunt, prowling for an opportunity to be given to them, and they would try and take it as fast as possible. Didn't yield into a comeback, of course, but you could tell that there was still fight in them. As you mentioned earlier, AL, it seems like the wind had just been knocked out of their sails, and they are just would prefer dying a slow death rather than one where they bring it upon themselves much more quickly.
You know what? We've just been critiquing them for not doing this, so I'll allow it. That means that they concede this dragon. Probably means that the Baron as well is going to be a lot more difficult for them to contest, and I think that's the bigger deal here. But they look for a pick. They don't find it. And that's,
happens.
like I say, just going to be another 5 minutes here where we probably slowly start working our way towards how the Baron setup works. BLG, as long as they don't overplay their hand, I think in a very good spot. The advocate for me here in this situation is that anyone's Legend strategy relies on BLG making mistakes. Now the problem is that you don't get to 11-2 by regularly making mistakes. It's not to say that it won't happen, but it's definitely not so likely, as Shanks is in fact the one who's being caught out.
Shun just flashing away from the light binding to not only close the distance on the Shanks, but just to make sure that his attempt at locking him down is not thwarted by Kael. Anyone's Legend losing out on their mid laner. Baron is up for the taking, but BLG have got a couple of side lanes to stabilize first.
Yeah, just, you know, make sure that you've not lost complete control over mid lane. Definitely a possibility that the inhibitor would have been gone down, or would have been taken down if you'd have taken too long around that Baron. But for AL here, they went for a play, didn't quite work out. Shanks, I mean, this is a game to forget for him. I really did think that the Annie was a little bit early on in the draft, and I mean, Shanks has had a couple of massive blunders regardless. Not to say that this is all because he picked Annie, but there are definitely some user errors going on as well.
For sure.
Not had a good game, though, on this pick.
I'm always a little curious about a team's decision to pick Annie when your jungler already has a point-and-click stun and can facilitate other champions to carry that require lockdown from someone else. It's why I get a little ick when it's Annie paired with Vi or Pantheon. It's like, why aren't you pairing this with Neferi?
Or Talia, or, you know, picking a mage that requires some difficult skill shot, right, to land as well.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
Plenty of options that they could have gone for. AL decided the double point and click was the best way to minimize failure. Instead, they've sort of found it themselves through their own malfeasances here.
I mean, I can see that this is essentially playing for your side lanes. Both of those point-and-click stuns can set up public execution to connect. Obviously, it helps your Caitlyn and Lux bot lane to accelerate, and they did play towards the bot lane. It just did not manifest into a insurmountable snowball, just a momentary snowball, as BLG fully in control with 5,000 gold in their pockets. We're going to now start up the Baron, and we'll see if the Pandas can answer.
Okay, Redemption goes down, TP comes in, the Baron's already gone, and anyone's Legend are nowhere near. Yeah, Yunara later on, she will do this.
She will just shred through those objectives, and Breathe spots them, doesn't actually get there in time. And look at Jun on the map here, actually playing a little bit sneaky. So if somebody comes up here a little too far forward, they might be looking for a pick play onto Breathe. This is really smart by Jun, if somebody can help.
Jun immediately pops the trigger onto Breathe. Tarzan will at least try and escort him out. Yeah, I don't know where On died from. Must have been in row from Shanks and Kyle, who were able to catch him as he escaped towards the jungle, leaving his base. So anyone's legend have 5-4 for the next 30 seconds here. Might be enough to take out the turret.
That's not nothing here. I mean, like you say, 4v5 is definitely a good boost to have. Fortunately, Knight does a good job at wave clearing, not quite enough to see anyone's legend all the way away. And we'll be able to take another wave as well. So, I mean, Rafa, let's get a look. This is how On dies. He just face checks Annie. That's on brand. That's what should happen when you face check double mages like that. So, justified.
Fortunately, On, that jungle did not quite belong to you. As the only thing on his mind was, I must get to my jungler. Oh, wait a minute. There's 2 wizards here.
Yeah. And unfortunately, you know, it does slow the roll a little bit. Again, BLG a comp that we're expecting to do quite well as the game gets later. And, you know, we've got to late now. We've got an extra layer of safety. Viper here, very rarely that you'll see Marksman not go for the Last Whisper, but has opted into an Immortal Shield Bow. So has now got himself an extra layer of safety as opposed to an extra iota of damage. Traps are down, but BLG are just walking round them. They'll secure themselves the tier 2 in the mid lane. They'll retreat, they'll find a dragon as well. And I know we mentioned that Cloud Soul not particularly a massive objective for these teams, but again, Yunara with a Cloud Soul, definitely something to be feared.
There's one thing I'm fearing right now, it's Knight's damage. My goodness.
Yeah. Equally worth fearing.
You know what I also fear, Rude?
What's that?
Kids in parking lots.
Kids in parking lots? How old are we talking?
Well, I mean, just young enough that when you're
running around in a parking lot, does that scare you?
Yes. Because if there is a car driving and they cannot see over the windshield, you don't need to go that fast before you get a lawsuit. I'm just saying. Well, right now,
I wouldn't call top lane a parking lot, but there was a kid up there.
Can't even continue with my train of thought there. Shun at least expends his GA and will live to tell the tale. Shanks barely makes it out alive alongside Tarzan. And BLG are going to continue the pain train, looking for hope. And Kyle next. The Vault Breaker finds Kyle and clips him in the jaw. And the rest of BLG will be able to push through the mid lane and finally crack open the base of anyone's legend.
Yeah, again, no Baron, but their comp is just better at this stage. It's a 7k lead. There's nothing really that AL can do in this situation. Their composition was win fast or lose. We outlined this from the get-go. They didn't win, nor was it fast. It looks like lose is their next option.
A Grand Starfall for the Hail Mary. We'll see if he can make it. I guess it really does defend the base here. Wow, I wasn't expecting that to be the result of it, but BLG are going to respect AL's numbers here.
I mean,
unless they just...
So the thing for BLG here is just, why wouldn't you? You know, like, they don't have to end here. They're still stronger. Like, them not ending, they're not pressured by time.
Red buff still on the way. Tarzan trying to see if he can hunt for any members here. Public Execution does find one! Holy moly, Knight has been snagged! Okay, BLG losing out on their mid laner, and that buys some time.
Yes, importantly, buys some time. Does it do anything else? Hell no! For me, this game is still relatively over, completely chalked, if I'm being fully honest. But it's going to require lots of picks like that. It's going to require Breathe to replicate that probably 2 times over before this game becomes even sort of close for me.
As you know, with this composition, if you take down Knight, excellent, Yunara kills you. If you take down Yunara, excellent, Knight kills you. And if you take down Yunara and Knight, Flandra sat quietly, farmed up a Storm, nearly 3 items on the Rumble, and probably also kills you. You are effectively triple melee. I know Anna is ranged, but she wants to get in there. You're effectively triple melee versus Rumble. He has a field day as well.
Right now, Flandra is shoving him in this bot lane so that he can join up with the rest of BLG as they make their way towards the top side of the map in anticipation of this third Baron spawn coming up in 8 seconds. And for anyone's legend, as we said before, Rude, all they've done is delay the inevitable.
Again, it opens up for BLG to make mistakes. The odds are that they just won't. So that's really what AL are hoping for here, is that they can do something that's maybe a little bit creative and that catches BLG off guard and maybe makes BLG a little bit bemused in a certain situation. But again, that's the best bet. And it feels fitting here, Rafa. Again, our final series of the regular split, our 2 top dogs in the LPL. Highly likely to give us a full 3 games, the full iota of League of Legends for a series between 2 teams at the top of our standings.
Shun looking for a pick. Kyle sniffs it out. Spider-Man senses we're tingling on that one.
Again, at this stage, you would think, guys, why isn't Baron dead yet? What are they doing? They've had Baron for so long to be available. What's happening? And as BLG, feels like they want to do that and time Baron with their Cloud Soul so they can get the Cloud Soul, then move up to the Baron and have both of them as they push. Whereas if they'd taken Baron on spawn, they might feel a little bit obliged to go back to get the Baron, to get the Dragon Soul afterwards. This way, there's no obligation. But this way, it does open up for AL to maybe play for one final Hail Mary. Look at the bot wave. There's a big wave crashing there as well. Mid lane, there's an inhibitor exposed. And yeah, this is it for anyone's legend. You've got to go as fast as possible to get this down.
I like this approach from BLG. Force the pandas to do the dirty work for you, and they can take the debuff from this Baron spawn. Caitlyn trapped line set up to cut off their entrance from the river. Shun is into the pit, 1800 HP, and Shun gets revenge for all the times Tarzan took the objective away from himself. BLG's jungler comes up clutch and secures what should be the final piece of the winning puzzle.
And again, another really underrated part of the composition, but Flandra here with a massive equalizer. You know, you saw Xun go into the pit, the rest of BLG were nowhere near, and it felt like he'd gone too far. But during that time when he's reviving through the GA, equalizer goes down, some of AL go up to the top of it, some of AL go into the pit with it. And those who go into the pit recognize they don't have the damage to kill the reviving Xun in time. He hops out over the wall, Baron secured, nicely done, with a Cloud Soul as well. Victory march here now for BLG.
And now all that BLG need to do is send it through the top side of the map. Or maybe have one of their side laners try and push through and
send it anywhere.
Crack open this base. Just send it anywhere, as you said. I mean, you've got Baron, you got Cloud Soul. You should have everything you need to send us to Game 3 at this point.
Top tier 2, just to make sure we are tutorial moding here, it looks like, as BLG. Make sure that you get as many of the structures as possible, make this as convincing as can be. One Yunara W without Transcendence here takes about a quarter of Hope's HP. So you can really see the damage that is being built up. And again, Hope, a little bit more chip damage going down. It really is just a struggle for anyone's legend here. Where do you go? BLG are moving around the map so cleanly, so precisely, with not really any mistakes. Not being an angle for Tarzan to look for a play. I think as soon as they see Vi on the bot side, that's going to be their cue to go and send it.
Wreath trying to push out Knight, but he takes his distance now. Flandra's the only one is somewhat over pushed up. And even then, anyone's Legend do not feel confident to spring the trap onto the Rumble, just allowing him to push in what is already an open mid lane, with the inhibitor yet to come back from respawn cooldown.
And this will be the final ditch effort. Knight dodges away.
The public execution comes in way before Tarzan gets involved. Seems like a little bit of dyssynergy there. And Gael's the first one to get punched back down into the ground. Hope will be blasted by Viper. Picks up the double. Could be a triple kill. Yes, sir. And the GA will only just give Tarzan one last look at the base before it comes crumbling down. And for BLG, we get to see one last full best of 3 between them and anyone's Legend.
A little bit underwhelming here to end out. Feels like that could have happened probably 10-15 minutes ago, but BLG, they took their time. They forced us to a game number 3. And we'll get to see now what these two teams can do when their backs are both up against the wall. BLG recognised that AL were going to come out swinging with that composition, and again, much like game number 1, the team with the better scaling composition sat back. They absorbed as much as they needed to, and then when the time was right, they gave it back.
Yeah. For anyone's Legend this game, I was briefly excited for how aggressive they were playing. Yes, you know, there's some oopsies, there was some weird flashes being had, but, you know, I loved the spirit of it. But unfortunately for them, as soon as they got met with a hell of a response from BLG and just, I think as you beautifully put it, sucker punched in the gut, the rest of anyone's Legend just looked as much in focus as your camera right now, Rude. So it was tough. I have felt like they were just left dizzy for the remainder of the game.
Yeah, you know, when you've got a composition like that, you have to go through, right? There's no way out around the side. There's no sneaky back exit that you can take to win that game. You just have to try and find another advantage and try to find another way to generate some sort of a lead for yourself. Unfortunately, BLG never really gave it to them, and I think that AL knew the second that they did that, they were going to find a problem. And, you know, they tried. They waited out to see if BLG would make any mistakes. The sad news and the bad news for AL was that they simply did not. And yeah, you know, the breaking point, the turning point here, 15 minutes earlier in the game, took, I think, BLG probably a little bit longer, to be honest, to close this one out.
Yeah. Interesting, Rune, that in both of our games, the composition with the better scaling won in the end.
Wonder what that says. Marksmen are happy to be playing Marksman again, I think. That's what that says to me.
I thought we were LPL, not LCK. What is this? I thought we were supposed to be the kings of early game aggression and chaos. And, I mean, this game was hella bloody. 12 kills at 6 minutes. And then all of a sudden, off of that line brush fight a few minutes after this point, everything just slowed down.
Yeah, I mean, the game at this stage, like on that fight, is still playable, but it's really here. And again, credit to On for this. Because that Mikhails comes in, it allows Knight to get away from the public execution. And again, breathing this fight is playing PoE esports. He's just watching everything happen, doesn't actually do anything. Where you can see the rest of BLG do such a good job at actually getting involved and making as much of a fight out of that as possible. Viper, again, continues to show so much class here in the LPL. Whether it's on these majors that we saw from him in weeks 1 and 2, whether it's on the hyper carries as we move later and later on. I feel like he's just been such a focal point for BLG through this split that, again, I know we've talked a lot about Knight and a lot about Tarzan, but Viper in this split has definitely been in contention for me as one of their better players, one of their best players even.
Yeah, this is the first split where I can confidently and comfortably say that Viper has a strong contention for first all-pro bot lane this split. I think split 1 and split 2, Jackie Love was just by far and away much more consistent, much more important to top esports' success over him. I know that a certain Jackie Love stan is going to be very outraged by this, but yeah, you have to give it to Viper this split. This is his best split so far. And well, of course, when I say split 1, as my producer is kindly reminding me in chat, Jackie Love wasn't playing. But when we look at Jackie Love in splits overall, he's usually undisputed as the #1 performing ADC. But I think this is the first split where Viper has a reasonable argument to be in contention with him. That's all I'm trying to get across.
Yeah, no, I agree with you here. I mean, Viper has been very, very impressive really throughout. And as I feel like would be the case with these two players matching up against each other, Sion going to take player of the game. Again, feel like there's an argument to allow for Viper to have found this one, but Sion clearly felt a little bit too instrumental for the people on the Chinese broadcast and getting a 8th MVP for the BLG jungler.
That Baron steal definitely sold it for a majority of the people who were voting for player of the game here at the end, as we get 5 votes total for Shun, with a couple towards Viper and 1 for Flandra, interestingly enough.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, the Rumble pressed ult. Had one good ulti, to be fair, when the Baron was going down and we saw the steal from Xun. There was a good ulti.
Look, I know On died a lot of times, but I wish that he got like at least one shout out from anyone. And just swap out the Winners Club vote for and put it to On, just so that he gets a deserved shout out. Again, Rude, I know you already pointed out that Flandra had a nice ultimate in the pit that did a great job in assisting Shun there. Once again, I felt like this was a game where Breathe was having a much more immediate impact on the game instead of Flandra. And I'm really concerned about how that looks if you are a Flandra fan, if you are someone who would rather have Flandra in the lineup versus Bin.
I think that's a very credible concern, really, Rafa, to be honest, and one that BLG will have to be considering, right? One that Bin will have to be considering as well. I mean, I don't think we've had public information on whether or not that they are hoping that Bin will come back full-time into the roster, or whether they're happy to play this 6-man style with Bin going sort of 50-50 with it, depending on what style BLG are looking to play. But I think if you've been here, you're looking at this top lane matchup and going, "Well, why has this guy got my job?" And you know, you've self-sabotaged a little bit, like you took yourself out of the running. But stepping back into that mold probably doesn't feel too difficult.
Yeah, if Flandra's supposed to be like a motivator roster move here, if I'm Ben, I'm not feeling that threatened. You know, maybe motivation might not be the word we're looking for here, but maybe a sense of relief that his job still might be secure. Unless Flandra can do something that allows BLG to put a bow and another W to end the regular season with in Game 3, which we'll find out shortly, soon enough, right after this.
Oh no.
I'm
Oh
muted!
no.
Whatever. You know what? I said nothing important other than welcome back, y'all. But Rudude, do you see where I'm going with this? We saw 2 early game compositions fail to snowball in games 1 and 2 by BLG and AL respectively. Does that just mean we're both gonna be scaling on both sides for game 3?
No, it means the coaches are gonna go, this game means nothing. So we are winning with an early game comp. I need to see you do this before playoffs.
Okay,
so
okay.
it's
I like
Corky time. It's other aggressive ADC virus time. Lucian might still get banned, to be honest with you, but yeah, it's time now for the teams to prove to themselves and to their coaches that they are not washed up trash and that they can in fact play scaling and do well.
Why is the mines trademarked? What is trademarked about the mines? Am I?
Hey man, I don't know, but they're trademarked. Get over it.
Well, we'll see if anyone's legend can get over not properly finding a snowball. But as you mentioned, the coaches may not be over it, and we'll see whether this is their attempt at trying to build in a successful early game snowball victory. Like when we're looking at possible ways of winning, they don't want it to be economic. They want it to be militaristic. They must show aggression and successfully execute. Now, game 3 means 20 champions are fearless out. A lot of the AD fighter pool is limited. So no Vi, no Pantheon, no Nocturne, and no Nefiri either. So Lee Sin, Xin Zhao,
Wukong.
Those are the 3 that pop instantly to my mind. Yep.
Yeah. I mean, and you know what? Jarvan as well. Let's see.
True.
Could also showcase himself. I think that for these 2 teams, again, for the bans, really remains very heavily about that mid lane. We've seen Cassio, Locke, Akali, Ori, and Syndra be banned in games 1 and now game 2 as well. We picked up the Akali ban, I think. So yeah, there's a very heavy reliance on getting these mid laners out of the comfort pool and out of the S tier, I suppose, more so than anything. And again, remember here that in split number 2, and in this series, I should actually say, we should say to preface, that this series is about our 2 MVP candidates for me. The framing of this is, well, this is Tarzan versus Knight, to try and give Knight some competition. And Tarzan this split has done it. In game number 1, he did the exact same thing. You know, Knight was snowballing, was ahead, and was able to be thwarted by Tarzan. But in game number 2, Tarzan was the one who got a little bit off to the races, helped his bot lane succeed, and then it was Knight on the Aurora who was able to come back and manage to really do some great work on that pick. So game number 3 here really feels like that last-ditch effort for both of these 2 players to put their cases forward. I know for a fact that it is much closer. I think in split number 2, we were sort of saying that Tarzan might have a look in at a couple of MVP votes, but it was just Knight by far. In split 3, I think we're going to have a real conversation, and I do hope that all of you at home have gone into the Discord, have cast your all-pro votes for MVP, and put some good notes in there too.
And if you haven't, well, we have this amazing lower third that if we have it available, we can throw up before we hop into draft here. That will encourage everyone to take out their phone, point it at the screen, and scan the QR code. I might have put our producer Alk on the spot here, but if we meanwhile, before we get the lower third, we do have exclamation mark Discord in the chat link for, I'm assuming, just Twitch chat. Maybe it might be in YouTube chat as well. But you can get the Discord link there. You'll be able to pop open the server. You'll join LPL English, and it'll be the latest thing in the announcements channel, where you'll be able to see the Google Doc form that'll allow you to submit and cast your votes for all pro voting. for LPL Split 3, and there is a lot of things to consider in addition to just MVP race between Tarzan and Knight as our two front runners here. Some people still might be pushing Jackie Lover's way on if they are top esports fans as well. Whoever you want to push forward, that is up to you.
Yeah. For me, for my money, whilst it looks like draft is a little delayed for whatever reason, I'd err away from the top esports camp. I think they've been a little too inconsistent for me. Honestly, I think I can make a case for a couple of BLG members. I can definitely make a case for at least one AL member.
Yep.
And, you know, if we want to get real funky with things, I think it's when we go to All Pro that we get some of those fringe picks starting to move in, to be completely honest with you. Because I think that All Pro is not as simple as the top 3 teams just get 1, 2, and 3 All Pro.
All Pro is a very, very fun conversation to have right now, especially with some of the members from LGD cropping up with an overall, I want to say, 5-2 series record for the past couple of weeks, which is insanely impressive to finish off their regular season. Definitely the best the organization has seen in years. But more of that later, potentially, as we head into our final draft of the regular season.
Maybe. No promises. We might do, we might not. We can't be held accountable for anything said on this broadcast, nor can the LPL English. Terms and conditions can be found on our website. Game number 3 here for AL versus BLG. Less focus towards the mid lane, importantly here. Yes, Akali's still gone. Yes, Cassiopeia's still gone. But we still have Orianna, still have Syndra, and Locke as well. So I feel like it's that dangling here of the control mage. If you want to go for the control mage, you can, but you're going to get answered with a Locke.
I love this Viper Xayah ban from Anyone's Legend. To me, that signals a Lucian pickup first for AL, and BLG immediately read it, ban the Lucian away from Hope. So now we get to move into what could be maybe an Orianna slam as like
Orianna's
the next
risky.
Best mage here.
Yeah,
okay,
it's
Seraphine for
definitely
Ashe.
risky to go for it because then you get answered with the lock, and then the lock kind of dumpsters you. So that's not the best, not the greatest way to go. Obviously, you take the Seraphine here. This is flexible as well. We've seen a little bit of Seraphine bot in the LPL recently as well. So you do still want to deny the pairing. The Ashe obviously going to be the... You would like to think the pickup by BLG, but then it's a question of what do you pair with it. A lot of the enchanters that you see are gone. I still think you can take Milio here for BLG and probably be quite happy. The reason that you would usually play Lucian Milio into Ashe Seraphine is for the big cleanse. So I would not be surprised to see the Seraphine answered here by Milio, but BLG don't need to take it here. We talked about all of those junglers. Do think that Lee Sin here for Jun could be something to consider. And as they see the Seraphine already locked in, they know that they're not going to need to take the Milio. Even if the Seraphine goes as a bot role, it's not going to be Seraphine Milio bot lane.
Interesting decision for Shun to have made there. Could have obviously gone for the Lee Sin, which was the strongest AD fighter jungler that was left in the pool. It has a great matchup into the Jarvan, can always get out of the Cataclysm and dodge out on those flag and drags. But at the end of the day, I think BLG recognized that whatever they pair with this Seraphine is going to be another stationary, rather immobile target, and you can easily lock down with that Cataclysm. And AL confirmed their suspicions with a Jhin to be paired with the Seraphine. So now AL going to try to give Breathe the best blind pick matchup possible with this Gnar lock-in, and at least they have it protected with the Vayne ban.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, there's plenty of picks still there. The Varus, the one that immediately comes to mind, but you have denied Narvan as a duo. You've also secured a little bit of backline threat as well. BLG here tossing up their options, toying with them. They can either get one of those big mage in the mid lane, or they can get a good answer to top lane. So they take the mage in the mid lane. They will ban Locke and Syndra most likely, get those off the board, where AL themselves will look at the Varus, will look at maybe another range top, maybe the Tristana, and take that away. But Flandre, again, have to remember that this is Flandre we're talking about. Is he the one who's going to pull out the Varus? Is he the one who's going to pull out the Tristana? We just don't know.
Only time will tell here. As you called out, Rude, Orianna now protected with that lock band so that Knight does not get dumpstered by Shanks in the early stages of that laning phase here. A couple of things that you could try and ban away from this Gnar as well. Well, actually, the Olaf was the first thing banned by BLG, so I take that back. Well, that's all I got, Rude. That's the only other top laner. Yeah.
You know what? I'll pick it up. I like the Nautilus ban to take away. I do still think that Milio is the classic answer here, so I would be very surprised if Milio doesn't get banned by AL here. Feels like that's the really easy go-to. BLG, they need something to go with the Jarvan when they go in, and that probably comes from the top lane. So it might just be Flandre on Eat It duty. I think put him on Sion, put him on Ornn, where he gets rolled on against the Gnar, deal with it. But you are then able to play out with a really decent set of DPS. The Shen actually what gets banned here. So BLG removing some of those dive threats. And when I look at the BLG composition, I know I've asked for a tank top laner. Do they have enough damage if they go tank top is my concern, especially versus Seraphine.
That's what I'm thinking.
A little skeptical, so we might have to match Gnar with like a Gwen or something.
Oh, okay. This is where Flandre could put a stamp on why his value can be very much useful for BLG versus Bin. He's got a Twisted Fate top lane in the bag.
Well, and we'll see if it can come out and sing here, because it is going to need to. For BLG, as we see Shanks on Yone as the answer to the Orianna here. So, again, this is a composition that allows for an AP jungler. Not the super high-profile damage jungler I was looking for. This is not, for example, Lillian, not Nidalee, but I guess Maokai will have to do me.
It is interesting because on the one hand, you think with AL, you have engage tools with Seraphine, Gnar, follow-up from Jhin. Hell, Fate Sealed can also be a primary engage tool if they're in a corridor. But I do like the utility that... What is going on here? Are we returning back to Camille support?
Looks like it. You know, barring any crazy TF support swaps coming out here, which I think definitely not advised in this case. It is indeed going to be on returning to the Camille support. The heavily nerfed Camille support.
If BLG wins with this and Riot gets a whiff of this over in the gameplay design balance team department, where you're like, I thought we killed this.
They're all sleeping, right? They're all asleep now, surely. So that's the
It
hope.
is 7:45 a.m. over in California, so
they'll have woken up, going on
they
their
will
morning
have
runs. I don't know what time they're supposed to get into the office, but it's a Sunday, so surely they're, you know, sleeping in.
Could
Here's
be
me
now, could be
advocating for a bad
later.
work-life balance. That's the goal right now.
Who knows? It all depends on whether On pops off or not. If he does, then it will push the narrative that Riot has not done enough to nerf Camille support out of the meta. But
I'm all for more Camille top buffs. That's all I'm gonna say. We can.
Me too.
Slide that in under the table into the next patch. Thank you very much. I think Camille is such a good top lane champion for competitive. I think she's such a garbage support champion for competitive. But hey, you know, that's my 2 cents.
Sometimes that's how it is, Rude. As we'll see how BLG and AL close out our season as we head to Game 3. So, once again, the AL fans were closer to the crowd mic, but I feel like there were many more BLG fans there supporting the squad on the last round of Gios here.
And that's probably, you know, a product of a a very boring end to game number 2. Not to mince words, to call it how it is. You know, BLG had won that game probably 15 minutes in and then didn't end for another 25 after that. So hopefully this one will have a little bit more volatility at the very least.
Well, On is already linking up with Viper to try and put the pain into Hope and Kyle's health bars here at the level 1 all-in.
So On read the patch notes. This is the newly buffed W Camille start for the Camille down in the bot side. And, you know, getting a good trade in there. Puts the W forward, gets a couple of autos down. Level 2.
Oh my goodness. Wow, wow, wow. If Viper was closer, he would have been able to potentially flash for an auto attack to finish off Hope there.
Hello?
It didn't reset, did it? Oh, okay.
Well, something
Well,
did.
On is just gonna go for the immediate flash, and he follows up with a hook shot. Oh my gosh, what nerves! On just smirks at all of the patch changes to his favorite support champion coming out of MSI into Split 3 and says, yeah, I'm still him.
Okay, well, On is just kind of smurfing, to be completely honest. Like, Viper has done, not to discredit Viper here, very little down on this bot lane. This is one of those games where you're like, well, I don't really have to do anything. Knight could find Shanks there. Q goes wide, so doesn't quite find lethal. But Viper doesn't have to do anything here. Viper's just solo winning the lane. Oh, no.
And he's gonna solo win mid lane too, potentially. On gonna be taking turret aggro, but he's got the movement speed boost from Knight's Command Dissonance so that he gets out of harm's way, but that's a flash down on the Shanks. Oh, is he dead
Flash?
now? Uh-oh.
No flash ready. One more Q. Oh! You know what? Shanks pressure sponge there in the mid lane. Done quite well, I think. Absorbs the gank, and this is now giving time over to Hope to slowly rekindle a little bit of the gold.
All right, it's all a bait.
No.
Oh, the hookshot doesn't quite connect, but you know what? He doesn't need it. Shun just needs to be able to escape. And the unfortunate thing about Tarzan playing Maokai early on, he's got great CC, not that much damage. And now Viper's going to try to run down Hope. No flash, no cleanse. Viper, he's got lethal tempo stacked up. Not going to be enough.
All right. I think if you wanted to send a message, you could have flash auto-queued, got auto-attack reset, found the kill. But if he wants to play the game smartly, he, you know, catches the wave.
There's already a lot of freak things happening on our screen right now. Viper just wanted to give us a little bit of a normalcy here. Now Tarzan trying to fight over for these chicken nuggets. On deflects it somewhat, forced the hook shot away, and Tarzan gets his prize at the end of it all. But now Shun is looking for a counterattack here. Tactical sweep. My goodness, how much damage did they put into this Camille W? On clearly has labbed this one out. Shanks finally will be able to get a second kill of the game for AL, but at the cost of his own life.
I mean, AL are playing right into the hands of BLG here. They can play standard and hopefully win out on a late game team fight. Instead, BLG know, okay, we've got a little bit of a crazy comp with this Camille support. We need to make the game volatile, and it's almost like AL have just completely forgotten how the first 2 weeks of this split went.
BLG giving them a very sharp and then painful reminder on what happens when a Camille is allowed to just roam freely. I mean, remember, it's not just Camille being directly nerfed, it's Halo Blades being nerfed, it's Sundered Sky being nerfed, it's the gold penalty bounty on your support quest being nerfed until you're level 5 now versus level 3, so On is still not going to be getting that much gold if he's just trying to tag what are the charges off of his support quest, and yet he's still making it work.
Which, you know, credit to On why he's pulled this out here in a game number 3. Knight looking mid lane. Knows he's got his jungler here as well. Neither one of these guys level 6. Knight might be after another wave. Same for Shanks, but a lot of maneuvering by these junglers in this mid lane. It's felt quite volatile, and I think that is, again, to BLG's credit. As the game gets a little bit later on, the expectation becomes that the Yone going to have a lot more agency, a lot more onus on himself to make the play happen. But if you can't get there, BLG will be more than happy with that.
At least Tarzan's got saplings to be able to scout things for himself. On really has adapted to this Camille W change, leading with it all the time. Hope might be in trouble, cleansing the slow, and that is not going to do nothing for you. BLG. Oh, Viper's sending an arrow down mid lane. Should be spotted here, so Shanks backs off just in time. Unless it hits the Gnar square in the forehead! Woo!
Alrighty. Close.
Another ulti.
No
this
cigar.
time, it's for On, and from Tarzan's Maokai. Shanks lands the knockup. It's still a level 3 Camille. He's quite squishy, but just not enough damage from the Panda crew. Breathe looking.
Flandra flashes
Flandra
from a boulder. That'll be it. But again, across the board, Rafa, these guys, they want to throw some hands, okay? Game number 2 ended with the most snooze fest oriented game in the world. In this game, we're getting some spice from the get-go.
I love it. This is the closest to what I imagine a BLG AL Scrim set looks like.
I think we've had too few assassins picked in the mid lane.
That
To be fully
sounds fair.
encompassing that, you know?
You know what? That's why I said this is the closest.
True.
Doesn't this-
true.
Doesn't
I haven't
necessarily
seen
mean
Shanks
it's
play
accurate.
Zed yet on stage, and that means that it's not as close as we could get.
We must go further.
Alrighty. With Viper, though, I want to quickly call this out. He didn't really get too much out of the bot lane because On was, well, has now really left, like, is still level 3. Hasn't particularly returned to the bot lane to get XP for a while. But, as I see the arrow just get dodged away from, well played there by Shanks. We're looking for a fight on the top side. Ghost popped immediately by Flandra. And Destiny.
He
as
also
well.
uses the Destiny so that he could scout out that there was a Tarzan en route to top lane.
My
Still?
point being here,
Yeah.
Viper deserves some credit here for his performance on the Ashe, finding the solo kill versus Hope, up 25 CS, has a plating for himself as well. I know that he was given some resources, but being able to use those resources is really, really impressive.
Ooh, the shockwave just a hair too late. Shanks is able to flash that, and now On might pay the price here unless Knight is actually going to force the hand. Oh, more auto attack! The wind-up passive! Can't disrespect that. And On still doesn't even go down despite all of the chaos he has caused in the mid lane.
I mean, I do think if Shanks actually used his ulti to be aggressive, he might have been okay. I guess when you know that Knight and On both still have flash, it is definitely sealing your fate, but I guess the answer there is that Kyle doesn't just get solo killed in the mid lane. One clockwork wind up gets summoner healed from. What the heck? Have I ever sounded more British than I did just then? I don't think so.
Just one death away from a bloody hell being ripped on broadcast from Rude here.
And I can promise
We do have
that.
Yeah, we do have a dragon to play for, but neither of the squads have really had time to look at this Cloud Drake as a real objective. The objectives have just been each other.
You're quite right. I think that's probably the best way we could have phrased it here. Both of these teams not particularly bothered about fighting around neutrals, fighting one another though. They definitely are. Breathe. Yoink. Thank you very much. Picks up Flandra. Now down on the bot side.
Oh
Cleanse
my goodness.
comes through.
Hope still will be able to survive it all. Ignite comes through, damages him a bit, and now it's his turn to fire on back. Curtain call. Bullets are flying. Can the fourth one find its mark here? Double beat drop does not land.
yeah.
So On is able to space it out, and that is 0 for 4 on bullets finding their target here. And Shun is just gonna look for a quick Drake secure.
Yeah, for me, if these Jin bullets are reminiscent of how the game's going to go, that's not looking great for anyone's legend. This, however, probably the best it could look, and is again kind of adding to this picture that Breathe has got the better of Flandra through this series thus far.
Yeah. If we were to do all pro votes and just include Flandra's performance versus Breathe, we definitely would have Breathe higher up at the end of the table season rankings here over Flandra.
But as it is, I don't think there are too many top laners that are challenging Zweon currently, as Flandra locks in that red card, gives Tarzan what for. Forces the flash. All right.
Like that combo. Obviously, you don't see Orianna and Twisted Fate in the same game, at least on the same team together that often. Hope taking some damage there, but just giving Twisted Fate the extra movement speed boost, and then from him ferrying for a quick command attack into Shockwave, forces the flash out of Tarzan. It's just some cute synergy stuff between the solo laners of BLG.
I think we're waiting very patiently as AL for this mid lane matchup to actually start going into the favor of the Yone. It's been a long time coming, and the expectation is that it should happen eventually. It normally happens around level 6, but... Ooh, sidestep. But doesn't actually feel like that's going to happen with the lead that Knight has been given, with the deficit that Shanks is facing. You know, he's gone for the Vamp Scepter to try and stave off some of the damage from Knight, but just the second that he comes back into the lane, you can see under pressure from the off.
Yeah. I mean, Brother's trying to sustain from Fleet, Vamp, and Resolve secondary runes, and Dorn Shield. And that's not enough with how much pressure Knight has been able to put down. So that paints quite a vivid picture for you in the mid lane.
And you know what? I am happy about this. There was a time where Yone would just sit versus, you know, mages, absorb everything, and be fine. Not going to catch him out here, but he does have to go back.
Whoo! Kael responding with a flash of his own, matching that of On's, but the Shockwave still clips him and ensures that it is a 1-for-1 trade. But for BLG, they will happily take the sacrifices of Camille for the price of a Yone's head.
Alrighty, big move from BLG to again put this Yone down. This is the real carry that AL are going to have to rally behind as the game gets later, so putting it in the dirt is the way forward for BLG. All this time, Viper able to pick up gold in the bot lane, Knight able to extend that lead even further. And just look at how homeless the two carries for AL are down on the bot side. We've got plated steel caps and a serrated Dirk versus Berserker Boots and a Kraken Slayer and a lot of shivs alongside it. So Viper is feeling really good. Knight is equally feeling very good as well versus what is, again, components for Shanks, but nothing like a competitive Yone strength.
Oh my goodness, Shanks is feeling the beatdown from both the mid laner and the bot laner now of BLG as we have shifted the Orianna into the bot side of the map. Should be able to enable a full court press from mid and bot just in time for the second dragon spawn in 1 minute and 30 seconds here. And when you called for coaches being able to give their team a early game draft, and this time you will smash with it, well, so far BLG are living up to the task.
Well, the question is, can they close this one out? Right, problems that we've had thus far are, well, they've not been able to. But feels like BLG are on the right track. It's not like their composition scales poorly. You've got the Ashe, you've got the Orianna, both of those quite powerful. Ooh, goodbye half your HP.
Goodbye your flash.
Yeah, goodbye all your HP. Well, it's a good flash, but is it one that you really wanted to give up to prevent Knight from getting another solo? Or for, it might be his first solo kill, to be fair, but probably not something you wanted to give up.
Shun trying to steal this blue buff away, but Tarzan's mid laner is not going to be able to join in the fray. Might not matter, though. Oh, the Blast Cone actually punts Shun out of the Encore, and he's able to reposition, knocks up Hope and says, see you later, but Shanks, already having TP'd in, catches him with a Fate Seal, and now Shun, all he can do is just try and see if he can get a 1-for-1, and not going to get it.
Alright, Hope finds a kill. In the top lane, we did see that Flandre found a solo kill on to Breathe.
Oh.
And without Enchanted Crystal Arrow being used either, so, you know, maybe thinking that that could have been the way out. Probably just Flandre getting a little bit of a bush bait and catching out. Now a TP down to this bot side. BLG want to try and take this dragon, even without a jungler.
Knight is spotted on the flank. Here comes the arrow. It parts the Red Sea. Shanks is able to knock up Knight and keep him at a distance, but he's taking a lot of damage as recompense for it. Curtain Call bullets are flying. One more, can it land? No, but it's not. Doesn't even matter. It's the burn from the side of anyone's Legends jungler being able to use that Liandry's Torment and the fully upgraded jungle pet.
So a little bit of bite back from AL here. Flandre is going to find Hope here. Cleanse, why have you done that, Hope? That is completely useless. But it is going to give AL a couple of kills. They also found that dragon, and they got the shutdown on tonight. Now, it did go to Tarzan, who, again, on this Maokai, may be the least likely to do anything with it. Okay, well, there was no ulti from the Ashe, but I think that this Camille ulti is more than enough.
It was not a true 1-for-1. It was a interference from On's Camille. And now Shun, alongside On, is running even more interference. Kael is getting quite low, but Breathe able to escort him back to safety alongside Shanks. Now Tarzan could be the sacrificial lamb here. And that tree is cut down to size back into a Minecraft block. And BLG might have enough time to push in through this tier 1.
Yeah, as far as trees go, BLG were walking out of the forest, and then Tarzan kind of whacked them over the head with the branch as they were leaving. A Twisted advancing, quite ill-advised, I think, and definitely signed his own death sentence, but as it is, finds himself now with a second death on the board. And BLG back to winning ways. That little blip from the dragon fight seems like it's not really cost them all that much. As yes, Tarzan finds a small lead for himself, but that's about it. Breathe.
Well, he's going to find the Mega Gnar onto Knight into the wall, but this Ashe Arrow, can it save Knight? Isn't enough time? Yes, it is! Viper!
No!
Oh my god!
Hey, you know, if you want to vote for your All-Pros, and maybe even your MVPs, Viper for me has been incredible. Pretty much this entire split has added so many layers to the BLG composition through the early stages of this split. And now, I mean, I know this is just a blip on the radar, like a flash in the pan for BLG, but that arrow, again, signifies just the greatness that this player does have.
There's a reason why, when we were talking about who was the most important person to BLG success this regular season, at least for Split 3, it wasn't just immediately Knight. There had to be some thought into it. Viper has had some stellar performances throughout the regular season. He was one of the bot lanes that adapted extremely well to the mage meta, probably the best one apart from Jackie Love. And even as we return to Marksman, he's still been stellar.
Yeah, I mean, I might even argue he adapted better than Jackie Love. I know Jackie Love had the Zerath, but I feel like very few marksmen have been looking to pull out a Carly down in their bot lanes, but
Poor Vladimir.
Azael, yeah, just look for a Hail Mary down bot lane, don't find anything, gives BLG the inside track on mid. And again, another game that feels like it's been not necessarily forced from AL's hands, but has slowly slipped away after a series of solid early game plays. I want to see, so Arrow gets fired about now. So when the Gnar comes through, that's when the ulti gets popped off. Knight just has the cooldowns. Again, if Breathe gets one more auto attack in, it's a solo kill for him, but not to be found.
If no one got Knight, I know Viper got Knight. My goodness.
I think for these two teams here, we highlighted this at the top of the show, that this was a series between our top two. And going into this, we were hoping for some quite close, quite back and forth games. Honestly, Mark, I'm left feeling underwhelmed by this, as all three of the games really have felt decided. You know, in game number 1 and 2, we knew one of these compositions scaled better, and when that scaling happened, well, that team won. This time out, though, in game number 3, BLG have, locked in this Camille support, which, to give credit to On, has been attempted to be nuked from the meta. But On says, no, it's still good here, and I will play it. Does so, and comes out absolutely swinging in the early stages of this game. Currently still 8 out of 11 kills for his team. Higher than a Jarvan. If you have kill participation higher than a Jarvan, you know you're doing something right. That Champ Prince KP for no reason. And On this Camille has really leveled up BLG in how convincing they look in this game. Like, AL have never had a sniff this match at all.
Listen, On was a better jungler than Shun was in this game.
Yeah.
Just straight up.
Advocate for support MVPs.
Yes, this is for me an on player of the game, and if it's not on, then it has to be Viper. Otherwise, something has gone terribly wrong. BLG gonna be sieging on this tier 2 of Ash Herald. Doesn't connect. That's okay. AL are gonna pop the Rift Herald just because they have to, and I'm not sure if it's gonna get any value, unfortunately.
It is going to get value. BLG are going to get about 50 gold from it, and it's going to be lovely.
True.
But, I mean, what are BLG waiting for? We've got 21 minutes on the clock. Baron is live. But they've done all of the hard work here. They're trying to do all of it without the Baron. So if they can take tier 2, they're diving.
They want to make sure that On doesn't get the play of the game. He's the first one to fall. Knight is going to be the next one on the chopping block. But Viper, just with the flurry of arrows, is able to just gun them all down. This Arrowman looks more like a gunman, and Shun with a beautiful flag and drag flash finds the knock-up onto Shanks. Viper sidestepping almost everything. This guy is just a monster, and he cannot be stopped unless Kyle can get into the fray and find a beat drop from range. But Shun will give his life to trade one back onto Hope, and boy, oh boy, it has not been a good Jhin performance from the AL AD carry. BLG continue to have control of the game.
The fight was going so well for Hope. Like, he did everything right, was playing nicely, got a good set of Jhin shots down, and then he face checks Jarvan. That, I mean, really, really big blunder here. But On goes really aggressive. I like from Tarzan that he's immediately on top of the Orianna Knight. There's very little in this fight, and that's why it's actually favorable for anyone's Legend. Flandre and Viper both flash away from the Fate Sealed. But in fairness, again, Hope able to land on 3-4 bullets here. But then Kyle goes the wrong way around this wall. He doesn't protect his marksman. And as Hope steps forward here, he knows he can get the 4th shot and then flash away. But then this face check is completely illegal. Walking into a Jarvan like that, yeah, that's never going to end well.
I still can't get over the fact on how well Viper just astro glided in that fight. That was some clean movement. And once again, if you are considering who you want to submit for your All-Pro ballots, make sure to use the !Discord chat code so that you can pull up the ballot and submit your votes. And I know that Viper is definitely going to be in there for my All-Pro.
We'd like to see what your votes are looking like too. 24 minutes into this game here, Arthur. Still waiting for BLG to grace AL with Death's Kiss here. Try and take that Baron. Close out this game. I think that when Tarzan shows bot lane, that'll be the window.
Flandre has forced... Wow. Flandre forced the hand of Breathe to flash away, and he's able to not only pour it out with the Destiny on the bot side, and then TP immediately to the top side and say, thank you for showing yourself on the bot side of the map, Tarzan. We will take this Baron for free now.
Alrighty. I mean, that is as good as it gets, to be honest with you, for BLG. Knew that when BLG headed towards the Baron, it was going to be a difficult thing to contest. Obviously, as Maokai, it's possible to try and get some of those looks in using the saplings, but there's a TP now behind Breathe, and I think Tarzan... He probably knows that his top lane is dead. Oh, no.
Well, the arrow goes wide, and that should spell something's up. The sombrero flash! I love it.
You know, there was a window where Knight kind of thought, what if he outplays me? And he's removed that from contention. That is not a possibility. Sombrero flash, as highlighted. Pretty effective. This Gnar with just the magic resist of Merc Treads, not quite enough to hold up to a 3-item Orianna.
That's one way to mog your opponent in real time. Just use your flash for style points at that rate when you do have a 9.5k gold lead in the bag. And off of that solo kill from Knight, he's going to change his Darksteel into a Medjai Soul Stealer, because he's feeling confident about hitting 25 chapters before this game is over.
I think he's bought it in every game so far this series. Obviously, Game 2 went a lot better than Game 1, but He did sell it at the end of game number 1 on the Ari, but finds himself in a position where on this Orianna feels confident enough to burn his flash aggressively for a top laner. So obviously not holding too many reservations about the book straight after that. If AL though can capitalise, I think they'll be in a good spot to take down the Orianna. We have seen that they have got some glimpses of CC chaining between the Gnar and the Seraphine. They have got a good amount of lockdown. It's just about finding it onto the right targets. If they, again, BLG find themselves with 3 carries here. So you have to catch all 3 of them to make it a worthwhile fight.
And with the Baron buff, BLG blasts through the top tier 2 turret, making their way to the inhibitor tower. Shanks able to sidestep the Ash Arrow using the Soul Unbound, and Tarzan is trying to prep himself a flank angle with the Nature's Grasp. Unfortunately, the rest of BLG are going to make their swift exit unless they can catch out Knight. He uses the Rocket Belt to escape the range of the Curtain Call. Shanks cannot catch up in time to look for a Fate Sealed Engage.
Yeah, you would think maybe Flash ulti could come through, but then if you chase too far, can your team actually follow up? And do you just get one shot by the Orianna? All of these things have to be considered, and Shanks did so. Managed to escape, and, well, rather, Knight was managing to escape. Shanks didn't commit all the way in. But BLG used that Baron relatively effectively. They didn't break open the base just yet, which, given the lead that they've got, again, I think they probably could have done. I'm sensing a lot of reservation on this BLG team. And we can start to see, I think that they've just pieced it all together now. Hold on. Put the ball on ulti somebody, I ulti them, and then the game is won.
It's all coming together.
I
Now,
don't think we've seen that combo yet. Maybe once.
When you go into Hextech Ultimatum, does the ball disappear from you?
Surely not, right? I would imagine not.
Because you are briefly untargetable when that happens. But
yeah, but that doesn't normally do things to your team, to your team's buffs, Oh, hello.
Okay, well, quick flash out of Flandra and a ghost. He's cutting this one out. Does he fancy this 1-for-1? I think he does. Does he pour back in? Yes, sir. Put me back in the ring with him. But Tarzan is eliminating Flandra from the 1-for-1 successfully. As Shun tried to escape with the flag and drag, but snagged by Breathe with the Mega Gnar ultimate. He tries to flash away. G is going to be expended here on cut out on the wrong side of the tracks. And Knight and Viper might be forced to run away from this one. Shockwave only clipping onto Tarzan. Decent damage, but not enough to stop him on his assault here. Knight and Viper on the wrong side of the jungle, but they should be able to make it out with enough time.
Second consecutive large-scale fight that anyone's Legend have kind of come out on top of there. Tarzan doing very nicely to save his mid laner. Flashes in and gets the Twisted Advance Bramble Smash to cause some sort of CC. And now anyone's Legend barreling it down mid lane. Got a lot of plates to try to get through. Fortunately, they've got a lot of members to help them do it. And we have gone on long enough that Hope has now been able to pick up an Infinity Edge on the Jhin. Yes, it's still a Youmuu's for a little bit of safety, but there is a bit of damage now coming into this Jhin's build. They don't manage to get the tier 1 turret. They don't manage to particularly push back all that much here. And with 90 seconds left on the Dragon Soul for BLG, anyone's Legend and their plans are definitely well documented. This is the fight down on the bot side. Flandra, really good heads-up play to take this 1 versus 1, but unfortunately, they did not, well, I say did not account for. Had Destiny, just thought he could kill the TF in time. And then Breathe here, well-timed ulti, stops the flag and drag from getting away. And we were a little bit worried here, I think, to begin with. Hope was reloading, Shun didn't get forced to GA. Maybe Viper was going to have a little bit of a gliding moment. But he does cleanse out of the Maokai ulti, and Tarzan, with enough pressure, forces the BLG carries away.
On the one hand, Tarzan ruined the sanctity of the 1v1, but on the other hand, AR down 9k gold.
Yeah, it wasn't a fair 1v1.
It was never going to be a fair fight. You will do anything and take all costs necessary to claw yourself back into a winning game state.
I think from here, BLG, I would hope that they've recognized the error in their ways and One swift 5 versus 5 should secure them a win here. The problem is that they don't really have that much setup. They're playing with a Camille, so level 10 on here, definitely going to struggle to find a way in without getting immediately blown up.
Arrow exchanged for what I imagine was a Mikhail's Crucible from Kael. Breathe about to go Mega, but already at 50% HP. Trying to base, but
this whole time. He has TP, but he's just going to lose the whole window of this Mega Gnar. It's going to have to be the most snappy engage, really, that you've ever seen.
Looks like anyone's Legend are just going to take their chances of fighting a 4-on-5 for now, so that Breathe can pick up this entire wave that is crashing into the top side turret. This is on BLG to try and force the upper hand when Gnar is in mini form and won't be able to regen to Mega anytime soon.
Oh, get back
so
here.
Now, here we go.
Breathe. Okay, TP's in finally. Honor's repositioned with the portal.
He's going to be too late unless Tarzan can get a Q Smite flash in there. 2000 HP. Massive shockwave from the golden left hand and brings anyone's Legend down. BLG will run them further beyond the grave and back into the shadows from where they came from. Shanks, on one last Hail Mary stand, ends up being smited where he once stood. And BLG will be able to finally put to rest the conversation of who is the better squad. Is it the Pandas? Is it Top Esports? Is it Billy Gaming? Well, we all know the answer to that. Who emerged at the end of the regular season as the #1 team going into the playoffs.
A 5-man push to close out this series. Anyone's Legend, their bot lane still standing. They will try to hold the line.
Really nice encore flash from Kael. Is it enough to actually stall this game out? The Shockwave doesn't even get a chance to go off. I take it back.
Hold
Anyone's
on.
Legend still has a fight left in them. Triple kill comes out from Hope. And they are going to be looking for more. Flandra barely gets a chance to pour it out. There is a window to force the Baron when Tarzan is up and Shun isn't.
And that's exactly what they're going to do, Rafa, here. BLG overplayed their hand. Yes, they got the Hextech Soul, but they didn't end the game. Now that Nexus turret is going to respawn as well. Anyone's Legend are going to have the next 3 minutes to at the very least stall. And provided that the game doesn't end in that time frame, there's an opportunity that we could see a great flip at an Elder. Anyone's Legend here. They are not done just yet. But BLG, boy, do they look good.
Anyone's Legend are going to have to do a lot more than just a base defense and take a Baron for free. This has got to be the start of the most incredible comeback that needs to be executed without BLG giving over a very considerable chance to fight back. And
I mean, that's the first turret that AL have taken, and it was taken by a minion wave, just to paint the picture for how far behind AL are. Looking for On.
oh, the Mega Gnar ultimate whiffs on the On. Was trying to look for the quick scoop, but finds no dice. Now Shun is attacking from the right side, ready to cut them off. Flandra with the Destiny will give vision of all 5. And AL are panicking. The GA from Shun will allow him to dive in boldly. Flandra assisting with the gold card. Shockwave hits no one, though. The rest of Anyone's Legend are keeping their distance. They're keeping their health bars up. They stay alive. They burn multiple tools from the side of BLG.
And in this late game, Rafa, the power of a Seraphine is not to be undersold. Is 3 items with the Moonstone, so is doing a lot of healing when that Diadem gets picked up as well. This is going to be quite a terrifying support to play into. If you don't land that one shot, that's a big problem. Obviously, Knight very much geared toward landing such a spell, being able to shockwave into one-tapping somebody, but we can see that, you know, Tarzan does decent damage. Hope, what's that, 85% crit chance now on the Jhin? A little bit more because you always crit on 4th shot. So actually, I mean, BLG, yes, they're 7k gold to the good. Yes, they've got so much damage. But I feel like Camille at this stage in the game falls into, not quite to the same extremities, but Pyke territory.
Yep.
Where if you ever go in, you just get blown up. And that means that you're playing these fights out kind of in a 4 versus 5. tension now for BLG, I think.
BLG have run into, unfortunately, the same dread and concern that a lot of the early game compositions ran into in the prior games of the series. They don't have a true tank on their team that can easily walk in, frontline, absorb poke and damage. And even though BLG were ahead for pretty much the entire game 3 here, Anyone's Legend have scaled up a decent amount. And their carries, yes, Shanks is 3k gold down, Breathe is 3k gold down. But they still do damage. They still have to be respected in these corridors and these chokeholds. So BLG have to be extremely cautious on how they approach, even if they are favored.
It's absolutely those corridors that are important. The CC available to AL is a lot higher than that of BLG. We've already seen one big shockwave from Knight. We've equally seen a big whiff from him as well. But if that shockwave lands, that's the best way for them to probably just outright flat win a fight. Obviously, we're now at the stage. Knight is full build. Viper, gracious that Riot granted him a 6th item slot. We'll be able to work on probably a Bloodthirster. Maybe works his way up to that 100% crit strike chance in the not too distant future. But he's still got a good amount of gold left to go before he gets there. And if Breathe can land that CC, if Shanks can, if Tarzan can, if Kael can, the straight line wombo combo, it exists for Anyone's Legend, and now with an Infinity Edge in Shanks' back pocket, it exists and it hurts.
The unfortunate reality for BLG is that none of their main engagers are tanky enough to survive a full burst rotation from AL. Once they go in, it is more than likely a one-way trip, so they have to pull off the wombo combo of a lifetime so that AL are not given a window back into the game. They have waited out the entirety of the 5-minute duration in between dragons. On's Edge of Night will be procced by a stray sapling. The Elder Dragon has arrived to Summoner's Rift.
Shin goes over. Quickly darts back, knowing that he's got the cone there. AL establish a little bit here of mid-prio. Sidewave's not in their favour particularly at all here. And Tarzan looking to do a little bit of poke.
Oh, nice poke onto Tarzan. Just go immediately for the tank and the guy that has the smite. It has been eliminated from contention for the side of Anyone's Legend. No 50-50s will come from this flip, but Anyone's Legend are still pressed to look for the fight anyway. You're absolutely right, Rude. Shun is going to heal off of a camp, and they will play the stalling game. It's 43 seconds before Tarzan respawns on Summoner's Rift.
AL can't afford to give this up. They have to keep trying to keep BLG interested and make sure that this Elder is never taken low enough. They still have some big tools available, but the issue is that the longer this goes, the more likely those big cooldowns are going to come up for BLG. Shockwave up in 10 seconds. TP back in from Knight. AL, this is your last stand.
Breathe is trying to build up rage as fast as possible. 8,000 HP on the Elder Dragon. Shanks getting brought incredibly low. That Soul Unbound is going to take him back to his fate. Breathe tries to go in, stopped immediately in its tracks. Meganar only onto one. Shun gets the GA back up. He's totally fine, and as he dashes back into the Dragon, the rest of BLG are doing all the damage they need to eliminate any last hope from the side of Anyone's Legend. Elder Dragon secure comes through, and it's now just the stray marksman left on the board for BLG to clean up. A shockwave will be overkill at this point, and now it is only the front runner MVP, Tarzan, who can try and pull off a miracle.
Walk with the wave, protect the minions, BLG. Don't do a silly at this late stage. Jun cuts off Tarzan, the carries storm down mid lane, and BLG look just as good.
Tarzan, when one last effort will be denied, a miracle. BLG will win the final regular season series and let us all know that BLG is ready for playoffs.
Well, it wasn't easy for BLG. They obviously lost game number 1 and then thought about losing game number 3 as well. But when the chips were down, when it mattered most, their carries did step up. And I highlight their carries importantly, for me, Viper, again, a standout in this game. On that Ashe was consistently pumping out the DPS, was very, very active, and really forced every mistake that AL had. Shanks going in with the Fate Sealed at the end, flashed by Viper. He knows that's the one tool that can get access to him at that stage, and if the Yone gets on top of him, he absolutely just dies. So it's a really good look by the AD carry of BLG to really seal the deal and make sure that this game was picked up, secured, and not a problem anymore.
When the chips were down and seemingly almost comebackable for anyone's legend, I think BLG did a great job of identifying which of their members could not be anywhere within the vicinity of AL's pick range. That meant that On was no longer the person that was trying to roam around and look for vision for the side of BLG. He was in fact catching side lane farm safely away from where AL was, because they knew that if On ever got picked off, that's a 5-on-4. You like those odds.
And they constantly did as well, right? Like, you were talking about who could be in their range, even using Xion's GA to know that that's the little bit of space that we can buy. They were constantly playing on that edge. They were constantly looking with the exact right amount of bated breath and knowing that these are the minimum amounts that we can give up before the game would become more difficult. I mean, AL even got a Baron for free. Did they take mid-tier 1 with it? I don't think so. So, you know, all of these things that BLG had that AL could only dream of just go to show quite why this team is really so feared. And again, you know, they've already secured a first stand. They've already secured 2 splits. Like, this BLG side should be feared, and a 2-1 here is again another showcase for why.
At least for BLG, even though that this does not have any significant implications for standings, since those seedings for playoffs were already locked as of earlier today / yesterday, but it was still a good preview of what could come for both BLG and for anyone's legend, and it was a good opportunity for them to try and, in a stage setting, flex different play styles that was maybe not necessarily what their MMO was for the regular season. Obviously, we got to see both strong scaling compositions come out from AL and BLG that put a little bit more trust in their marksman carries to be able to pick up the slack and clean up the pieces when it came to 30+ minute scenarios. But I find it very optimistic for BLG that they still found a way to force a Camille support for On, as he is one of the few supports in the world that, even with the nerfs, I would trust to still play this champion.
I mean, I remember at the very beginning of this split, we were looking at Camille supports who were not looking so good. I remember we had a Zwo lowlights clip for one of my early packages for top esports, and it was largely centered around Camille, and I feel like we'd be hard pressed to find one of those for On. He was the reason this game started out so well for BLG. He got the snowball rolling, right? He did his job. And it does make me curious a little bit towards that player of the match, player of the game, excuse me, and then obviously player of the match is a different conversation. But for this game in particular, definitely felt like On fell off a little bit, but that's kind of the nature of the Camille support. I feel like his early game was incredible, right? He was the reason that BLG had that lead. And then you have to look at, well, why did BLG actually win this game? Why was it difficult? And then why did they win? Because I think that's where the answer lies to who gets the player of this game.
Many things to consider. I still want to give it to On just for the sauce that he demonstrated in the early game. I mean, like, as soon as you called out the fact that On started level 1 with W and just recognizing, wow, this guy read the patch notes and realized, holy moly, wait, W does a considerable amount of damage now. I didn't think it would be that significant of a change, but for him to switch up that playstyle, maybe it was his way of kind of pulling a gotcha moment onto Hope and Kyle, because normally when you see Camille level 1 as a support, we've all been conditioned to expect hook shot, right? It's like, okay, where's the hook shot? Where's the hook shot? And then immediately tactical sweep, slowed, and then he just walks up and procs the Halo Blades auto attacks anyway, and you're just thinking, the hell? What?
That's a strat? You can do that? Wait, that's not allowed.
This
That's
is
not how
illegal.
Camille's play the game. You're supposed to take E level 1. I'm supposed to flash it. This isn't okay.
Yeah, exactly.
I do think, though, for BLG that this is obviously it's a very good end, but I think it paints their season in an even better now light. Being 1 series away from second place is, you're still first, right? But being 3 series away from second, that is a considerable advantage. And a real boost to their outlook, I think, going into playoffs, right? People will, when we get around to Worlds, commentators, they're going to look at the scoreboards, they're going to look at the standings, and they're going to go, okay, BLG stomped regular season. That's what happened. And then if they end up winning the season, we're not prophets, we don't know. But they're going to look at the scoreboards, they're going to look at 12-2, and they're going to think, right, nobody could touch them in regular season. They played whatever they played in playoffs, and then they got into the Worlds event. Whereas if they're looking at this with, BLG 11-3, AL 10-4, it was a very close split between the two of them. Like, it colours the entire outlook of this split. So I think for BLG, it's great to get this series win as well. And to be able to do it with very different picks that we are currently seeing in the meta is an extra boost for them.
Yeah. Beautifully said. And the hope is that when it comes to World Championship, that broadcast team will have done their homework, which I think there's definitely been a few good actors on the team in past years, especially ones who were involved with the LPL in some capacity in years prior before then moving on to the current league that they are working for now. So, but LPL regular seasons are always so funny to look back on because we and the rest of the co-streamers that cover LPL will all remember the times that Top Esports swept BLG in the middle of the season. They'll remember the times that Top Esports dropped back-to-back sweeps against both WE and LGD. All the stumbles and the hiccups and the imperfections of our supposed top teams that we'll be sending into the World Championship in just a couple months. And those are the small things that might get missed in the storytelling, who knows? But I hope it's something that they are able to find windows for, because it will demonstrate that even with how dominant some of these teams are or how good they look, that there are some things that are keeping them from being almost this immortal level of tier.
Yeah.
And it'll be a lot more accurate.
For BLG as well, worth highlighting here that they finished with the same score that they finished in split number 2. 12-2 here. Likewise, second place is 9-5. Last split it was JDG, but AL here and 9-5. A second place score definitely that they should be proud of. And I think for anyone's legend as well, the goal for them is international, obviously, and I think that a second place finish in the regular season lends them to likely being able to secure that one again. But they do have to be careful moving into the postseason. This is typically where AL, at least this year, have actually struggled. They won out in split number 1. They were the best team through regular season in split 1, but then weren't able to see themselves all the way to international. Again, in split number 2, had a really shocking exit to a couple of notable upsets. As anyone's legend move into the postseason, we need to see them do just a little bit more to shore up their footing in the playoffs.
Well, Rude, unfortunately,
No on MVP.
No on MVP. But for the purpose of MVP versus MVP contender narrative, this is a nice way to put a ribbon on the end of a regular season, with Knight winning player of the game of their last series of the split against anyone's legend. At least the casters know ball.
Yeah,
the
they
casters
did, they
know
did.
ball. W casters.
Well done to them. Who else are we shouting out? I don't mind that we got an MVP vote for Ruler as well. The winner club,
Viper.
hey, you guys, less said the better. Less said the better. The casters no ball, summoners no ball. You know, and to an extent as well, I don't mind that Knight gets some MVP votes. But it definitely should have been on to secure something for this one, for this game, definitely. Now, can we get a Ruler player of the series? How about that?
Ruler.
How does that sound?
Brother. We mean Viper.
Sorry, yes, that's what I meant.
It's all good. It's all good. Viper player of the
about it?
series would be pretty heat. I would be down for that. Unfortunately, I fear that this may be a Knight player of the series because it would. Woo!
There we go. That's what we like to see. Good.
Okay.
Ethical. Well done. Well done, LPL broadcast. We regularly beef. However, today you've done all good. You've done well today. That was well earned by Viper. Consistently, really. The best part of this BLG roster for me in this series.
I love that they start off the highlight reel with game one, obviously, because even though they ended up losing that match, I mean, every single bot lane, they were throwing hands level 1, and the way that the Ezreal Bard lane kicked off and just completely owning. Yeah, just... Anyway, producer Alec wants to go to bed, understandably. So let's go ahead and wrap up our show here, guys. With that said, our regular season has come to an end. So let's take a look at how the playoff bracket will turn out to be, as playoffs will be kicking off after play-ins concludes, which play-ins is going to start on August 28th. That should be
The Friday.
this Friday, and it's going to start at 11 p.m. Pacific. So wherever you are in the world, hopefully you can try and do some time conversion math and just say 11 p.m. Pacific. All right, and now change that to where you are. Oh, so by the way, 11 p.m. Pacific on the 27th. So morning of August 28th, night of the 27th. So Thursday night, Friday morning, to clarify for anyone that is...
It's an hour earlier than usual, right? That's what I'm getting. An hour earlier than usual. We usually start at midnight Pacific. It now starts an hour earlier for play-ins.
Yeah.
That's what that is.
Yeah, that is correct. As always, we want to give a huge shout out and big thank you to our Elite Coffee supporters, Aaron Soup, Mung, Gelati, and Andrea Duran. Their pledged financial contributions help level up the broadcast and give back to the cast and crew who strive to give you an English LPL product every single day. And with that, Rude, we've officially done it. The last regular season series, the last regular season split, it's all coming to an end. Now we just have playoffs, and as you called out, a little bit of extra from LPL English with things like eventually a Demacia Cup, as well as will we potentially be doing regional finals, of course, after playoffs, and then into the World Championship, and then anything other after that, we'll let you know in the future. But it's been a hell of a ride, Rude.
I don't know if that was you ending or not, but it certainly has, and I'm so sorry for coming in here. But we'll call it a day there, folks. We'll catch you all on the flip side. Play-in starts on Friday. Don't miss it.